Christopher Young.
Chapter 1. Why Does It Have to Be Snakes? Everett. There are 3 things that I love in life: family, football, and making a woman come. So hard they forget their own name. And to be honest, family and football aren't even a close second. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore my family. I like that they come to me to be their love guru. Family game night with all my siblings and my dad is a deep passion, especially when I win. I would drop everything if any kingman ever needed me. And football? Well, football is life. But what's life without a well-loved woman warming your bed to make it all the better? I'll tell you something I don't love: the fucking anaconda in my pants. No, I'm not talking about my dick, despite the nickname I happen to know the entire crew of Mustangs cheerleaders call me. I mean the actual yellow-spotted snake flicking its tongue at me while curled up in my discarded jeans from last night. Why does it have to be snakes? I skirted all the way around the edge of my kitchen, sprinted across the living room, and bolted out the sliding glass door into my backyard. At least this time I had a robe on. How embarrassing would it be to have to yell at the neighbor kid butt naked? Billy! Billy! Come get your pet snake out of my house before I go all Indiana Jones on it. I'd already done my best indie impression by running the fuck away from the giant-ass snake in my house. I couldn't actually see the kid, but I knew he was there by the telltale football being tossed up and down like every morning. Billy was in the Pee Wee League this year, and if his snake didn't strangle him in his sleep first, he might get good, since he was always practicing in his backyard. Who is Indiana Jones? Who is... Kids today. Nobody made them watch the classics. My dad had a love of all things movies. If it wasn't family game night on Sundays, it was movie night. Best way to keep 8 rowdy kids occupied. For a few hours, anyway. Never mind. Just come get your damn snake. Yes, sir. Oh, God. I was a sir? I mean, kudos for the respectfulness and all, but I was only 25. I didn't deserve sir status until I was at least 40, right? Or unless I had a cute little subby girl in my bed, she could call me sir all she wanted. It's just Everett, or Ev, kid. Billy scrambled his way up their side of the fence and plopped down into my backyard. No, sir. My dad wouldn't like that. His dad didn't seem to like much, but he did like the Mustangs. Probably why Billy was always practicing. I knew what it was like trying to please your old man, except mine was always proud of all of us, no matter what or how we did. I pointed at my open back door and the kid jogged inside, returning quickly with his snake dangling around his neck and shoulders. Keep that snake out of my house for a week, and you and I can toss the ball around next week, okay? Sorry, sir. I'll try my best. He hefted his snake a bit more and she flicked her tongue over his ear. I shivered out the heebie-jeebies that gave me. She's a sneaky one. I didn't even know she was loose again. She sure likes your house a lot. Yeah, I've noticed. This wasn't the first time I woke up to a surprise snake in my house. Billy climbed back over the fence, and I swear that snake looked back at me longingly and flicked its tongue at me. I'd stick out my tongue back at it, but it would probably take that as a taunt and come slithering back to wrap itself around my head and crush my skull. Bleh, bleh, shiver. Fucking snakes. How anyone had one for a pet was beyond me. After starting my morning with the extra workout of snake wrangling in my blood, practice was going to be a cakewalk. I got dressed and loaded up my gear. Declan and I were carpooling today, so his fiancée Kelsey, who I would admit to having more than a little crush on, and her assistant, who I would not admit to having any sort of crush on whatsoever, because she was totally off limits, could have my car. I headed across the street to his place and sauntered in the front door, left open for me. I tossed the keys on the counter for Kelsey and went searching for my brother. Deck, you ready to go? That's when I saw Penelope, and my heart stopped. She was lying motionless in the middle of the living room floor, covered in a writhing mass of, God damn it, snakes. Hundreds of them. My brain short-circuited, fight-or-flight instincts warring with each other. Pen, I croaked out. My utter fear of snakes was going to have to shut the fuck up, because I had to rescue a girl in mortal peril. I shook out my hands, bounced to my feet, and squealed like a scared baby bird as I dove in, my hands frantically sweeping away the serpents. Hold on, Pen. I've got you. Everett? She was moaning or crying or dying right in front of my eyes. I ripped a handful of snakes from her face and her sobs rang in my ears, or... Wait, was she laughing? I paused, a handful of suspiciously lightweight snakes in my grip, and looked down at Penelope's face. She was grinning up at me, eyes sparkling with mirth. My hero, she said, giggling. I think you can stop choking the snakes, though. I blinked at her, finally registering that the snakes in my hands were fake and made of rubber. The floor around us was littered with faux reptiles of assorted colors and sizes. What the actual hell? I fell back on my ass, tossing the remaining snakes at Penelope's head. It was going to take hours running drills to burn off the enormous amount of adrenaline pumping through me. Penelope sat up, fake snake sliding off her like the world's weirdest blanket. She reached for me, grabbing onto my shoulders, and damn if I didn't lean into her touch. Her face had dropped from hilarity to empathy. Sorry, Ev. We didn't mean to scare you. Kelsey and I are taking pictures for social media, to hint at her new album drop. I ran a hand through my hair, feeling equal parts relieved and foolish. Right, of course, because that's a totally normal thing to do on a Wednesday morning. Says the guy who just dove into a pit of snakes to save me, Penelope teased. That really was very heroic. Declan walked in with Kelsey and looked around the remnants of his living room, taking in the damage after the snake tornado. There were several hanging from the chandelier, and every lamp in the place was knocked over by snake torpedoes. Whoa, Declan said, taking in the scene. What did we miss? Kelsey's eyes lit up. Oh my God, did you get action shots? This is going to be perfect for Instasnap. Penelope laughed. Even better. Everett just tried to rescue me from certain death by rubber snake. It's all on camera. Declan nearly choked on his coffee. Ev? Mister, I can't even watch snakes on TV did all of this to that pile of fake snakes? I took a shaky-ass breath. Hey, I thought she was in trouble. Aw, that's sweet, Kelsey cooed. Terrified of snakes, but still willing to save a damsel in distress. I'm not terrified, I protested weakly. Just, snakes are dangerous. Penelope stood up, brushing off the last of the fake snakes and offering me a hand up. Well, scared or not, I appreciate the rescue attempt. She patted my arm, sending an unexpected jolt through me. Your secret's safe with us, Snake Charmer. And by us, I mean me, Kelsey, and the besties. I'll be sure to tag you in the post on Instasnap. I rolled my eyes and took her hand. A little zing went up my arm, and it took me a beat too long to let go. Yeah. Deck, we better get going or we'll be late for practice. Kels, keys are on the counter. I headed right out the front door, giving the lot of them the bird for trying to murder me with fake snakes. Was the universe trying to tell me something this morning? If it was, I had no idea what, and snakes were not the way I wanted to be informed. I glanced back into the living room from the doorway at Penn. She was arranging the fake snakes around her again, laughing at something Kelsey said. My heart literally skipped a beat, because of the snakes, not because Penelope's cheeks were flushed and her eyes sparkling, or the fact that she caught me looking and winked at me. I hopped into the passenger side of Deck's truck, still freaked the fuck out. We pulled out of the driveway, and the girls were visible through the window, laughing as Penelope arranged more of those rubber abominations. I stared until Deck chucked me on the jaw to force me to close my mouth, which I didn't realize was hanging open. Because snakes, not drooling or anything. You okay there, bro? Declan asked, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. You look like you're lusting after my fiancée. Or, a bunch of fake snakes. Ha ha, I deadpanned. You're hilarious. Let's just get to practice. My brain kept replaying the scene like I was watching game tape the whole drive. The fear, the adrenaline, the way I dove in without a second thought. It was ridiculous, really. If it had been anyone else lying there, well, I probably would have run screaming in the opposite direction. Snakes, man. But it was Penelope. I had to do something. I shook my head, trying to clear the image of her all pink and giddy from my mind. Nope, not going there. Penelope was off limits. End of story. She worked for Kelsey, who was marrying my brother. Almost a sister-in-law. She was practically family, for crying out loud. Declan would murder anyone who looked at Penn wrong. I was not looking. By the time we reached the practice field, I'd almost convinced myself I was over the whole snake fiasco. Almost. All right, Kingman, the running coach bellowed as soon as I stepped onto the field. Let's see if you can catch as well as you wrangle snakes. I groaned and glared over at Deck, who was stretching and grinning his face off. If I didn't end up with some kind of a snake-themed nickname by the end of the day, it would be a miracle. And everyone thought he was nothing more than a grump. Deck was a big old gossip, is what he was. I blamed Kelsey for that. She brought out the fun-loving side of him again. They were sickeningly in love, and it had happened just like it should have. Love at first sight. I mean, to be fair, everyone probably fell a little bit in love with the world's biggest pop star on sight, but Deck had been hit by lightning. Our dad had said that was exactly how it happened for him with Mom, too. We should all be so lucky. So far, no lightning strikes for me. We ran drills, prepping for our next game, and I threw myself into the practice with some extra fervor. I needed to work through this adrenaline and a different sort of buzz under my skin. Each catch, each sprint, each play was a chance to burn off some of this weird energy. Snakes and lightning strikes. What the actual fuck was going on in my head right now? "Nice catch, Ev," Hayes shouted as I jumped and snagged a pass out of the air. "You snaked right through those defenders." I flipped off my little brother, but I was also grinning, finally settling into practice. The thrill of the game I loved refocused my mind. This was where I belonged, on the field, with my team, doing what I did best. Well, besides modeling underwear and making women forget their names with my head between their legs. The way she'd look up at me, bedhead of red curls, calling me her hero, the feel of her hands on my shoulders, the wink she'd throw my way as I left. "Focus, Kingman!" Coach's voice snapped me back to reality just in time to avoid getting beamed in the head with another pass. Shit. I shook my head, annoyed at myself. So much for that focus. I was distracted as shit, and it was ridiculous. Penelope was just a friend, a sisterly figure, someone I absolutely should not be fantasizing about in any way, shape, or form. And yet... Nope. No, absolutely not. If my head was going anywhere, it was not between Penelope's deliciously thick thighs. Damn it. I needed my head in the game. After practice, I'd pull out my black book of a phone and get a date. Or, better yet, pop down to Peachy Creek and find a bar or a club and find myself a whole bevy of chances to get struck by lightning. Or at least get laid. Everyone knew Kingman men played better when we were getting laid, and I always played great. Head in the game, head in the game. I muttered to myself as I jogged back to the sidelines for a water break before my next turn to run the play of the day. Get it together. I was Everett Kingman, the guy who could charm any woman with a wink and a smile. The last thing I needed was to get hung up on the one woman who was absolutely, unequivocally off-limits. I gulped down some water, splashed some on my face, and noticed the cheerleaders lining up for some new social media thing the PR team was doing with them. I could probably talk any one of them into a quickie in the locker room if I wanted to. In fact, I had done it more than once in the past couple of years playing for the Mustangs. A couple of them even gave me cute little waves. Football players and cheerleaders went together like peanut butter and jelly. But for once in my life, I was craving something a little more grown-up. Something red-hot and spicy. I rubbed my chest, already getting heartburn. Fuck my life. Or, rather, my love life. If I was any one of my brothers, I could just gather the fam and get some advice. But I was the one they all came to, and there was no way in hell I was going to any one of my family members for help with this particular problem. Declan would find out in 2.2 seconds flat, and then I'd get flattened. Bunch of gossipy gossips, and not a one of them could keep a secret. Except maybe my baby sister, Jules. She could be a vault when she wanted to be. But that was a big if. No, I needed to solve this myself. There wasn't even anything to solve, so I had a little crush on Penelope. She wasn't the one. I'd have known. Best to just push her out of my mind, go out and meet some new women who might be my one and only. "Hey, Ev," Chris called out to me and sent a spiral right at my chest. "I hear you've got a snake in your boot." Just what I needed. More older brothers to find out about the snake thing and tease me about it for the next 20-some-odd years. That's how long it had taken to get him to stop telling all 7 of the rest of us kids that there was a lion in the toilet who roared when we flushed. "You're wrong. There's a snake in my pants." If you can't beat 'em, join 'em. I started singing. "My Anaconda don't..." Chris chuckled and held up his hand for me to stop. "Do not finish that line, or I'll get the whole song stuck in my head the rest of the day." Hayes jogged over and grabbed himself some water. "Hey, Anaconda, can you come over to game with me and the twins this weekend? Isaac's out. Dad's orders." Christ. There it was. Anaconda. Guess I was lucky my new nickname wasn't something cringy like Cobra Kai or Sir Hiss. Hayes, the twins, and Isaac had quite the following on their video game live streams, with sponsors and everything. Since Penelope had started playing with them too, she brought in the bestie crowd, so their viewer numbers had quadrupled. She fit in with them just like a little sister, giving just as much shit as she got. It was cute AF. I wasn't going to hang with my little brothers, not when Sundays were prime ladies' nights for me. If we won, everyone wanted to be with a star. If we lost, everyone wanted to comfort the star. It was the perfect time to find a love connection and forget all about a certain redhead. I don't think so, kid. Who else is going to be there? Maybe he was planning on putting on a show for this new girl he was pining after. I would like to see that. He shrugged and frowned like I just asked who I was picking to win the bowl game this year. Just Flynn, Griff, and Penn, like usual. Just as I thought. The last place I should be. I'll be there.
Flip-flop. At Bestie's Bestie. Video of a pile of jeans, each tied with what looks a little bit like a ribbon and a lot like a rubber snake. Voiceover. Hey, besties. Did a little shopping today for some new clothes for our first autumn in Colorado. So much chillier than we're used to in LA. Gotta keep our girl Kelsey warm this winter so she's ready to get back into the studio in the spring, don't we? Remember, your worth isn't measured by a number on a scale or the size of your jeans. It's measured by the size of your heart and the impact you make on the world. Your BFF, Miss Bestie's Bestie, Penelope. Hashtag Bestie's Bestie. Hashtag New Kelsey Best Album. Hashtag Body Positivity. Hashtag Embrace Yourself. Hashtag The Best Revenge is Loving Yourself. Hashtag Colorado Fall. Hashtag Did You See That Snake? Chapter 2. All the Single Ladies. Penelope. I kissed a boy for the very first time in the 2nd grade. His name was Daniel, and he had these sparkling blue eyes that made my 7-year-old heart swoon. I can't remember a time I didn't have a crush on a boy since. But they never seemed to crush on me back. I'm always the buddy, the cool chick, the friend without benefits. The nice girl who's a bit too big to be arm candy, but lots of fun to pal around with. What that made me was the master of unrequited love and a mess of lack of confidence. I always kind of thought I was pretty, but that didn't seem to matter if I was also chubby. Until I started working for Kelsey Best. Yeah, that Kelsey Best. The plus-size, body-positive, badass pop star who is changing the way the world looks at big girls, one song and a half-dozen platinum and multi-platinum records at a time. Kelsey changed my world even before I became her assistant. When she won the 2nd season of The Choicest Voice, I cried. Literally. Like tears streaming down my face, gulping sobs, crying. Because never in my life had I seen someone who looked like me stand up to the fat-phobic people of the world, like that one judge on the show, and be lauded and praised in front of the entire world. I couldn't sing to save my life, but I felt seen. I felt represented. For the first time, I felt like my size, shape, and what the scale said didn't have to dictate my life. Then I went back to school the next day and was reminded by the cheerleaders and their football player boyfriends exactly why I'd struggled with self-confidence, with just one insult and a whole round of laughs in the student center cafe. I quit college that same week, and it was the best thing I ever did. Working for Kelsey these past few years has been like a crash course in self-love and confidence. Don't get me wrong, I still have my moments of doubt, but they're fewer and farther between. Kelsey's unwavering belief in herself, and by extension in me, has been nothing short of transformative. Lately, I've even been toying with the idea of dipping my toes back into the dating pool. Watching Kelsey and Declan together, so utterly in love and supportive of each other, has awakened a longing in me I thought I'd buried deep. Sometimes I catch myself daydreaming about finding someone like that for myself. Someone kind, funny, and devastatingly handsome. Like any of the Kingman boys, if I'm being honest. Everett, in particular, with his easy charm and killer smile, has starred in more than a few of those daydreams. But that's all they can ever be. Daydreams. Dating my boss's fiance's brother? Talk about complicated. Besides, a guy like Everett Kingman was so far out of my league, he might as well be playing a different sport entirely. I shook off those thoughts as Kelsey and I arranged the last of the rubber snakes around me on the living room floor. We'd been at this for hours, trying to get the perfect shot for her social media tease. You know, Kelsey mused, adjusting a particularly realistic-looking cobra near my head. It's too bad we couldn't use a real snake. That would have been so cool. I laughed, careful not to disturb our carefully crafted snake pit. Yeah, because Pooh would love that. Your little wiener dog versus a giant python or anaconda? Now that would make for some viral content. Kelsey giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh God, can you imagine? Poor Pooh would probably try to adopt it as some kind of long, scaly puppy. Hey, don't knock it, I said, grinning up at her. I think owning a snake would be pretty awesome. Kind of sexy, even. You know, in a dangerous, mysterious way. Penelope Quinn, Kelsey gasped in mock scandal. Are you telling me you have a thing for snakes? Should I be worried about leaving you alone with all these rubber reptiles? I rolled my eyes, trying not to laugh and ruin our setup again. Oh, please. I just think they're cool, that's all. Besides, after this morning's excitement with Everett, I think I've had enough snake action for one day. Kelsey's eyes lit up at the mention of Everett's name. Oh my God, I still can't believe he dove in to rescue you like that. Who knew Mr. Tough Tight End was scared of snakes? I felt a warmth spread through my chest at the memory. Yeah, it was pretty heroic, I admitted, then quickly added. In a hilarious, over-the-top kind of way, of course. Of course, Kelsey agreed, but the knowing look in her eyes made me wonder if I'd been a little too transparent in my admiration. Before I could dwell on it, Kelsey's phone chimed. Oh, that's probably Deck, she said, reaching for her phone. Let's wrap this up and grab some lunch. I'm starving. We cleared away our serpentine photo shoot, and my mind kept wandering whatever it was up to at practice. And if, just maybe, he was thinking about our snake encounter too. Oh no, nope, no. That was a dangerous train of thought that went to nowhere. I'd be better fantasizing about any one of Kelsey's exes over any of the Kingmans. That would be too damn weird. She glanced at the screen and her eyes widened. Oh, it's Neith. Kelsey had just signed on with the De Lorraine agency, and Neith had been a revelation compared to the mosquito who shall not be named. We'd all clicked right away, and honestly, since Neith was also a bigger girl, she just understood Kelsey and her goals and plans so much better than any other agent or manager ever had. Never once had Neith made me feel like less than because I was an assistant either. In fact, she'd told Kelsey to make me her new record label's vice president. I was going to tell her yes, soon. I watched as Kelsey's expression morphed from curiosity to shock, then pure, unbridled joy. She started bouncing on her toes, her free hand flying to her mouth as she listened, her eyes and smile getting wider and wider. I knew what this call was. I'd be surprised that Kelsey hadn't noticed, but she was so deliriously happy these days that work wasn't the all-encompassing weight on her shoulders like it used to be. Are you serious? Oh my God, yes, thank you so much. She was practically vibrating with excitement. I raised an eyebrow at her, silently waiting for her to tell me all about her nomination. Kelsey just shook her head, still listening to whatever Neith was telling her. Maybe she'd gotten a couple of nominations, maybe even Album of the Year. After what felt like an eternity, she hung up and turned to me, her eyes shining with tears of happiness. Pen, she said, her voice trembling. I've been nominated for 6 Grampies. For a moment, I just stared at her, stunned. Of course she was. Oh my God! I literally screamed, jumping up and down. Kelsey, that's amazing! We grabbed each other's hands and jumped like kangaroos on crack together, squealing like teenagers. 6 nominations. You're going to clean up at the Grampies. I can't believe it, she said, wiping happy tears from her eyes. Album of the Year and Best Pop Vocal Album, Best Pop Solo Performance, Song of the Year, and Record of the Year for Next Chapter, and Best Song Written for Visual Media. Pen, this is insane. She spun around in a circle and declared, We need to go shopping and find the perfect dresses for the red carpet. I nodded enthusiastically, already mentally cataloging the plus-size designers we could contact. Kels would need several dresses for the night. There weren't just the awards, but the after-parties, too. I looked around the snake-messy living room for my tablet. Then her words fully registered. Wait, we? Kelsey looked at me like I'd grown a second head. Of course, we. You don't think I'd go to the Grampies without my best friend and right-hand woman, do you? My heart swelled at her words, but a knot of anxiety was already forming in my stomach. But the red carpet? I don't know, Kels. This is your moment, and that's a lot of cameras, a lot of eyes. And you're a natural on camera, she assured me. Oh, and of course Deck will be there too, which means... She trailed off, a mischievous glint in her eye. I knew that look. It never led anywhere good for me. Which means what? I asked warily. Which means we need to find you a hot date to walk you down the red carpet too. And just like that, my world tilted on its axis. I was right back in that college campus coffee shop with everyone staring at me, everyone laughing and pointing directly at my chubby butt. A date? I stammered. For the Grampies red carpet? Kelsey nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, it'll be so great. We'll both have our arm candy looking fabulous in our knockout dresses. The press, and more importantly, the besties will eat it up. Oh, let's do a whole campaign to encourage the besties to dress up and show themselves off too. There will be so many beautiful bodies all over the internet. It's going to be epic. My mind was reeling. Just this morning, I'd been cautiously considering the idea of maybe, possibly, dipping my toe back into the dating pool. Now I was supposed to find a hot, celebrity-caliber date for one of the biggest nights in the entertainment industry, and positively represent plus-size women in front of the universe? Kels, I don't know, I said, my voice small. I hated that the remaining little bit of negative body image issues I still had chose this moment to rear their ugly heads like a mythical hydra. No matter how many times I cut off those nasty insecurities, they popped back up. I'm not sure, who would even... I trailed off, unable to articulate the tornado of insecurities whirling through my mind. An ugly, dark rock sank right to the bottom of my stomach, and it was made of self-doubt and lava. I was incredibly embarrassed that Kelsey, my friend, idol, and patron saint of body confidence, had to see that I didn't believe it all for myself. Hey, she said softly, taking my hands. Kelsey's excitement dimmed a bit as she noticed my distress. What's wrong? Talk to me, Pen. I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts and not sound like I hadn't been paying attention to her life's mission all this time I'd been working for her. I simply could not tell her I was afraid of being laughed at and made fun of and shamed for what I looked like. I couldn't. It's just, I was barely ready to think about dating again. It's been a while, you know? And now you're talking about finding me some hot celebrity date for the Grampies? I don't know if I'm confident enough for that. What if I make a fool of myself? What if no one wants to go with me? What if... Whoa. Kelsey interrupted my spiral. Slow down, honey. First of all, any guy would be lucky to have you on his arm. Second, we've got time. The Grampies aren't for a couple of months. And third, she squeezed my hands, I've got your back, okay? Always. I nodded, grateful for her support, but still terrified. As Kelsey pulled me into a hug, my mind raced with possibilities and fears. A red carpet date? Me? What had I gotten myself into? Okay. It was all going to be fine. I would pull myself out of this body confidence spiral. I didn't actually believe that I was unattractive. More importantly, I would be absolutely honored if some woman who didn't believe she was beautiful saw me on the red carpet and saw a bit of herself in me. If I held on to that, I could fake it until I made it. I knew I could. I just had a momentary freakout, and that was okay. Every woman in the world would worry about what she'd look like on the red carpet in front of all those cameras. Are you sure I need a date? No. You can walk the red carpet however you want to, Pen. Anything you want to do will be great, amazing, perfect, I promise. She pulled me into a hug. I didn't mean to stress you out by implying that you had to get a celebrity date. That was insensitive of me. There's nothing wrong with representing the single ladies. She began singing Beyoncé's Single Ladies song and dancing around, kicking the rubber snakes. Wiener the Pooh bolted into the living room and barked along to the song and bounced around like she was doing a little doggy dance too. I gave in and danced and sang along too. Even though Kelsey said I didn't need a date for the Grampies, now I wanted to prove that I could get one. I did need to dip my toes back into dating. It was time. I'd probably have more freakouts along the way, and that was okay too. As long as I sucked up my courage and continued to work through my fears and worries. Because that was the way to overcome them. Face them head on. It would help if I had an Olympic-level dating coach to help me do this. And I knew exactly who to ask. The love guru himself, Everett Kingman.
Chapter 3. Let the Games Begin. Everett. I trudged down the sidewalk, freshly showered and changed, but still feeling like I had just gone 10 rounds with a heavyweight champ instead of playing 4 quarters of football. Sure, we'd won, but I played like I was a rookie in high school. Missed catches replayed in my head, each one a reminder that, for the first time and as long as I could remember, I wasn't playing like an all-star athlete. I needed to blow off steam, and somehow, I doubted video games were going to do it. I was just about to turn on my heel and ditch my brothers to go find some female companionship for the night instead, until I heard the sweet sing-song of, "Ev, wait up!" I turned and saw Penelope jogging to catch up with me, her cheeks flushed and a smile on her face that made my heart and my dick do a little stutter step. Damn it. "Hey, Pen," I said, keeping my tone very purposefully casual. "Heading to Hayes?" She nodded, falling in a step beside me. "Yeah, Kelsey and Declan are, celebrating the big win today, so I plan to crash your boys' night. Is that okay?" "Course," I replied, maybe a little too quickly. I mean, you know Hayes and the twins, the more the merrier. I stood there for a whole-ass minute like I'd forgotten how to walk or talk, really fucking similar to how I played today. I'd been hyper-aware of everyone, including Penelope, watching the game from the Kingman suite today. Never in my life, not on the football field, doing a photo shoot, and never, ever, in the bedroom, had I ever had any kind of performance anxiety. Because I insisted on always being absolutely true to myself. I was always unapologetically me, because anything else was the path to heartbreak. So why the hell was I feeling like an untried schoolboy who didn't have a lick of riz in front of Penelope? Dumb. I was the motherfucking love guru, and I had moves on top of moves that made any woman melt in my arms. I needed to remember that and engage that charm so Penelope didn't decide I was anything less than the sexist of all Kingmans. Shit. No. Pull that the fuck back. I needed to use only about 10% of my charisma, because I didn't want her thinking I had a thing for her. Or, worse, have her falling for me. Because there would be no denying those big brown eyes if they ever asked me for a goddamn thing. Like my heart. And I was saving that for the woman I'd marry someday. My one, the lightning strike. I extended my arm to Penelope and gave her a wink. That should be enough. Let's go show the boys how to have some fun. Shall we, sweetheart? The slightest and cutest splash of a blush flashed across her cheeks, but she smiled and took my arm. "Let's do it, Mr. Charmer." Oh. I gave her the side-eye and raised an eyebrow in a way that had melted more women's panties than I could count. That's not a snake charmer joke, is it? She gasped and pressed her hand over her heart. "I would never." She seemed so sincere until she flickered her tongue at me like a sexy snake woman. Ugh, snakes aren't sexy. They're scary. You are going to be the death of me, if I wasn't incredibly careful. No more lingering looks. Knock it off with the flirty comments. Just friendly, brotherly behavior. Yeah, like her big brother. That's the right attitude. That would help me get through until I could find some way to get her out of my system. We made our way up the driveway, where Hayes's car sat, windows slightly fogged. I couldn't resist. Grinning, I knocked on the window. "Quit making out and bring your girl inside already." Penelope stifled a laugh beside me as we headed into the house. We found Griff, Flynn, and Isaac already set up in the living room, controllers in hand. "Well, well," Flynn drawled, raising an eyebrow. "Look what the snake dragged in." I shot him a warning glare. Smartass. Flynn and Griff exchanged a look that I didn't like one bit. Even Isaac, my baby brother, was giving me a smirk, and I had a feeling it was more about arriving with Pen on my arm than the snake shenanigans from earlier in the week. I needed a distraction, and fast. I pointed at my youngest brother, Isaac. "Aren't you forbidden from playing video games?" He shrugged, unrepentant. "What Dad doesn't know won't hurt him." I snorted. "Because you think he doesn't watch these live streams?" Isaac smirked, but I saw that flicker of worry. "Dad was born before the internet. He's not interested in watching video games online." "Keep telling yourself that, kid." I gave him a slap on the back. Isaac loved to push boundaries, and it was good for him. He was still finding his place in the world, trying a little of this and a little of that. "It's your ass on the line." As soon as the words left my mouth, they rang right back at me in my head. It would be my ass on the line if anyone knew the thoughts I'd been having about Penelope all week. I really needed to get laid. To get Pen off my mind. Which was a dick move. I may have a high body count, but I didn't use women. Each and every one of the ladies I'd been with could have been the one. I gave them each my heart. If only for the night. I was eternally the hopeful romantic. Hopeful each woman I met would be the one who I could give my love to forever. Just hadn't happened yet. Maybe that made me the hopeless romantic. A few minutes later, Hayes walked in with the cute neighbor girl who was all grown up now. And he was smitten as a kitten. Lucky bastard. "Hey, guys," he called out, greeting everyone. For the first time, my kid brother embodied the king of his castle. "I brought new talent." "Well, well," I said, grinning. "If it isn't the infamous Willa Rosemount. Nice to finally meet the girl who's got Hayes all twisted up." Hayes shot me a glare, but Willa just laughed. "Twisted up, is he? Good to know." He rolled his eyes at me, gesturing to the others. "You know Flynn and Griff, and if I'm lucky, you won't remember Everett. And that's Isaac." As Hayes made introductions, I settled onto the couch, hyper-aware of Penelope sitting next to me, our shoulders brushing. I needed to focus on something else. Anything else. Hayes would probably be coming to me for advice about Willa later, so I should be paying attention to how the two of them were interacting. "And this is Penelope," Hayes was saying to Willa. "She brings in the big numbers to our live streams when she's in town." Willa gave her a friendly wave. "Hi, Penelope. Nice to have another girl at this testosterone fest. Have you known these yahoos long?" Flynn straightened up as if that raised his hackles. "Hey, who you calling a yahoo?" Willa wrinkled her nose and glared right back at him. "You." "Right you are," Griff interjected. "Carry on." Penn laughed and threw some popcorn at the twins. She really was just one of the guys around us. "Just a few months. My boss is engaged to Declan." As the conversation continued, I found myself stealing glances at Penelope. The way she effortlessly fit in with my brothers, her infectious laugh, the sparkle in her eyes when she did her signature "Hey Besties" intro for Willa. I needed to stop this. Now. Willa gave me an easy out when she shoved me aside to sit next to Penelope. I blurted out, "These two are practically family at this point." As soon as the words left my mouth, I wanted to swallow them back down. Family. Right. That's exactly what Penelope was. Off limits. When Hayes started setting up for the live stream, I gratefully accepted a controller. Maybe focusing on the game would keep my mind in my own damn lane. Hayes did the introductions for the live stream. "Tonight's matchup is guest star Everett Kingman and Isaac playing as, you guessed it, the Denver Mustangs, against big-time rivals, the Twin Terrors, Flynn and Griff playing everyone's favorite losing team, the L.A. Bandits." We all played our parts, cheering and booing like the competitive dorks that we were. Yeah, spending time with these guys was going to be good for my mindset. Family, fun, and football video games. Almost better than sex. "We've got some special guests with us in the announcing booth tonight. Say hello to everyone's favorite bestie, Penelope, and super secret, sneaky guest announcer." Hayes snort laughed. "Please welcome Patty Meow Holmes." Willis smacked her lips and said, "Thanks, Kingman. Good to be here. Looking forward to watching you all play with your balls." We made it just into the third quarter when Willa's phone buzzed, and she and Hayes went into panic mode. The boys went into Kingman's seal mode and bolted into the backyard in some crazy-ass escape to avoid Willa's shitty brother discovering she and Hayes were seeing each other. Pen and I watched in awe from the back door. The twins and Isaac were stacked like human steps, and Hayes was dragging Willa over the fence into her uncle's yard. I liked her, and the effect she was having on Hayes. He needed to live a little. That girl was going to be family someday. Maybe I should be going to Hayes for love advice instead of the other way around. "Why do I have a feeling your brothers have used this escape routine before?" Pen shook her head and laughed. "I guess I'm not surprised, given the way you all pulled off the great diversion when we helped Kelsey and Deck escape the paparazzi at the hospital." Comes with the territory when you've got 6 brothers and a baby sister who has us wrapped around her little finger. Our eyes met, and for a moment I forgot how to speak, to breathe, to think. Penelope fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, a nervous energy radiating off her that I hadn't noticed before. She took a deep breath and stared up at me like I was a Greek god, and she was a swan. "This was fun tonight, wasn't it?" Her voice was soft and unsure, which was not like the Penelope I knew. "It was a great distraction. I've been on edge this week about going to the Grampies with Kelsey." I raised an eyebrow. "You should be excited." She nodded, but her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "I am. It's just the red carpet, the cameras, all those people who'll be staring at me, taking my picture, and needing a date." My heart rate picked up. Was she working up to asking me to be her date? The idea of seeing her all dolled up, walking the red carpet in some kind of bombshell dress that showed off every single one of her curves, was the stuff of fantasies. I'd have to turn her down. Shit. How was I going to say no to her? "Listen," she continued, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. "Declan mentioned something to me the other day, and I've been trying to figure out how to bring it up." Oh God, this was it. She was going to ask me to be her date. I braced myself, not having a fucking clue how I was going to let her down gently. "He said you're kind of the love guru of the Kingmans," Penelope said, her cheeks flushing slightly. I was murdering my brother later, but probably after we won the bowl game. "And, well, God, this is embarrassing." She laughed nervously. "I was hoping, would you consider being my dating guru?" I blinked. "I'm sorry, what?" "Dating guru, not date." Penelope's blush deepened. "It's just, I haven't been in a relationship in a long time, and if you haven't noticed, I'm kind of awkward, and I'm definitely out of practice talking to guys. Besides, Kingman brothers. With the Grampies coming up, I thought maybe if I could get some pointers, some confidence, maybe I could find an actual date, I really don't want to walk that red carpet looking like I couldn't find anyone to go with me." I stared at her, completely blindsided. Of all the things I had expected her to say, this wasn't even on the list. "You want me to be your dating coach?" I repeated, still not quite processing the request. She nodded, looking both hopeful and mortified. "I know it's a lot to ask, and if you're not comfortable with it, I totally understand. It's just, you're so good with women and advice, and I thought maybe you could help me figure out how to be, I don't know, more dateable?" I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. My brain was short-circuiting, trying to reconcile the idea of helping Penelope date other men. "Ev?" she prompted, her voice small and uncertain. "Say something, please?" I looked at her. This woman who had been occupying my thoughts for, okay, fine, I'd admit it, since the day I met her, who I had just convinced myself was completely off-limits, like a sister. This was the best thing that could happen, and I hated it.
Chapter 4. On the Down Low. Penelope. Everett's face contorted with an inner struggle I couldn't quite understand. Was this really such a big ask? Dating was a piece of cake for him, and it would be so easy for him to just tell me what guys wanted. Besides sex, of course, which I was also not good at. He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes darting everywhere but at me. "Pen, I don't think I can do this," he finally said, his voice strained. "I'm great at advice with the guys, sure, but this would be like helping my sister get a date." Oof. My heart sank at that sister comment. But that was exactly why I needed his help. Even when I did try to date in high school, and that 1 year of college, guys always thought of me like that. Because I was a dorky, awkward girl who hung on their every word. Just like a little sister, I guess. I wasn't ready to give up. "That's exactly why I need you. I trust you to guide me through it." He groaned, closing his eyes tight. Don't look at me like that, Pen. I can't. Those pretty brown eyes of yours, they're too much. It's like trying to say no to a puppy." Ding, ding, ding. There was my in. If he couldn't resist puppy dog eyes, then I had the perfect weapon in my arsenal. I had Wiener the Pooh, Kelsey's adorable dachshund that no one could resist to thank for it. Oh no, I said, injecting a bit of playful challenge into my voice. You can say no to this? I channeled my inner poor little puppy desperate for a treat. I widened my eyes, stuck out my bottom lip just slightly, and tilted my head. Please help me, love guru. Everett peeked one eye open, then immediately groaned again. Oh, come on, it's not fair. All's fair in love and war, I crooned, maintaining my puppy dog expression. He muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like, "You have no idea," before sighing heavily. Fine, he said, throwing his hands up in defeat. I'll do it. I'll be your dating coach. But, he held up a finger, his expression suddenly serious. We have to keep this on the down low. Declan would kill me if he found out. And my entire family are gossip-mongering gossips, so you can't even tell Jules. God, especially not Jules. I furrowed my brow, confused. Why would Declan care? Everett stumbled over his words. Because he's protective of you. You know, in a big brother kind of way. It seemed a bit silly to me. Everett was a green flag guy, save maybe how many women's hearts he broke on a daily basis. My heart wasn't on the line. Not with him, anyway. I nodded. Actually, I'd prefer if we kept this quiet, too. I'm a little embarrassed about needing help in this department, and I don't need it splashed on social media with the rest of my life. Relief washed over Everett's face. So we're agreed then. This stays between us? Absolutely, I said, holding out my hand. Our little secret. We shook on it, and a little thrill of excitement tittered through me. I was about to get dating lessons from Everett Kingman, the love guru himself. Just as Everett and I sealed our secret pact, the back door burst open, and the rest of the Kingman brothers piled in, laughing and shoving each other. Mission accomplished, Flynn announced, grinning from ear to ear. Yeah, until the next time Hayes needs to sneak his girlfriend out, Griff added, elbowing Hayes playfully. Hayes's face turned a shade of red I didn't think was possible. She's not my girlfriend, he mumbled, but the smile tugging at his lips told a different story. Yet. Sure, Isaac chimed in, and I'm not grounded. The brothers continued to rib Hayes, but I was distracted by Everett's quietness. He was watching Hayes with an almost wistful expression. Lay off, guys, Everett finally said. Hayes seems to know what he's doing. The room fell silent for a moment, everyone looking at Everett in surprise. He shrugged, a small smile playing on his lips. Sensing the shift in mood, I decided it was time to make my exit. Well, boys, it's been fun, but I should head home. Immediately, all 5 Kingman brothers were on their feet. We'll walk you, they said in near-perfect unison. I laughed, shaking my head. Guys, I live 2 doors down. I think I can manage. Nonsense, Everett insisted, and for a moment, I thought I might get another minute alone with him to discuss our new arrangement. You haven't lived in Colorado long enough to know that there are dangerous animals here. I huffed out a laugh. Like the killer rooster who lives across the street? Luke Skycocker knows how to hold his own. Everett folded his arms, and my, what big biceps he had. Why hadn't I noticed that before? But there's coyotes and mountain lions and snakes. So many snakes, Flynn cut in, but he was looking at Everett and not me. Big ones. Anacondas. Ev glared at his younger brother, who was ready to burst with laughter. Billy swore he'd keep that thing contained, so no, there are no, he shivered, anacondas. Except you, of course, Hayes chimed in. Declan had rescued Pooh from a rattlesnake once. I just didn't think of any of those kinds of things being in a city suburb like Thornminster. Wait, are you guys serious? Yeah, we insist. Because it's the scariest animal of all that creeps around here at night, Isaac added. The paparazzi. We all shivered, and before I knew it, 5 Kingmans were escorting me the short distance to Declan's house. A girl could get ideas with that many muscle-bound golden retrievers surrounding her. Phew. You know, I said, unable to keep the amusement out of my voice, this is probably the safest neighborhood in all of Denver. I'm not sure I need a 5-man security detail. One would probably do. Better safe than sorry, Isaac said seriously, and I had to bite back a laugh at his earnest expression. It was endearing how protective they all were. On the other hand, it was a stark reminder of how they saw me, as a little sister to be looked after, despite the fact that I was older than all of them except Everett. We reached the front door, and I turned to face my entourage. Well, gentlemen, thank you for ensuring my safe passage. I don't know how I would have survived those treacherous 50 feet without you. They all grinned, clearly pleased with themselves. As I was about to step inside, Everett leaned in close, his breath warm on my ear as he whispered, "We'll talk tomorrow." A thrill ran through me at his words, and I quickly attributed it to excitement for our upcoming lessons. Still, as I closed the door behind me and leaned against it, I got a little, teeny tiny butterfly in my stomach at the warmth of his breath, the intensity in his eyes when he'd whispered to me. "Stop it," I chided myself in a whisper. "He's my dating coach, nothing more." A traitorous part of my brain insisted on noting that while all the Kingmans were undeniably handsome, Everett was in a league of his own. He was the underwear model after all. Not that I'd looked up those pictures more than a half dozen or 500,000 times. The thought of spending one-on-one time with him, even if it was just for dating lessons, sent that butterfly in my stomach on a warpath. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I needed to focus on the goal, learning how to navigate the dating world and finding a great guy to take to the Grampies. The last thing I needed was to develop a crush on my coach. With a determined nod, I pushed off from the door and headed to my room. Tomorrow, Operation Dating Lessons would begin, and I was going to ace it, without falling for Everett Kingman in the process. But the next day turned into a shit show from the moment Kelsey came knocking on my door at 7 in the morning. "Pen! Penelope! Pen! Pen! Pen!" I tumbled out of bed, shaking off the dream I was having. I was hot and all tangled up in my sheets. I was too young to have night sweat hot flashes, wasn't I? Oh my God! I'd been having a sex dream about Everett Kingman. With a yank, I hauled my door open and stared bleary-eyed at Kelsey, who was looking a bit disheveled herself. Except she'd probably been having real sex with a real Kingman, because she was a lucky lady like that. "What's wrong?" Kelsey's eyes were wide with a mix of panic and excitement. "The video shoot for Curvy Confidence is a bust. The location we booked in LA just fell through. That one is important to me, Pen. What are we going to do?" I blinked, my brain still foggy from sleep and that all-too-vivid dream. I grabbed my tablet and sent a half-dozen messages to my contacts in LA. I'd made more connections there since working for Kelsey than the 20-some-odd years I'd lived there before. Okay, I had a feeling about that venue, so I've just pulled in the backup location I had on hold. They can squeeze us in, but it's gotta be today. "You are a freaking godsend," Kelsey hugged me. "Give me 5 minutes to throw some things in a bag." I sent messages to the flight crew to prep the plane, and then rushed around my room, grabbing essentials and shoving them into a suitcase. My phone buzzed with another incoming text. This one wasn't work. It was from Everett, and I felt my face go hot. He didn't have mental telepathy and knew I'd had a sex dream about him, did he? "Ready for lesson 1? Oh, phew. But also, damn it. I'd have to postpone our dating lessons. I quickly typed out a response explaining the situation. His reply came almost instantly. "No worries, I can coach you over the phone just as well." Declan appeared in the doorway, looking as disheveled as Kelsey, but carrying her bags. I almost dropped my phone. "Will you be back in time for the game in Florida?" he asked, his voice still rough with sleep. Kelsey looked to me. I loved how hard the two of them supported each other's careers. And while she had to miss a few games here and there, she hated to. Plus, to be honest, Declan played better when she was around. And no way I wanted to let down all of Mustang Nation because of some scheduling kerfuffles. Not to mention, I kind of liked watching the games myself. There was something about those football butts. There was no wonder why they called Everett a tight end. I mentally calculated dates and times, checked the shooting schedule to see how much was going to need to be rearranged, and tentatively nodded. We should be, I assured them both, slipping into my role as coordinator extraordinaire. The shoot shouldn't take more than 5 days if we push it. I think we can be back on Saturday to fly with you all. But if needs be, we can fly straight from LA to Florida and meet you there. Declan visibly relaxed, and I felt a surge of pride. This was what I was good at, making things work, no matter the chaos. We climbed into the car I'd ordered a few minutes later, bags and a sleepy Wiener the Pooh in tow. This was going to be a long day. My phone buzzed with another text. Here is your first assignment, my sweet Padawan. One night while you're in LA, I want you to go out and practice some flirting. Wait, no, wait. I texted back. I don't think you understand exactly how bad I am at that particular skill. He sent back a laughing emoji. I'll give you some pointers before you go out. Shit. I took a deep breath that was accidentally a little shaky. This wasn't how I'd expected our lessons to start. But maybe a little distance would be good. It would certainly help me keep my newfound attraction to Everett in check. Everything okay? Kelsey asked, noticing my preoccupation with my phone. I nodded, plastering on a smile. Just making sure everything's in order. You know me, always planning ahead. Hold up a minute. Before all of this chaos, he'd texted me asking if I was ready for lesson number 1. What exactly did Everett have in mind for my first lesson at 7 o'clock on Monday morning? That was not normal dating hours. I glared at my phone suspiciously and typed him another text. What kind of lesson had you planned for the butt crack of dawn if I wasn't flying to Cali today? The 3 little dots indicating that he was writing appeared, but then disappeared. It took all I had in me not to demand he type faster. Finally, the dots reappeared, and then his next message. I was going to make you send me a smiling, sleepy, bedhead morning selfie. Oh my God! He did know I had a sex dream. How? I dropped my phone into my lap and stared out the window for a full 7 deep breaths. My phone buzzed again while I was putting myself back together. I let it be until Kelsey nudged me. She probably thought it was the venue or the flight crew or something important. I picked it up before she could see. My boss and best friend didn't need to know I'd asked her future brother-in-law for dating help, and then had a naughty dream about him that he somehow knew about. Everett's next text was there waiting for me. 4 your dating app profiles will be setting up. Oh, right. Dating apps. Yeah, of course he'd suggest I get on the apps. This had absolutely nothing to do with the fantasies that had arisen in my REM sleep. Duh. Why a bedhead selfie? I have plenty of pics on my socials we could use. I pulled up a couple I thought were okay and sent them to him. While you're cute AF and all these, trust me, a sleepy smile and your pretty red curls spread across a pillow in the morning will get you more dates than you know what to do with. I gulped so hard Kelsey thought I was choking and slapped me on the back. I threw in a couple of coughs just so she wouldn't catch on. I gasped and grabbed my bottle of water from my bag and took a few sips. Choked on my own spit. Kelsey leaned over, her eyes widening. Is that Everett you're texting? Before I could stop her, she snatched my phone. I grabbed it back before she could scroll up. Everett would kill me, and I'd happily die if I couldn't even keep our dating lessons arrangement secret for 12 hours. You did not see what you think you saw, so pretend you didn't see anything. I gave her those same puppy dog eyes that had worked on Everett. Okay? Kelsey gave me a "you're insane" look. Everything in my life just got a whole lot more complicated.
Chapter 5. A night out or in? Everett. I'd been distracted all week, waiting for the text from Penelope saying tonight was the night she'd practice her flirting. Each evening, I stared at my phone, a mix of anticipation and dread churning in my gut. And each night, I'd feel a ridiculous sense of relief when she'd message that it had been another long day of shooting and she was too exhausted to go out. I told myself it was just concern for her well-being. After all, what kind of coach would I be if I pushed her too hard? Not that I'd pushed her at all. The thought of Penelope out there, flirting with other guys, it twisted something inside me. But now we were all in Florida for the Mustangs away game, and I was running out of excuses. The girls, Kelsey, Penelope, Willa, and Trixie, had their own suite at the hotel. Team rules meant players couldn't have our partners in our rooms after curfew. It was a rule I'd never had trouble with before, but tonight it was driving me crazy. I paced my room, reviewed my playbook, did some sit-ups and push-ups, and even the dreaded burpees, and was now trying to focus on tomorrow's game when I heard a soft giggle in the hallway. Peering out, I caught a glimpse of Kelsey slipping into Deck's room. A few minutes later, I saw Trixie sneaking towards Chris's door, and there was no way Hayes didn't already have Willa in his room. Good. I hoped the kid was getting laid like the rest of them. Kingman's played better when... Fuck, I was going to play like shit. Penelope must be alone in the girls' suite. Oh, this was such a bad idea. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was knocking on her door. When she opened it, looking adorably confused in her pink, polka-dotted pajamas, my mouth went dry, my palms started sweating, and my determination to keep this completely platonic went down in a huge tackle by my libido. How the fuck was I going to resist stripping her out of those? I grinned and waggled my eyes at her because I had the perfect solution. No one was getting naked. Get dolled up, Pen. We're going out. Her eyes widened. What? Now? But it's late and you have a game tomorrow. Curfew and all that. Exactly, I said, leaning against the doorframe, which means no one will suspect it's me. This is the perfect opportunity for your first lesson, and we'll get to do it in the real world. We'll hit a bar. No sports bars. Maybe some kind of club. Miami is littered with places to go out. I can watch from the sidelines and give you real-time tips. She bit her lip, hesitating. A club? The music is always so loud no one can hear each other talk. Come on, I coaxed, ignoring the voice in my head screaming that this was a terrible idea. All the other ladies have already snuck out. You going to let them have all the fun? Penelope's eyebrows shot up. How do you know that? I chuckled. Let's just say our boys aren't as sneaky as they think they are. Now, are you in or out? She looked at me for a long moment, and I could practically see the wheels turning in her head. Finally she sighed, and I almost pumped my fist in victory. Got her. She waved me into the enormous suite Kelsey had booked for them. Give me 10 minutes to get ready. This was good, I told myself. This was what we'd planned. It really was the perfect opportunity. I was just being a good coach, nothing more. I was doing the right thing. Totally. Absolutely. For sure. In less than 10 minutes, Penelope came back out of the bedroom and stood in the doorway fidgeting with the hem of her t-shirt. She was wearing a pair of heels that made my head spin, jeans that hugged her curves perfectly, and a crop top that revealed a tantalizing sliver of midriff. I stepped behind the suite's island bar to hide the instant hard-on pressing against my jeans. Holy fuck. I was in so much trouble here. How do I look? She asked, her voice uncertain. I'm worried the jeans are too tight, and I'm not sure I can pull off a crop top. But I'm trying to practice Kelsey's body-positive messaging and doing my best to feel confident, you know? I stood there, momentarily stunned. The jeans were tight, and just right, accentuating her ass in a way that made me forget my own goddamn name. And the crop top? It showed just enough skin to be enticing, playing peekaboo with my fucking one-track mind. But it wasn't just the outfit. It was the way her red curls framed her face, the nervous but determined look in her eyes, the slight flush on her cheeks. She was so gorgeous, and I was so dead. You look... I paused, searching for a word that wouldn't give away how affected I was. I ridiculously gave her a thumbs up. You look great, Pen. Those guys at the bar won't know what hit them. She beamed at me, and I felt my heart, my stomach, and my balls do a little flip. This coaching in real-time thing was the absolute worst idea I'd ever had in my entire life. And bring whatever lip gloss you're wearing right now. That's going to be our secret weapon tonight. We found a bar that wasn't too packed, perfect for Penelope's foray into the world of flirting. We walked in, and I could feel the nervous energy radiating off her. Relax, I said, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. You're a beautiful, sweet, and sexy woman. You've got this. She blinked at me a few times, like she was surprised I'd say that. Did she really not know how hot she was? I really don't think I do. I scanned the room, noticing plenty of eyes already on her. But a brand new group of guys walked in just a minute after us, and they were perfect. Looked like accountants, or IT guys, or some other kind of job that bred less competitive, beta kind of men. My girl needed to swim in the shallows and not with some sharks. Okay, here's what we're going to do. You see those guys over there? I nodded in their direction. Go sit at the bar and reapply your lip gloss. Penelope's brow furrowed. That's it? How was that supposed to help? She had no idea. I was going to be beating men off with a stick. First of all, trust me. Drawing attention to your pretty pink lips will bring them panting. They'll come to you, and then all you have to do is flirt a little. We'll call it a success when one of them buys you a drink, which would probably be in 6 seconds flat. She still looked skeptical, but nodded. All right, if you say so. But at any point, if you feel uncomfortable, even a little bit, just give me a signal, and I'll swoop in and pull you out of there. Okay? If any douche potato in this place made her even the slightest bit twitchy, they'd be singing soprano for a lifetime after my knees sent their balls back into prepubescence. Oh, secret hand signals I can do. Like this? She tugged on her ear, tapped the side of her nose twice, and swiped her finger across her forehead. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen in my life. Whoa, don't go crazy with the hand signals there, Sparky. I barely kept my chuckle in. Just a wave will do. Well, that's boring. She shrugged and rolled her eyes at me. But you're the coach. Penelope made her way to the bar, perched on a stool, and pulled out her shiny pink lip gloss. She applied it, then gave it another swipe and smacked her lips. Did I wish I was lip gloss right now? Yes, I did. I also felt a twinge of guilt. She was clearly nervous, but this was what she wanted, right? Sure enough, one of the guys from the group started making his way over to Penelope. I tensed, ready to intervene if necessary, but reminding myself that this was the whole point of the exercise. As the guy approached, Penelope let out a giggle that sounded more like a nervous schoolgirl than a confident woman. Then, to my surprise and slight amusement, she let out a snort laugh. Before the poor guy could even get a word in, Penelope launched into what could only be described as a verbal tsunami. Oh my gosh, isn't it so humid here? I'm from out of town, Denver, actually. It's so dry there, not like here. Here it's like walking through soup. Not that I've ever walked through soup. Can you imagine? That would be messy. Speaking of messy, my hair is not loving this weather. I watched, a mix of horror and fascination on my face as Penelope continued her ramble. The guy's eyes were growing wider by the second, and I could see him frantically looking for an escape route. Finally, he held up his hand, effectively cutting off Penelope's monologue. So sorry, he said, pulling out his phone. I've got to take this call. It was, nice meeting you. As he practically sprinted away, Penelope's shoulders slumped. She turned to me, her face a picture of embarrassment and defeat. I made my way over to her, torn between wanting to comfort her and feeling an unexpected surge of relief? Pleasure? The realization made me feel like the world's biggest jerk. What kind of coach was happy when their student failed? Well, I said, sliding onto the stool next to her. Let's figure out what just happened, okay? I think we might have some work to do. Penelope groaned, burying her face in her hands. That was a disaster. I'm hopeless, aren't I? I patted her back, ignoring the spark I felt at the contact. Not hopeless, just enthusiastic. We'll work on channeling that enthusiasm. I loved an enthusiastic woman, especially in the bedroom. Pen peeked up at me, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment, and man alive, I had my work cut out for me. Not in teaching Penelope how to flirt. She just needed a few lines, some practice, and a little confidence. This coaching arrangement was going to be a lot more complicated than I'd anticipated. After the disastrous flirting attempt, it was time to call it a night. I wasn't going to make her feel embarrassed any more than she was. An idea struck me. You know what? Let's not end the night on a low note. How about we order some pizza and watch some game film? That's how I get better at my job. Penelope perked up a bit. You taped that? Oh, my giddy aunt. If the internet ever gets a hold of that, I held my hands to show her a safe surrender. No. I meant we should watch some rom-coms. We can study how the couples flirt. For research purposes. Her smile widened. Oh, right. Okay, that actually sounds perfect. We snuck back into the hotel and settled into the empty suite instead of my room. I purposefully headed right into the living room area, and not one of the huge bedrooms with the soft, pillowy beds, even though each room had its own TV. You don't mind if I change back into my pajamas, do you? I don't think I'd fit more than one bite of pizza into these jeans. Gulp. Yeah, go for it. I just used one of these nice, decorative couch pillows to cover my lap the whole night. I distracted myself by pulling up the 24-hour room service menu on the TV and got us pizza and ice cream, the most innocent of late-night foods. I flipped through the channels until I found a classic rom-com marathon on one of the movie channels. Nothing too racy, because it was already going to be awkward as hell to watch any kind of love scene. Pen came back in, dressed in her pajamas, fuzzy slippers, and dragging her comforter. Perfect. If she was cocooned inside that thing, I'd be able to keep my eyes on the screen instead of on her boobs. Oh, I love this one. Classic rom-coms are my jam, except for the ones about teenagers. They just remind me of how dumb we all were in high school. She jumped onto the couch, but much to my dismay, left the blanket hanging over the back. Pen eyeballed me. I bet you weren't dumb in high school, were you? Mr. Football Star and future underwear model. I bet you even got good grades and were the prom king, too, weren't you? Kingmans are always the prom king, baby. Shit, I shouldn't have called her baby. What the fuck was wrong with me? Okay, maybe not always. Declan told the prom committee to fuck off, and they didn't know what to do when Flynn, Griff, and Hayes were all seniors the same year, but Isaac made a very handsome Kingman. Now I was the one experiencing a verbal tsunami. Penelope laughed. Of course he did. The only thing that saved me was the knock on the door with our food. I got it. You settle in and snuggle up. We've got work to do, young Padawan. Yes, master. Fuck a duck. I should have ordered a bag of ice to dump over my head. How in the hell did she so casually say shit like that and not think she was flirting? I sat as far away on the couch as I could and set the food in the middle of us. I absolutely was not allowing myself even the most casual of touches with her. During the movie, I paid more attention to Penelope than to the actors or what they were doing. The way she laughed at the cheesy jokes, how she leaned forward during the romantic scenes, the little sighs she let out at particularly swoon-worthy moments. See how she's maintaining eye contact? She pointed out during one flirtatious scene. And notice how she's mirroring his body language? That's all part of flirting, isn't it? They make it look so easy. Right, but they're also acting so. Penelope nodded, her eyes fixed on the screen. Should I be mirroring a guy's moves? What if he grabs his crotch or something? Yeah, don't do that. But that's not what has these two falling for each other. It was just too adorable how she was legitimately using the movie to analyze how to flirt. I'd honestly just thought it would help her forget about being embarrassed tonight. As the night wore on, and the movies played, Penelope gradually relaxed beside me. By the third movie, her head was resting on my shoulder, her breathing deep and even. When had I scooted close to her? I looked down at her, fast asleep, a strand of her red hair falling across her face. Every fiber of my being wanted to scoop her up, carry her to bed, and curl up beside her. But I knew I couldn't. That wasn't what she wanted from me. I was her coach, nothing more. With a sigh, I carefully adjusted our position so she'd be more comfortable. As I did, she snuggled closer, mumbling something in her sleep. I closed my eyes, savoring the moment while knowing it couldn't last. Tomorrow, I'd have to go back to being just her coach. But for now, with Penelope sleeping peacefully on my shoulder and the soft glow of the TV illuminating the room, I allowed myself to imagine, just for a moment, what it would be like if this was real, if she was mine. But she wasn't. Pen didn't want me that way, and I needed to get over it. I would. Tomorrow. Insta-snap post. At Everett Kingman. Pic of Everett's hand balancing a football on the tip of his finger, with a view of sunrise over Miami from a hotel balcony. Caption. Miami nights are full of surprises. The sharks were certainly circling in Vice City, but I'm shark repellent. Hashtag Mustang win. Hashtag sharp bait who ha ha. Hashtag what happens in Miami stays in Miami.
Chapter 6. Mustangs versus Sharks. Penelope. I woke up with a start, blinking a few times to figure out where I was. Hotel room. Got it. Normal for my life, but in the living room? Why wasn't I in a bed? Oh, wait. Everett? The room was quiet, save for the hums of the air conditioner and mini fridge. I was alone in the hotel suite. Last night flooded back. The disastrous flirting attempt. The way he didn't torture me over how embarrassing of a love guru student I was. And then watching rom-coms and eating pizza. I mean, that was better than any real date I'd ever been on. Too bad someone like Everett would never go for an awkward, chubby, did I mention awkward, woman like me. Not when he always had some supermodel or cheerleader on his arm or in his bed. He wasn't looking to fall in love anyway. He was a player. But that's what I wanted. Not to date or fall in love with him. God, no. I just needed his advice, his expertise. But falling asleep on his shoulder, the warmth of his body next to mine. Nope, no, red light, stop sign, do not pass go. The space beside me was cold and empty because he hadn't stayed, which was for the best. I stretched and grabbed my phone to check the time. Kelsey liked to get to the stadium early, so we had to do the minimum of sneaking her around in catering or laundry carts. Instead of the time, I saw a text from Everett. In case you wake up alone, Sleeping Beauty. I went back to my room to catch a few Z's before the game. Didn't want you to think I just ditched you, but you were sleeping so hard. I didn't want to wake you, just to... Anyway, see you after the game. I groaned, burying my face in the pillow. I had fallen asleep on him like some kind of overgrown koala. So much for being a sophisticated woman he could coach in dating. Part of me had hoped... Well, I wasn't sure what I'd hoped. That he'd still be here? Dumb. Eye roll. Ridiculous. Kelsey wandered into the suite with Trixie in tow. They both had these satisfied, dreamy looks on their faces. And honestly, anyone in the world would be able to see they'd been well loved last night. I, on the other hand, had snubbies in my curls it would take a month to brush out, and probably a whole train station of crisscross lines smushed into my face from sleeping face down on the couch cushions. Hey, Pen. Kelsey gave me a sloppy sort of smile. I know we're already running late. You can yell at Declan for that later. Would you mind ordering up some lattes for us while I hop in the shower? Oh, add me to that request, pretty please. Trixie pressed her hands together in a begging gesture. Extra shot and oat milk. I'm gonna need my energy later for, okay, I'll just be a minute too. They both disappeared into their rooms, and I heard the showers turn on seconds later. I'd expected the girlfriend's version of the Spanish Inquisition. Thank goodness they were both too distracted by their freaking blissful love lives to notice I was anything but normal, put-together Penelope. I ordered up the coffees and some pastries too, even though there would be mountains of food at the game, and included one extra in case Willis showed back up too. Then I popped in my own shower for a super fast rinse. When I looked in the slightly fogged-up mirror afterward, the contrast between the happy glow on Trixie and Kelsey's faces compared to mine was a bit too stark. If I had to be embarrassed in front of Everett Kingman, the love guru, for 100 awkward dating lessons in a row to have even a chance at finding love and happiness, I would do it. I wrapped my hair into a messy bun instead of trying to even attempt to run a brush through it, and grabbed that same lip gloss that Everett had me wear. I wasn't normally a big makeup person. I didn't need to be. Kelsey was the one in the spotlight. And it was far too easy to throw a filter on a video if I was going to be on camera for social media. Maybe I needed a makeover. Except that's what I was doing with these dating lessons, making myself over from the inside out. Work that I'd started when I became Kelsey's assistant. But nobody tells you that inside-out makeovers are harder, because you can't just spin around in a mirror and see your new and improved self. An hour later, we were all loading up on snacks and drinks in the VIP suite at the stadium. The place was already buzzing with excitement. And while I'd never been a big sports girly before, I really enjoyed coming to the games. Pen, over here, mina besta! Sarah Jane Jerry's voice rang out over the chatter. She waved enthusiastically for me to join her in the front row seats. Turned out, she'd been a bestie's bestie follower for years. Beside her, Kelsey, Trixie, and Mary Manaway were chatting up Willa, trying to make her feel welcome. I gave her a wave and a smile. She looked like she was gobsmacked by all of this, and I totally understood. Sometimes I marveled at how this was my life. I definitely hadn't been voted most likely to succeed in high school. If you would have told 15-year-old me that 10 years later I'd be traveling the world with the most adored pop star, have over 1 million followers on social media, be helping spread her message of body positivity, and get to do things like fly on a private jet to watch football games and VIP suites with an alcoholic root beer float in hand, I'd have smacked you with my notebook. But if you'd said I still wouldn't have a boyfriend with no prospects on the horizon, that I would have believed. Bridger, The father of all these Kingman boys, who he secretly referred to as Zaddy Kingman, chatted with Mac Jerry, the sports agent, and Johnston Manaway, who I'd learned early on in Kelsey's relationship was a legendary quarterback for the Mustangs in his day. Right in the middle of it all was Jules, the 17-year-old badass youngest sister of the clan. All of a sudden, I felt incredibly lucky that her attention was on Willa and not me. Nothing got by Jules Kingman. I took a long sip of my drink and made my way over to Sarah, pasting on a smile. "Hi, so nice to see you and Mac again." Kelsey turned to me, a new knowing glint in her eye, and lowered her voice. "So, Pen, we were all in such a hurry this morning I didn't get to ask. How was your evening? Do anything interesting?" Oh, God. What had she and Trixie been talking about? Did they know? This boozy, fluffy drink was going to be gone before I knew it, because it was the only thing keeping me cool right now. "Oh, watch some movies." That wasn't a lie. Kelsey hummed, clearly not buying it. "And I suppose Everett just happened to have a quiet night in, too?" Before I could stammer out a response, Sarah Jane leaned in. "Oh, what's this about Everett? Are you too—" She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. "No," I said, a bit too quickly. "Don't be silly. I may have talked to him last night. He's been giving me some advice, that's all." "Advice, huh?" Sarah chuckled. "Is that what they're calling it these days?" I felt like I was under a spotlight, my cheeks burning hotter by the second. "It's not like that." I was saved from more questions by the announcers for the game ramping up the crowd, and a ridiculously cute kid came out to sing the national anthem. As everyone turned their attention to the field, Kelsey caught my eye. She winked and then mouthed, "We'll talk later." How had a simple flirting and dating lesson turned into such a fiasco? And more importantly, why did the thought of Everett being out there on the field, not knowing about this conversation, make my stomach do little flips? The players ran onto the field, and my eyes automatically sought out Everett's number. When I spotted him, I got all kinds of little tingles in my belly. Even from this distance, he looked powerful, confident. Nothing like the soft, gentle man who'd let me fall asleep on his shoulder last night. Which I absolutely needed to stop thinking about. After the anthem, I scurried back to the spread of snacks and got a refill on my float from the ridiculously cute bartender. Ooh, this could be a moment to practice my rom-com movie moves. I stared up at him, keeping eye contact, and when he moved to one side, I mirrored him. He tipped his head and frowned at me.
"Is there something else I can get you, miss?"
Crap. We hadn't gotten to ideas for dialogue, and I already knew I sucked at that. So I just shook my head and brought my drink up to my mouth while I stood there, waiting to mirror his next move. He smiled at me right when I was taking a sip of the drink, and, yup, I absolutely snort-laughed into my drink, blowing root beer ice cream bubbles up and over the side to spill down the glass. Cute bartender pressed his lips together, clearly trying not to laugh at me. Not with me, mind you, and handed me a napkin. I took it and decided I'd have better luck flirting with the chicken nuggets at the snack bar. Suddenly, those nuggets flew through the air. Great, even the nuggets were fleeing from me, and I hadn't even attempted flirting with them yet. "Willa," Jules's voice piped up, "we haven't scared you off already, have we?" I turned to see Willa forcing a smile. No, of course not. This has been more fun than I expected. I think I'm just all worn out." Whew, it wasn't about me and my crappy flirting skills. Hopefully no one had seen that. I sidled up to them, giving Willa a knowing look. "Wouldn't have anything to do with why you didn't rejoin the pajama party last night, would it?" That should keep the attention off me. Willa's eyes widened in panic. "Shh, I don't want to get Hayes in trouble." She glanced over at Mr. Kingman, who was clearly eavesdropping, but trying to pretend he wasn't. Jules shook her head, completely unfazed. "Don't worry about my dad. Not that I want to talk about my brother's sex lives, but everyone knows the Kingmans play better ball when they're getting laid." I watched Willa's cheeks flush crimson and gave her a reassuring smile. Poor thing was in for quite a ride with this family. A family I'd bet money she would soon be a part of. Why did that make me sad? I'd be happy for her, I swear. Trixie and Kelsey joined us, turning our little group into a full-blown gossip circle. As they launched into their usual candid banter about their sex lives, I found myself grateful they were focusing on anyone else but me. Someday I'd have to thank Willow for being the freshest story and taking everyone's attention. If I wasn't so happy to be getting more girls in this family, I'd be retching right now, Jules declared, sticking out her tongue. I saw Willa shift uncomfortably, and I wanted to tell her it gets easier. That soon, she'd be laughing along with the rest of the girlfriends at the Kingman family's antics. And I couldn't help but notice that Everett was not at the top of his game today, Jules continued, her gaze suddenly swinging towards me. Who are we going to find to make the love guru, aka man-whore, fall in love? I almost fell over after being hit with that freight train of a statement. Everett wasn't playing well? Because he hadn't gotten laid? And why was Jules looking at me like that? Right, because he was with me last night instead of out romancing some cheerleader or something. But how did she know? Panic rose in my chest, and I made an abrupt turn towards the bar. "One margarita, please," I called out. "Extra shot of Patron." I needed something stronger than a root beer float to deal with this. As I waited for my drink, I stared at the floor so as not to make any more eye contact with the bartender. Was Everett really off his game because of me? Before I could spiral further, the crowd outside erupted in cheers. We all rushed to the windows, momentarily distracted by a spectacular play on the field. I watched Everett move across the field, pushing some guy out of Hayes' way. If he wasn't at the top of his game, I'd hate to see what he was like when he was. But if Jules said he wasn't playing well, she'd know. She probably knew the sport and the mindset of the athletes better than anyone else. I was a planning and organizational guru, and I could fix this. I was here to learn how to date, not to fall for my teacher, no matter how much I wanted to. But if that was throwing him off his game, we needed to do something about it. I didn't want to give up lessons, even though I was still a complete wreck talking to any guy who wasn't a Kingman. I felt like I'd learned so much already. Everett really was a love guru. Except, I'm not sure that was the right moniker for him. He was a dating guru, and I had no doubt he was a sex guru too. But maybe he needed help finding someone to fall in love with and not just take to bed. The sparklies of a new and improved idea jinglinged in my mind. What if, while he was teaching me how to date, I helped him find a date of his own? Not just a date, but someone he could actually fall for. Yes. I rubbed my hands together, planning and plotting. I'd just insist he continued to go along with me to these dating lessons and get him to demonstrate how it's done. Oh, or better yet, I'd use some of my contacts that I'd made to find him someone as gorgeous, successful, and as popular as he was. A matchmaking I would go. I glanced back at Jules, who did the two-finger eye-to-eye point between us. And right behind her was Mary Manaway giving me the same look. 2 minutes ago, that would have scared me. Not now. I had a plan, and I was going to get the love guru to fall in love. Just not with me. Bestie's Face Space group post. Pic of Kelsey Best, plus-size supermodel Sarah Jane Jerry, Penelope and friends cheering in the Kingman VIP suite at the Miami Sharks Stadium. Hey, besties! It's game day with the Mustangs and some of our BFFs. Who says curvy girls can't rock a jersey? We're here, we're cheering, and we're looking fabulous doing it. Remember, there's no size limit on being a fan or having fun. Show me your game day looks, besties. Your newly excited about football friend, Ms. Bestie's Bestie, Penelope. Hashtag Bestie's Bestie. Hashtag curvy and cheering. Hashtag football fashion. Hashtag body positive game day. Hashtag sharks or snakes.
Chapter 7. No use crying over spilled coffee. Everett. I tapped my fingers against the steering wheel, waiting for the light to turn green on my way home from practice. Tuesdays were usually the player day off after a game, but I wanted to get in an extra practice. I'd hoped it would do my system some good. I was antsy as fuck, and I knew why. It was becoming harder to ignore the way my stomach flipped every time I even thought about Penelope Quinn. No number of drills was going to work her out of my blood. But that was ridiculous, right? I mean, sure, Penelope was more than attractive, and smart, and funny, and I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. This was just a crush, nothing more. When I fell in love, really fell in love, I'd know it immediately. I was holding out for that lightning strike, just like it had been for my parents, just like it had been for Declan when he met Kelsey. Honestly, even Chris had it bad for Trixie the first time he saw her when we were all kids. Hayes was over the moon for Willa, and probably had been in high school, if he'd ever admit it. But I wasn't in love with Penn. The light turned green, and I pressed down on the gas pedal, maybe a little harder than necessary. I needed to get a grip. Penelope was a friend, a student of the love guru, nothing more. I was just teaching her how to date, how to flirt, so she could get her date for the Grampies. That was all. Might as well execute that plan, because once I quit seeing her every day, thinking about her every minute, this crush would fade, and I could go back to looking for the girl I was supposed to fall in love with. Before I could talk myself out of it, I grabbed my phone and hit Penelope's number. She picked up on the third ring. Hello? Her voice was soft, a little uncertain. I didn't like that. I wanted the sweet and outgoing Penn who knew how to conquer the world. I'd fucked that up by pushing her out of her comfort zone too fast. We'd take it slower this time, and I'd make sure she didn't fail like that again. Hey, Penn, it's Everett. As if she didn't know. Smooth, Kingman, real smooth. Are you free and up for a little impromptu lesson? There was a pause on the other end of the line, and for a moment I worried I'd cut into her workday. She and Kelsey were always go, 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 and I didn't even really know what they were doing, besides changing the world one song and one social media post at a time. But then she laughed, a sound that sent warmth spreading through my chest and other areas down below. I've got some time. What did you have in mind? I pulled into the parking lot of Cool Beans, our neighborhood coffee shop. How about some casual flirting practice? No bars this time. Nothing too intense. Just, everyday interactions. The kind of thing you might do if you saw someone who piqued your interest at, say, a coffee shop. Oh. Was that disappointment in her voice? No, I was definitely imagining things. Yeah, that sounds good. Where were you thinking? Cool Beans? I suggested, trying to keep my voice casual. It's a good, low-pressure environment, but since Willa's taken over and cooked up all her marketing ideas, there's a steady stream of customers. But it's not overly crowded. Okay, sure. When? She sounded a little distracted, and I wondered if maybe Kelsey was nearby and could hear Penn's side of the call. I should have thought of that. I glanced at my watch. Can you get away now? I'm actually already here. I winced, realizing how eager that made me sound. I mean, I was on my way home from the gym, so... Penelope laughed again, and I found myself smiling in response. All right, give me 15 minutes. I hung up and leaned back in my seat, taking a deep breath. This was fine. This was normal. Just two friends hanging out, one teaching the other how to flirt. Totally normal. I got out of the car and headed into Cool Beans. The familiar scent of coffee and freshly baked pastries hit me as soon as I walked through the door. Willa was behind the counter, and she grinned when she saw me. Everett, what brings you here in the middle of the day? Shouldn't you be at practice or something? Not that I'm complaining, especially if you happen to post on your socials that you're here. Your adoring fans definitely need some coffee or tea this afternoon. I shrugged, approaching the counter. Day off. Thought I'd grab a coffee. How's it going? Hayes treating you right? Willa rolled her eyes, but her smile widened. Your brother is beyond a perfect gentleman. Most of the time. Now, what can I get you? She blushed a little talking about Hayes, and I loved that for the two of them. Just a black coffee for now, I said. I'm actually meeting someone in a few minutes. Willa's eyebrows shot up. First of all, no, you'll get a fancy concoction of mine and like it. And anyone I know? I hesitated. Willa did know Penelope. They might even be friends. I needed to play this cool so Willa didn't suspect anything. Hopefully she'd be too busy serving customers when Penn got here. Maybe I'd just send a little text to Hayes to get him over here to distract her. Just Penelope, I said finally. We're, working on a project. Uh-huh, Willis said, her tone skeptical. She turned to make my coffee, or tea, or whatever it was, and I could practically feel her curiosity radiating off her in waves. I sent that text to Hayes. I took my drink, which smelled like Christmas, and settled into a corner table, one with an unobstructed view of both the door and the counter, but that was far enough away that Willow wouldn't overhear everything we were saying. As I waited for Penelope, I found myself getting increasingly nervous. What was wrong with me? This was easy-peasy stuff, not rocket science. She'd pick it up in no time. But maybe I didn't want her to, and as much as I tried to deny it, I knew that my feelings for Penelope were becoming more complicated by the day, which was why I needed to make her a dating expert immediately, if not sooner. The bell above the door chimed, and Penelope walked in. She was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, her hair loose around her shoulders, and for a moment I forgot she wasn't mine. She spotted me and smiled, giving a little wave as she made her way to the counter. I watched as she ordered, chatting easily with Willa and Javier, the other barista. This was good, I told myself. She wasn't awkward with Javi. I could remind her of that when she got nervous later. She slid into the seat across from me, looked around like she was a Cold War spy, making sure no one was watching, and lowered her voice. So, Teach, what's the lesson plan for today? Cute as fuck. Well, I said, setting my cup down, I thought we could start with something simple. Flirting in everyday situations. The kind of thing you might do if you were interested in, say, the cute barista who makes your coffee every morning. Penelope's eyes widened slightly, and for a second I thought I saw a flash of something. Disappointment? Frustration? Across her face. But then she smiled, and it was gone. Okay, she said, leaning forward slightly. So, if I were interested in the cute barista at a coffee shop, what would you suggest I do? I nodded towards Javi. Why don't you go try flirting with him? You seemed pretty comfortable chatting earlier. Penelope's face suddenly drained of color until she glanced over her shoulder at Javier, who gave her a little wave when he saw her looking at him. Then she turned about 50 shades of pink. What? Now? I don't know what to say. I watched her curiously. She'd been so at ease with Javi just moments ago, but now she looked like she'd rather face a firing squad than go talk to him again. Yep, just as I suspected. Pen, I said gently, you only lose your cool when you think the conversation has to lead to romance, don't you? She bit her lip, sank down into her chair, and nodded slightly. I leaned in, my voice low. The best way to flirt with a man is always just to be yourself. Don't worry about whether the guy you're talking to is looking for a date. It's all about seeing if you connect with that person. It's not like whoever you meet is going to jump into bed with you that very minute. Penelope licked her lips like she was thinking about fucking jumping into bed with Javi, and I felt smacked with something. Jealousy? No, that was ridiculous. I pushed the feeling aside. Just be yourself, I repeated. That's the most attractive thing you can be. She nodded, seeming to relax a bit. But then her eyes darted to the door, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. Okay, how about you show me how it's done? I turned to see a woman walking in, probably in her late 20s, tall with an athletic build, long dark hair, and a friendly smile. All right, I agreed, standing up. Watch and learn. I made my way over to the woman, and I could feel Penelope's eyes on me. Good. This was going to be the easiest of the lessons for her to observe. I struck up a conversation with the newcomer in line, whose name I learned was Simone, keeping it light and casual. She mentioned that she'd heard the tea here was great, and that's what she was looking for because she was a singer in a local band. I recommended she ask Willa to make her one of her tea concoctions and offered to buy it for her to try. Then we sat at a nearby table together, and I asked her about her band. It was that easy. Listen to what the person was saying and respond to that so they knew you were genuinely listening and interested. Simone was cute, friendly, obviously interested in me, and I felt absolutely nothing. Nada. Zilch. I was just about to wrap up the conversation when I felt someone bump into me from behind. I turned to see Penelope, who had somehow managed to scoot her chair right up next to mine without me noticing. Oh, I'm so sorry, she said, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. I was just trying to get a better view of the menu board. Before I could respond, Penelope shifted in her seat, and suddenly her coffee cup was tipping, its contents spilling all over both of us. Oh no, she gasped, jumping up. I'm so sorry. I sat there, coffee dripping down my shirt, staring at Penelope in disbelief. Her t-shirt was also soaked, and she was frantically dabbing at us both with napkins. Simone, looking bewildered, quietly excused herself and headed out the door. As Pen dabbed at my shirt, I caught her eye. For a moment, I thought I saw a flash of triumph in her expression, quickly replaced by embarrassment. "I think," I said, trying to keep the amusement out of my voice, "that this might be a good time to end today's lesson." Penelope nodded, and then shook her head and closed her eyes, embarrassed once again. Damn it. "I think you might be right." We stepped out of Cool Beans, and the crisp Colorado air hit our damp clothes. Penelope hugged herself, her teeth chattering slightly. "Here," I said, shrugging off my jacket and draping it over her shoulders. "You need this more than I do." She looked up at me, her eyes wide and unreadable. "Thanks," she murmured, pulling the jacket tighter around her. The sight of her in my clothes did something to my insides that I wasn't ready to examine too closely. "I'm so sorry about all that." She waved her hand around in the general direction of the spill zone. "I can't believe I made such a mess of things." I chuckled, trying to ease her embarrassment. "Pen, it's fine. It's not like I was actually interested in that woman." She laughed weakly, but then her face grew serious. "Everett, I think we should cancel the lessons." "What?" No way I was letting her quit. I wasn't nearly started with her, much less done. "Why?" Penelope sighed, looking down at her feet. "I'm clearly horrible at this. I can't even make it through a simple coffee shop lesson without disaster striking. Maybe I should just accept that I'll be going to the Grampies alone." "Penelope, look at me." I waited until she raised her eyes to mine. "You're not horrible at this. Everyone has awkward moments. Everyone. You should have seen the way Chris used to act around Trixie before he took my advice to actually tell her about his feelings for her. You gotta trust me." She bit her lip, looking unconvinced. "But—" "No buts," I interrupted. "Listen, I have an idea. I think I've been going about these lessons the wrong way. You up for trying something different, with less eyes on you?" Penelope nodded hesitantly. "Good. Then I think it's time for some private lessons," I suggested, my heart racing a little at the thought. It was all for the cause. The sooner I could get her confident enough to talk to a guy, the better. "We'll start with body language instead of flirting. Then you don't have to worry about what to say." "Body language?" Penelope echoed, her eyes widening slightly. I nodded, suddenly very aware of how close we were standing. "Yeah, reading signals, sending the right messages. Your eyes and a tilt of the head or a lick of the lips can say way more than words anyway." "Oh," she said softly. Was it my imagination, or did she lean in a little closer? "That sounds interesting. I guess we could try that, because I'm clearly crap at the flirting by talking to anyone thing." "Great," I said, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically. "Same time next week. We could meet at my place. No audience, no chance of coffee spills." "Your place?" Penelope squeaked, her cheeks flushing even darker. She mumbled something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like, "Not sure I'll be any less awkward there." "What was that?" I asked. "Nothing," she said quickly. Your place sounds fine. Perfect, even." As she turned to leave, she started to shrug off my jacket, but I stopped her. "Keep it," I said. "You can give it back to me at our next lesson." She nodded, clutching the jacket closer. "Okay. Well, see you later. And thanks for not giving up on me even after I ruined your shirt and your chances with Simone." I watched her walk away, my jacket draped over her shoulders, and a confusing mix of anticipation and dread worked its way from the base of my spine all the way down my legs. I was going to need another workout. Once she reached her car, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out to see a text from Willa. "Saw what happened. You two okay? By the way, Javi was asking about Penelope after you left. Think you might be interested. Just thought you should know." Smiley face with a wink. I looked up sharply, just in time to see Willa waving at me from inside Cool Beans, a knowing smirk on her face. As I stood there, my wet shirt clinging uncomfortably to my skin, Penelope driving away in my jacket, and Willa's text glowing on my phone screen, I took a long, deep breath and shook my head at myself. Because the worst part? I was looking forward to our next lesson way more than any self-respecting teacher should. Private lessons on body language with Penelope? What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 8. Verbal Diarrhea. Penelope. I paced in the little den at Declan's house Kelsey and I had commandeered as an office. We were both so used to working from hotel rooms and coffee shops while she was on tour and doing her promos that it was really nice to have a home base. Being a SoCal girl, I didn't know if I'd like living in Colorado, especially now that the weather was turning cooler. But I was seriously looking forward to seeing snow for the first time, so there was that. I phone pressed to my ear, cringing at the memory of yesterday's coffee shop disaster. Simone, I'm so sorry about what happened. I swear I'm not usually such a klutz. Simone's laughter tinkled through the phone. Penelope, relax. It was actually kind of adorable. Besides, any chance to see Everett Kingman up close is worth a little spilled coffee. I felt a twinge of something at her words. Jealousy? No, that was ridiculous. This was exactly what I wanted, right? To help Everett find love. Simone was poised to be the next big name in pop, and she and Everett would make a great match. Both of them were total 10s. Speaking of Everett, Simone giggled and sighed like a schoolgirl with a crush. I could relate. What did he say after I left? Did he mention me at all? I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the knot forming in my stomach, where the butterflies normally flitted about whenever I talked about Everett. Oh, he was mostly concerned about the mess, but I'm sure he liked you. I mean, how could he not? You're sweet, Simone said. Do you think he'd be interested in grabbing coffee for real sometime? Just the two of us? The knot turned into a sailor's hitch, or a granny knot, or really just a massive entanglement. I'm sure. He's pretty busy during the football season, you know, so he doesn't have a ton of free time, like one day every week. I was rambling. Why was I rambling? I can try to set something up again if you want. Maybe you could come to a game. Would you? That'd be amazing. Simone's excitement was palpable. Okay, gotta run. Tell Kelsey congrats again on all the Grampies nominations. I can't wait to see you all at the ceremony. I still can hardly believe we got a nomination too. We chatted for a few more minutes before saying goodbye. As I hung up, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd somehow made a huge mistake. But that was crazy, right? This was what I wanted, to help Everett find love, to stop those confusing feelings I was having, to focus on finding my own date for the Grampies. My phone buzzed with a text from Kelsey. Time to switch gears and focus on work. An hour later, Kelsey and I were virtually knee-deep in discarded ideas for the album cover. My tablet was almost ready to overheat from all the notes as we discussed trying to figure out the upcoming photo shoot. I want something edgy, but glamorous, Kelsey mused, flipping through a mood board I sent to her phone. If I'm going to announce the album drop at the Grampies, it's got to scream power and strength, you know? The teasers with the snakes we posted the other day went mega viral. What if we did something with a real snake? Kelsey's eyes lit up. Yes, a big one, draped around my shoulders. It'll be perfect for the title track. I nodded, already mentally scrolling through my contacts for animal wranglers. The only people I had on speed dial were dog sitters, trainers, and groomers for Wiener the Pooh. Okay, a big live snake. I can make that happen. Any particular type you're thinking of? Something impressive. I don't actually have any knowledge about real snakes, besides the time Declan saved Pooh from the rattlesnake. Pooh gave a soft bark and wagged her tail. She was the one responsible for the way Declan and Kelsey met, after all. Maybe a python? Or a boa constrictor? Kelsey grinned. I don't know. I trust you to find the perfect one, because you're the best assistant in the whole wide world. This was what I was good at. Solving problems, making the impossible happen. Unless, of course, that included finding myself a date, or even talking to anyone whose last name wasn't Kingman. Thanks, Kels. I'll start researching reptile handlers right away. I'll need to check on permits, safety protocols. I'm sure there are all kinds of boxes to be checked when working with live animals. As I rattled off the list of things we'd need to consider, a small part of my brain wandered to the way Everett had tried to rescue me from the snakes that day. The thought made me giggle, earning a curious look from Kelsey. Something funny about snake safety? She asked, arching an eyebrow. But that wasn't really the question she was asking. I'd successfully avoided other inquiries about why I'd been texting with Everett, but she knew something was going on with me. I'd tell her all about it after I found my date for the red carpet. I shook my head, still smiling but composing myself. No, sorry. Just thinking about how the besties are going to freak out when they see the photos. It's going to be quite a shoot. Kelsey nodded, a mischievous glint in her eye. That it is. Now let's talk wardrobe. I'm thinking leather and... As we dove into the details of the photo shoot, I pushed thoughts of Everett, Simone, and my own dating foibles to the back of my mind. I had a job to do, and I was damn good at it. The rest, well, I'd figure that out later. Hopefully before I had to face Everett for our next lesson. A lesson on body language. Alone. At his place. I groaned internally. What had I gotten myself into? After our meeting, I went to grab us a quick lunch at the deli in the neighborhood, just a couple of doors down from Cool Beans. I certainly couldn't show my face in there for a few days. As I pushed open the door, the smell of freshly baked bread and aromatic spices enveloped me. My stomach growled in anticipation. Penelope, hey! I froze, recognizing the voice immediately. Slowly, I turned to see Javi, the barista from Cool Beans, grinning at me from behind the deli counter. He was wearing the deli's uniform instead of his coffee shop attire, his curly mahogany brown hair tucked under a cap. Javi, I didn't know you worked here, I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I approached the counter. He shrugged, his smile widening. Just started last week. Gotta pay those college bills somehow, right? What can I get for you today? As I scanned the menu, my mind raced. This was a perfect opportunity to practice what Everett had been teaching me. Casual flirting, right? I could do this. And it's not like Javi was going to want to jump my bones right here on top of the deli counter. Well, I said, attempting to sound confident. What would you recommend? I'm in the mood for something adventurous. I tried to quirk my eyebrow the way Everett did when he was being charming. Javi's eyes widened slightly, and I worried I'd overdone it. But then he laughed, a warm, rich sound that made me relax a little. Adventurous, huh? How about our special? It's a spicy chicken sandwich with a mango habanero sauce. It's got quite a kick. I nodded, relieved to have navigated that interaction somewhat smoothly. Sounds perfect. I'll take it. As Javi prepared my sandwich, I leaned against the counter, trying to look casual. So how are you liking it here compared to Cool Beans? It's different, he said, glancing up at me. But I'm learning a lot about food prep, so that's good. I'm studying hospitality, so I guess this gives me some kitchen experience. Plus, the customers here are just as interesting. He winked at me, and I felt my cheeks warm. Oh, God. Was he flirting with me? Crap, was I supposed to flirt back? What would Everett do in this situation? I bet they are, I managed, then immediately cringed internally. Smooth. I was so smooth. Javi didn't seem to notice my awkwardness. He finished wrapping up my sandwich and handed it over. As I reached for it, our fingers brushed, and I nearly dropped the sandwich. Careful, Javi said, steadying my hand with his. Wouldn't want you to have another spill like yesterday. I froze. You saw that? He nodded, looking a bit sheepish. Yeah, I was just coming back from my break. Hope you weren't too embarrassed. Oh, I said, trying to laugh it off. Just me being my usual clumsy self. No harm done, except to my pride. And Everett's shirt. Everett, Javi repeated, his smile faltering slightly. You two seemed pretty cozy. Are you? No, I said, perhaps too quickly. No, we're just friends. He's helping me with something. Javi's smile returned full force. Good to know. Hey, listen, I was wondering... Oh, no. Oh, no. Was he about to ask me out? What should I do? What would Everett tell me to do? I should listen to what Javi said and respond so he knew I'd been paying attention. Before I could stop myself, I blurted out, Did you know that the habanero pepper can be up to 100 times hotter than a jalapeno? Javi blinked, clearly thrown off by my random fact. No, I didn't. And mango trees can grow up to 100 feet tall. I continued, my voice rising an octave. Isn't that fascinating? I mean, who knew fruit could be so tall? Javi opened his mouth to respond, but I was on a roll now, words tumbling out of me like a broken dam. Speaking of tall things, did you know giraffes have the same number of neck vertebrae as humans? It's true. They're just much, much bigger. Kind of like how this sandwich is much bigger than I expected. Is this a foot long? I don't think I can fit a foot long in my mouth. Maybe I should get a 6-inch instead. Oh, God! Did I seriously just say I couldn't fit a foot long in my mouth? Please don't let him think that was some kind of innuendo. Maybe I'll just have a salad. Do you have salads here? Of course you do. All delis have salads. Silly me. I finally paused to take a breath. And in that moment of silence, I became acutely aware of how loudly I'd been talking. The entire deli had gone quiet, and I could feel every eye on me. Javi stared at me, a mix of confusion and concern on his face. Sure, Pen, I can get you a salad instead. Before I could answer, or spout more random facts, the bell above the door chimed. A customer behind me in line asked loudly, "Is this some kind of performance art?" My face felt like it was on fire. I have to go, I mumbled, backing away from the counter. Thanks for the... I gestured vaguely at the sandwich still sitting on the counter, then turned and practically ran out of the deli. It wasn't until I was halfway back to the house that I realized I'd left without lunch. My stomach growled in protest, and Kelsey was expecting something to eat too. I'd rather starve than face Javi again after that spectacle. I was never setting foot in that deli again. Or Cool Beans. In fact, maybe I should just swear off all food service establishments for the foreseeable future. It seemed safer that way. I opened up the GrubDash app and ordered delivery. Hopefully Javi wouldn't be the one making the food. Why had I reacted so strongly to the mere possibility of him asking me out? Wasn't the whole point of Everett's lessons to help me date? So why did the thought of going out with anyone make me panic and spout random facts about peppers and giraffes? I didn't act like this around Declan or Everett or any of their brothers. Because I was never going to date any of them. Everett was right. The second I even thought about romantic anything was when I turned into a blathering idiot. At least I had that private lesson about body language to look forward to. Or dread. At this point, I wasn't sure which. The week flew by, and before I knew it, Sunday arrived, which was, of course, game day for the Mustangs. But instead of cheering from the stands, I found myself on the side of a chilly mountain, clipboard in hand, as Kelsey filmed a scene for her next music video. "All right, people," the director shouted. "Let's take it from the top. Kelsey, remember, you're a warrior queen leading your army into battle. But make it sexy." I stifled a laugh as Kelsey rolled her eyes at me before striking a fierce pose. As the music started and Kelsey began her sexy warrior routine, I checked my phone. The Mustangs game would be starting soon. A text from Everett popped up. "Missing you in the stands today. Cheer for me from your super secret sneaky undisclosed location." My heart did a little flip. He was missing me? I quickly typed back. "Break a leg, but not literally, please. I don't want to have to help you explain that to your flip-flop followers." Hours later, as we wrapped up the shoot, my phone buzzed again. This time it was Jules, Everett's sister, and it was in the Kingman family group text. I was in the family group text? "Reminder, it's surprise family game night at Cool Beans in an hour. Anyone who played football today is required to shower with soap and water first. See you there." Crud muffins. Cool Beans? The scene of my coffee disaster with Everett, where Javi worked. I wondered if I could beg off. But another text from Jules popped up, and this one was just to me. "Extra excited you and Kelsey can make it tonight. I know it was a big ask, but we're getting this close to having as many girls as boys for the teams. My plans for female domination have almost come to fruition. Hashtag wahaha. Hashtag feminomenon." Before I could come up with an excuse, Kelsey peered over my shoulder. "Oh, right, it's game night. You're going to love this, Pen." And just like that, my fate was sealed. An hour later, I walked into Cool Beans, Kelsey at my side. The cafe had been transformed, with tables pushed together and board games stacked high. The Kingman clan was all filing in too, and they were ever the boisterous group that filled a space with laughter and friendly bickering. Everett spotted me first, his face lighting up in a way that made my knees weak. He made his way over to us, and I scanned the room anxiously. No sign of Javi. Thank God for small mercies. How was the game? I asked whenever it reached us. He grinned.
We won, but it probably would have been a blowout if you two were there.
Smooth, bro, Declan called out, earning him an elbow in the ribs from his fiancée, Kelsey. Had Everett said something to his brother about our little arrangement? Because if Declan knew, Kelsey knew, and that would explain why she hadn't been pestering me about it.
All right, everyone.
Mr. Kingman clapped his hands, his voice booming over the chatter.
Time to pick your teams and your kitten mascots.
There was a mad scramble as the guys, all grown men who towered over 6 feet, dove for the box of kittens like they were going after a fumbled football.
Dibs on the orange ball of chaos,
Everett shouted, scooping up a squirming ball of fur.
And I choose Penn as my partner in crime.
Okay, first of all, where had the kittens come from? And also, had he really just picked one that matched the shade of my hair perfectly, and then declared me as his partner in front of everyone? He was going to blow our cover. And make me blush. Everett grinned at me, holding out a tiny orange kitten. Something was different with him today. He was acting more like a boyfriend or... Oh my God. Was this the next lesson? Was I supposed to be paying attention to his body language? I took the fluffy ball of fur, whose fur matched my hair exactly, trying to ignore the hot spark that spread through me when our fingers brushed. It was almost like lightning had struck the two of us.
Chapter 9. Kingman's Play to Win. Everett. My day started with a fucking epiphany. It had hit me like a touchdown pass, and I knew how to help Penn. She really got herself all twisted up the second she considered someone a potential romantic interest. I'd never seen quite such verbal diarrhea or clumsiness out of her at any other time. She was never awkward around me, or my brothers, though, because she didn't see us as anything other than a newfound family. But we weren't family. We were a whole load of red-blooded men, and even if it made me want to smack them all upside the heads, I'd bet half of my brothers had a crush on Penelope. That was going to be the key to getting her out of her head and relaxed. Once she realized she was already smart and sassy and fun to hang out with, when she was just being herself, even around men who thought she was hot, she'd get any date she wanted. And then I'd be able to stop thinking about her and her love life every goddamn second of my day. The idea of pretending to pursue Penn energized me, and I just had one of my best games of the season. I'd smashed anyone coming Hayes' way when he was running with the ball, and even leaped over a whole-ass defensive line and right into the end zone for a touchdown. Now, sitting here at Cool Beans, I was ready to put my plan into action. Finding a bright orange, rascally kitten to present to her, and picking her as my teammate for the games was the perfect opener. If that didn't say, I've been fantasizing about what your hair would look like wrapped around my fist as I fuck you from behind. Nothing did. Just, as an example. Tonight was all about teaching her how to flirt and date by example. Of course, I had to be careful. I sure as hell didn't want Declan finding out. My brother's protective streak when it came to Penelope was no joke. It was a risky move, but I was banking on my family being too wrapped up in the game to notice anything unusual. I settled into my seat next to Penelope, cataloging every inch of where her skin touched mine. The tiny orange kitten purred contentedly in her lap. It was perfect. So, kitten, I leaned in close enough that my mouth brushed against her ear. Ready to dominate this game night? Penelope looked up at me, her eyes flashing, and she tipped her head, studying me. Hopefully that meant she was already catching on. I'm sure the kitten is excellent at board games. Me, on the other hand, I'm not much of a player. I grinned, seizing the opportunity. Well, lucky for you, I'm an excellent teacher, both on and off the field. I winked, noting with satisfaction how she caught her breath when I did. Let the games begin. Every time Penelope laughed at one of my jokes or brushed against me as she reached for the dice, I felt that familiar spark. It was becoming increasingly difficult to remind myself that this was just practice, just a lesson. Your turn, Pen, I said, handing her the dice. Our fingers touched, and I let the contact linger just a moment longer than necessary. It's all in the wrist. Penelope raised an eyebrow at me, a playful smirk on her face. Is that dice-throwing advice, or instructions from the love guru? A zing of electricity zipped through me. Was she flirting back? I hadn't expected that so quickly, but I certainly wasn't complaining. This was working better than I'd anticipated. I glanced around quickly, making sure no one was paying attention to us. I saw Luckily, everyone seemed absorbed in their own heated debates about game strategy and stats. Either, I replied, matching her tone. I'd be happy to give you a private lesson on proper wrist technique later. As the games continued, filled with laughter, playful banter, kitten shenanigans, and increasingly competitive moves, I found myself paying less attention to the games and more to Penelope. The way her eyes lit up when she made a good play, the adorable scrunch of her nose when she was concentrating, the musical sound of her laughter, and the way she cuddled that tiny orange cat. Phew. I grabbed the collar of my shirt. Why was it so hot in the coffee shop? No one else was sweating. Did I have a fever? Ain't nobody got time to be sick during the season, but damn, it was like there was fire in my blood. No, something that burned hotter than a mere flame. It was like electricity. Lightning. Earth to Everett. Penelope's voice broke through my reverie. She was looking at me with a mixture of amusement and concern. It's your turn, unless you're planning to forfeit. I shook my head, both to clear my thoughts and in response to her question. Not a chance, I said, picking up the dice. Kingman's play to win, remember? I rolled, but I wasn't just talking about the game. I was playing for something far more valuable and more dangerous, I realized as I caught my little sister Jules' questioning glance from across the table. I gave her an older brother stay-out-of-my-business glare. I'd have to be more careful. The stakes in this game were higher than I'd ever imagined. The night wound down, and the kitten started dozing off in various laps, and I saw my chance for the next part of tonight's plan. I leaned in close to Pen, my lips barely brushing her ear. What do you say we sneak out of here and move on to the next part of your lesson? I believe I promised you private tutoring on body language. Pen's eyes widened for a moment before a mischievous grin spread across her face. I knew this was a flirting lesson. How did I do? You tell me. Because if I told her she was doing such a bang-up job that I was more than turned on, our little dating lesson arrangement would be over. I was not ready for that. Well, she tapped her lips, and I wondered if she was doing that on purpose just to get me to look at her lush mouth. I didn't spill anything on you, or spout random facts about hot peppers or giraffes, so I'm gonna call that a win. I let out a surprised guffaw and caught Jules' attention again, so I raised my voice for my next question to throw my little sister off the scent. Giraffes? Jules rolled her eyes and shook her head at me, but went back to her real focus of the night, Willa and Hayes. Thank goodness she was set on getting herself a sister-in-law there, and hadn't set her sights on me yet. Oh, no. Pen put her hands over her face and peeked at me through her fingers. I may have done some independent study with Javi and failed miserably. I suddenly didn't like Javier very much right now. I believe you need to be under supervision until you graduate from the Love Guru Academy, young lady. You're not wrong about that. Lead the way to our next class, she whispered back. I made an excuse about being worn out after the game, and while I held the attention, Pen said something to Kelsey and made her way out the door of Cool Beans. The cool night air hit me hard, reminding me how effing hot I'd felt all night. I'd just take a couple of aspirin or something and drink a gallon of water when I got home. Pen was waiting by my car and rubbing her arms with a little shiver, too. Perfect opportunity. I quickly opened the car door for her. She slipped into my '67 Chevy Camaro, and I popped round to the other side. I'd searched high and low for this car, specifically for this one particular feature, a bench seat in the front. A rare find, and perfect for exactly this scenario. Cold? I asked, already pulling her snug against my side and draping my arm over her shoulders. Such a gentleman, Pen teased and snuggled in closer. Is this part of the lesson? I grinned, deciding to amp up my game. Absolutely. Body language is best when it's observed up close and personal. It was only a couple-minute drive to my house, and I relished every second of it. Pen seemed content, and I patted myself on the back for making her feel comfortable enough around me to hold her like this and her not be nervous at all. Her nerves were replaced with charged silence and stolen glances. I kept reminding myself this was just a lesson, but damn if it didn't feel like something more. When I pulled into the driveway, I jumped out, slid across the hood of the car, and opened her door for her. She took my offered hand to get out of the car, and static electricity zapped us both. Oh, that's the second time you've shocked me tonight. Perhaps third time would be the charm. A great way to use our body language lesson is to see what kind of guy you're hanging out with. I think that might be an advanced lesson. I thought we'd be doing eyelash batting and coy smiles or something. You don't need that, Pen. It's all about the art of subtle touching. To demonstrate, I placed my hand on the small of her back as we walked to my front porch. Pen didn't miss a beat. She leaned into my touch, so that every step my fingers grazed the top of her rounded ass. She glanced up at me through her lashes. Like this? Fuck me. Exactly like that. Yeah, good job. When we reached my front porch, I decided to let her guide what happened next. You're better at this than you think. Show me what else you know about body language. Pen raised an eyebrow, a challenge in her eyes. She leaned against my door, one heel up against the frame, and tilted her head up to look at me like she was just waiting for me to make a move. I saw this on Flip-Flop. Her voice had gone low and husky. Holy shit, when did Pen get so good at this? I swallowed hard, trying to maintain my composure. Not bad. I managed, my voice a bit rougher than I intended. I stepped closer, placing one hand on the doorframe above her head, effectively boxing her in. I leaned in, my face mere inches from hers. Her lips parted, and her eyes went dark and shiny. Body language is all about creating tension, I murmured, my eyes locked on hers, making the other person hyper-aware of your presence. Pen's breath hitched, and my eyes darted to her lips, then back up to her eyes. Is it working? She whispered. You tell me, pretty penny. I breathed, inching closer. The air between us crackled with electricity. I couldn't help it. I was going to kiss her. Lesson be damned, I needed to know what those lips felt like against mine. I closed the distance between us, and Penelope closed her eyes. Something cool and smooth brushed against my ear. A soft hiss followed. What the? I jerked back, my heart leaping into my throat as I caught sight of the fucking yellow-spotted anaconda from hell hanging from my porch light, its forked tongue flicking out mere inches from my face. Holy shit! I yelped, stumbling backward and nearly falling off the porch steps. Snake! 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 Pen's eyes flew open in shock. She looked down at me, crouching in the doorway, and then up at the snake. Me, the big, bad football player, pressed against the door, cowering from that damn snake, while said creature curled back up around a light fixture, seeming more interested in the light than either of us. That's a yellow anaconda, she said matter-of-factly, just as if she wasn't looking at my own personal stalker. I'll have you know that's my arch-enemy, and it's been hunting me. He probably thinks I'll taste like chicken. I scowled at the beast. And why do you know what kind of snake it is? Pen's face crinkled with soft laughter as she looked between me and the snake. She reached her hand out to me and pulled me to my feet. I scooted all the way to the farthest end of the porch. Everett, she said with a subtle laugh as she said my name. Hearing my name on her lips was the only thing keeping me sane at the moment. Do you know this snake? I grimaced, trying to slow my racing heart. Billy, the neighbor kid with the death wish, lives behind me. His monster snake gets out and comes after me at least once a week. I eyed the anaconda warily. Think you could, call animal control or something while I just stand over here? Far away? I've got it handled. Pen hid her smile and nodded very seriously. Then she pulled out her phone and waited for someone to answer. Hi. Yeah, it's Penelope. I think my good friend Everett just found the snake for Kelsey's photo shoot. Oh, shit. I didn't know if I was more upset about the snake or that Pen had just called me her friend. Her good friend. Nothing I was feeling about Penelope Quinn was good. It was all unbelievably bad, in all the best ways. Insta-snap post. At Cool Beans, Thorn Minster. Cool Beans Coffee Shop, Thorn Minster, Colorado. Pic of a bright orange sleeping kitten sprawled out across a game board surrounded by a mess of game pieces. A latte and half-eaten cookie are nearby. Caption. Now hosting after-hours family game nights. Kitten's optional. Wink. Pro tip, never play Footballopoly against at Everett Kingman and at Bestie's Bestie, unless you're prepared for a power team to take you down. P.S. This little guy and his brothers and sisters are looking for their forever homes. Stop by our next Catterday adoption event to make him yours. Hashtag family time, hashtag Kingman clan, hashtag game night, hashtag Catterday, hashtag couple goals.
Chapter 10. Hot for Teacher. Penelope. I woke up with a start, my heart racing as if I'd just run a marathon. The dream had felt so real. Everett's body pressed against mine, his lips mere inches from my own. I could still feel the ghost of his breath on my skin, the electricity crackling between us. Great snakes of fire! Waking up from sex dreams of Everett was becoming much too regular of an occurrence. Getting laid had not been on my priority list for why I wanted to get a date. Not that it would be a terrible thing. Well, maybe for the guy. But my own personal battery-operated boyfriend was clearly not fulfilling my needs anymore. It was already completely embarrassing to ask for dating lessons. There was no way I could also ask for sex lessons, even if I needed them. Or so the last guy I'd been with had said. "Get it together, Pen," I muttered, pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes. This was ridiculous. Everett was just helping me out, teaching me how to date. That almost kiss on his porch, it was just a lesson in body language, nothing more. A lesson I'd replayed in my mind about 1,000 billion trillion times. Somebody was hot for teacher. I flopped back onto my pillow with a groan. This crush that was getting hotter and heavier by the day was not going to find me a date for the Grampies, and it definitely wasn't going to help me maybe someday find a man to fall in love with. And I had absolutely no idea what to do about it. Work. That's what I'd do. It was the perfect way to ignore my problems. I had plenty. Although Everett had helped me check one thing off my list by helping me find a snake for Kelsey's video. Billy's parents had been more than thrilled, especially given their shiny new snake wrangler and trainer fully paid for by us, and the fee we were going to pay them for Snakey's guest appearance. Poor girl needed a way better name. I'd work on that with Billy. His mom was a total bestie, so I'm sure I could get her to put in a good word. Or maybe she'd allow us to run a Name the Snake contest on our socials. That was going on the to-do list ASAP. I made my way into the office den and popped open my laptop. The first thing up was to hammer through a bunch of emails, which should have taken me all of 15 or 30 minutes. Maybe it wouldn't have taken me so much longer if I hadn't checked my phone about 17 times to see if anyone, like a dating coach I knew, might have texted me. He had not. Nada. Then I took care of a couple of contracts that needed to be signed, and maybe Googled best body language to let a guy know you want to be kissed. That led me to flip-flop and some kind of challenge girls were doing with their boyfriends and husbands, neither of which I had, so that wasn't all that helpful. Unless I asked Everett to. No, stop it. Back to work. I made some travel arrangements for me, Kelsey, and the crew. I was not looking forward to doing all the research and planning the hotels and venues for Kelsey's tour this summer. I really wish there was someone whose job it was to go check out potential hotels for Kelsey and the tour staff to stay in all around the world. It would be a pretty cool job for someone who liked to travel. My to-do list was long, and so far, I'd only checked 3-ish things off. I usually got loads done on a Monday morning, but I was so damn distracted. Mondays were Kelsey's new self-care sleep-in days, and I wouldn't even see her up and about before noon. Declan always walked poo for her in the morning and brought her breakfast in bed, so it's not like she'd noticed if I wasn't here until this afternoon. Which was probably good, because she'd definitely noticed my lack of focus today. Which would lead to questions. Questions about what I'd done last night, and with who. None of which I was ready to tell her. But I did really need someone to talk this through with me. Kelsey was out of the question. She was my friend just as much as my boss, but this was the one problem I couldn't take to her. Who else was I even friends with, though? My life for the past 5 years had been all about work. I had all the backup singers and dancers who I was friendly with, but I didn't know if we were actually friends. Not for a crisis like this, we weren't. The next closest almost friends I had were the other Kingman brothers. I'd get teased and treated like a little sister to no end if Flynn or Griffin ever caught wind of this, so they were definitely not an option. It wasn't like I was going to call my dad, although I did need to check in on him. But he wasn't exactly calling me regularly either, so I didn't feel too bad about not talking to him all that often. As long as I kept paying the bill at his retirement community, we were both good to go. What I needed was a good old-fashioned gal pal. But who would understand even half of what was going on in my life? Maybe Willa, Hayes' new girlfriend? She was new to the Kingman whirlwind too, and we'd hit it off at all the events we'd both been to recently. My phone buzzed with a text, and I nearly slapped it right off the desk. I caught it just in time before it went tumbling to the floor, and was irritated with myself for being disappointed at the name on the screen. It was Kelsey. Who else would it be? Duh. Meeting deck for a late lunch. Tried to see if you wanted to join, but I said your name like 5 times and you didn't respond. IDK what you're working on so hard, but I'm sure it will be great. My stomach rumbled, and I realized I'd worked, or possibly daydreamed, my way right through lunch, and apparently Kelsey trying to get my attention. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was dressed and heading to Cool Beans with my laptop tucked under my arm. The excuse of work would give me cover if I chickened out of talking to Willa, or if Javi was there. The bell above the door jingled when I stepped inside, and I was immediately hit with the warm aroma of coffee and freshly baked pastries. Yum! This was fast becoming a favorite place in my life. But instead of the expected late afternoon rush of random customers needing a caffeine pick-me-up, I found a group of women, all curvy, plus-size, big girls like me, laughing and chatting animatedly. Penelope! Trixie, Chris's fiancé, was in the group and waved me over. Perfect timing. We're just starting our first plus-size romance book club. Come join us. I hesitated, my eyes scanning the room for Willa, but she was nowhere to be seen. Jules, Everett's sister, patted the empty seat next to her. Come on, Pen, we don't bite. They might not, but the two of them were Kingman women through and through, so this might bite me on the ass, and not in the fun way. With a resigned sigh, but a pasted-on smile, I made my way over. I haven't read the book. Although, weren't lots of book clubs more like wine and wine clubs? I'd never been in one before. Wait, was this how adult women made friends? Oh my God, it was. Trixie waved off my concern. Doesn't matter. We mostly use the books as an excuse to get together for some escape from the world. Although we are exclusively reading body-positive romance novels written by fat women, about fat women, for fat women. If you happen to like dragons or fated mates, you're going to want to read this one. One of the other book clubbers held up a copy of a book that I recognized called Chase Me because Kelsey owned it. But she wouldn't let me borrow it, probably because Declan had given it to her as a gift when she'd been ill. The woman next to her snickered and winked at me. Yeah, especially if you're into riding your dragon, if you know what I mean. I glanced over at Jules, who was only 17. Was this appropriate for her? She caught me looking. Don't worry, I'm the one who recommended we kick off the club with this particular book. I've been reading spicy books for years. Trixie grinned at her. Under the supervision of your friendly neighborhood former teen librarian who vets the collection. For the next hour, I found myself swept up in their conversation. We talked about everything from the latest Hollywood gossip to the pros and cons of ebooks versus paperbacks. Not once did anyone bring up diet culture or shapewear, or look funny at anyone else for ordering a cookie or a double chocolate frozen espresso with extra whip. It was nice, comfortable. I hadn't realized how much I needed this kind of easy female companionship, especially with other women who had that same kind of confidence that I was trying to obtain. The kind like Kelsey spread around the world with her music. As the meeting wound down and the other women started to leave, I gathered my things, ready to make my escape. But Trixie and Jules exchanged a look that made me pause. So, Pen, Trixie said, her voice casual but her eyes sharp. What's really going on between you and Everett? I froze, my laptop halfway into my bag. What do you mean? Jules leaned in, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, come on, we're not blind. The way you two were cozied up at game night, the secret smiles, the whispered conversations. That was just... I started, but Trixie cut me off. And don't think we didn't notice you two sneaking out early, she added with a wink. It's not what you think, I said weakly. What in the world was I going to tell them to throw them off the scent? Could I even? There was no way I was going to get away with hiding anything from either of them. Everett's just helping me with something. Helping you, huh? Jules wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? I buried my face in my hands, mortified. Oh my God, no! It's not like that at all. He's just... I shouldn't tell them, but I really wanted to. Maybe if I swore them to secrecy? If this blew up in my face, I could handle it. But I didn't want my lack of skills in the dating department to put a wedge between Everett and Declan. God, I was going to risk it. Nothing risked, nothing gained. He's giving me dating lessons. The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. I peeked through my fingers to see Trixie and Jules staring at me, mouths agape. Dating lessons, Trixie repeated slowly. From Everett Love Guru Kingman. I nodded miserably. And you have to promise not to tell a soul. Jules let out a low whistle and pulled my hands away from my face. Tell us everything, and I mean everything. As I looked at their eager faces, I realized I'd stumbled into something I couldn't escape. With a deep breath, I began to spill the whole story. From my overly awkward dating attempts in high school and college, to wanting a red carpet date for the award, to spilling coffee, to habanero and giraffe facts, to the almost kiss on Everett's porch. They just let me talk, and talk, and talk. When I finished recounting the whole saga, Trixie and Jules exchanged a look that made me nervous. Oh, honey, Trixie said, reaching out to pat my hand. You've got it bad. I felt my face heat up. What? No, I don't. This is just a business arrangement. Jules snorted. A business arrangement that involves almost kissing? Come on, Pen. It's not like that, I protested, weakly. This was not where I was hoping this conversation was going to go. I'd just have to explain about my plan. I'd left that part out somehow. It's exactly like that, Trixie insisted. Look, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that you two are totally into each other. Why don't you just ask Everett to be your date for the Grampies? I shook my head vigorously. No way. Everett is sure that Declan will murder him for even helping me, much less being my actual date. He is kind of protective of me, which I get, but also, I don't even know how to handle that. It's not like I grew up with brothers. You get it, don't you, Jules? Besides, haven't you noticed? Everett's not playing his best lately. Jules's cheeks went supernova, and her eyes went wide. I, definitely do not tell my brothers about any crushes I may or may not have, or any dates with college boys I may or may not go on. She frowned and pointed at Trixie. And you're not going to say a word to Chris. He already tells Dad that I should be grounded till I'm 40 on a regular basis. And I will be going to the winter formal and prom without any of them the wiser. Trixie held up her hands. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm pretty sure you made me sign the Kingman Queen Code when I got engaged to your brother, and I will stay loyal to my oath. Jules narrowed her eyes and nodded. That's right. Queens have to stick together. I knew I liked Jules. Did you make Kelsey sign that too? 100%. And I believe you and Willa can expect contracts in your inbox soon too. No, not me. I'm not dating your brother, and I'm not going to ask him to be my date. What I need to do is help him fall in love as a thank you for all his help. And so he can play better. Trixie's eyebrows shot up. And how exactly do you plan to do that? I bit my lip and then figured I'd told them everything else. I might as well let them in on the plan. Maybe they'd help me execute it better than I'd done so far. I'm trying to set him up with Simone Tester. From the Testers? The femme band that opened for Kelsey at Rust Rocks? Jules groaned when I nodded yes. Pen, that's the worst idea I've ever heard. First of all, she's not even his type, and honestly, you can't teach someone to fall in love. And you definitely shouldn't try to set up the guy you're clearly crushing on with someone else. But, I started to argue, but Trixie cut me off. No buts, Jules is right. This is a disaster waiting to happen. You need to tell Everett how you feel before... The bell above the door jingled, and we all froze as Kelsey, Declan, and Everett walked in. Before the coffee gets cold, I said loudly, desperately trying to change the subject. That's why I love coming here. The coffee's always hot. Trixie and Jules stared at me like I'd grown a second head, but quickly plastered on smiles as the trio approached our table. I was buying the two of them tiaras later. Hey, girls, Kelsey said, her eyes darting between us suspiciously. What are you all up to? Just wrapping up our book club meeting, Trixie said smoothly. Right, Pen? I nodded enthusiastically, praying my face wasn't as red as it felt. Yup, books. We love 'em. Can't get enough. Everett raised an eyebrow, and his gaze shot between me and Jules. Uh-huh.
And what book was that?
My mind went blank. I couldn't remember the title of the book they'd been discussing for the life of me. It was, I stammered. Chase Me, Jules supplied helpfully. It's about dragons and romance. You know, typical book club stuff. Kelsey's eyes lit up. Oh, I love that book. Declan got it for me when I was sick. Why didn't you tell me you were in a book club, Pen? Is this the secret you've been keeping from me? I would have loved to join. Everett plopped down into the seat next to me.
Is this a girls-only club, or can guys join too? Might be a good place to find a date.
From the depths of made-up imaginary book club hell, I blurted out. You wouldn't like it. Next month we're reading Snake Women Are From Venus. He tipped his head at me, looked into my eyes just like he had last night on his front porch, and said,
I think I read the sequel. Snake Tamers Are From Mars.
I only just caught all three of the girls staring at us both open-mouthed, and Declan glaring with his arms folded. No one said a word for at least 102 years, until Dec broke the silence.
You two are so strange.
I'd take strange over busted any day. Bestie's face space group post. Pic of a yellow anaconda wearing blue and orange cowboy hat, curled around a football and a microphone. Name our star. Hey, besties. We've got some exciting news, and it's a little scaly. Meet the newest artist at the Simply the Best record label. But there's one small problem. She needs a great name so we can help her launch her career. That's where you come in. We want you to help us name our new superstar. Here's a few things about her to help you pick out a name. She's a yellow anaconda, and yes, they can be pets. She likes to wear little snake hats. She likes a nice warm house and lives in Kelsey's neighborhood. Drop your best snake name suggestions in the comments below. Think big, something worthy of being on album covers. We'll pick our favorite and announce the winner in a few days. They'll get a shout-out and a special surprise from us both. Let the naming begin. Hashtag Name the Snake. Hashtag Superstar Snake. Hashtag Snake Name Challenge.
Chapter 11. Kingman Boys Play Better When... Everett. I launched myself into the air, snatching the football out of its spiraling arc just before it sailed over my head. My feet hit the ground, and I pivoted, dodging two defenders before sprinting the final yards to the end zone. "Yes, that's how you do it, E-King," the tight end coach Doyle shouted as I jogged back to the line. "Whatever you're on, keep it up." I grinned, tossing the ball to the assistant. "Just in the zone, coach." He wasn't wrong to give me that shout-out. I hadn't played this hot since, well, all season. I lined up for the next play, waiting my turn, and smiled to myself. I couldn't stop. Not since that almost kiss. Her laugh, the way her eyes lit up when she smiled, how she bit her lip when she was concentrating. Fuck. I was in deep, way deeper than I'd ever intended to be. The ball snapped, and I burst forward, my body on fire as much as my mind. I caught another pass, which I got some cheers for since it should have been out of reach, and still was only half paying attention to the practice. What the hell had I been thinking, pretending to be Penn's love interest? It was supposed to be a lesson, a way to boost her confidence. Instead, I'd gone and developed a full-blown crush on her. "Jesus, Ev," Hayes said, slapping my helmet. "Save some for the actual game, will you?" I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. "Don't you worry, kid. I've got plenty more where that came from." And I did. Despite the mental gymnastics I was performing today, I felt electric, like every nerve ending was firing at once. Was this what being in the... No. Nope. Not going there. I needed to take a big step back from Penelope. For both our sakes. These lessons had gone too far, and if I didn't put some distance between us soon, I was going to do something stupid. Like take her to bed and never look back. That wasn't in her plan or mine. "All right, boys," Coach Doyle called out. "Hit the showers. Kingman, stick around a minute." I jogged over to the sidelines where the head coach was saying something to Doyle. He didn't usually get on us for day-to-day practice, so I was bracing myself for... well, I wasn't sure what. "Kingman, what the fuck is going on with you?" he asked, his tone gruff as always. I blinked, taken aback. What do you mean, Coach?" He chuckled. "Because you're playing like a man possessed out there." Now, don't get me wrong, I love the energy, but I've been coaching long enough to know when something's up with my players. Everybody knows you Kingman boys play better when you're in love. You got a new lady or fella in your life or something? The question hit me like a blindside tackle. What? No, I'm just... He eyeballed me. Whatever it is, keep it up. Yes, sir. I gave Coach a little salute, not trusting myself to say anything more. As Coach Shenanigan walked away, I stood there, frozen. Everybody knows you Kingman boys play better when you're in love. I thought the adage was about getting laid. God knows I hadn't gotten any since Aspen, where I'd first met Penn. And Kelsey, of course. This thing with Penelope wasn't love. It couldn't be. I was just infatuated. Yeah, that was it. And I needed to shut it down before it got out of hand. I headed to the locker room and overheard Dion, one of our rookies, talking to Hayes. I don't know, man. I'm gonna go, but this speed dating thing seems crazy. How am I supposed to make a good impression in just 5 minutes? Hayes glanced over at me and waved me over. Ask our resident love guru. He's the one I've been going to for advice with Willa. He gets the ladies falling over him in about 10 seconds flat. I paused, an idea forming. Speed dating. That was it. The perfect way to help Penelope practice her flirting skills with a bunch of different guys, who weren't me. Then I could take a step back and remember my role in all this as her coach, nothing more. I plastered on my best love guru smile. I got you, man. When's this speed dating event? All he needed was my standard be your most authentic self advice, and Dion was good to go. Before I could talk myself out of it, I grabbed my phone and pulled up the website. I clicked on the registration form and hesitated. This was the right thing to do, right? Yeah, it was. If she really didn't want to go, I'd of course let her out of it, but I needed her to go. Needed. What if she met someone? What if she clicked with one of these random guys more than she had with me? And that was the whole point, dumbass. I quickly finished the registration, which sure asked a lot of questions, like what she did, who her latest employer was, a headshot, and a reference. I guess they were being careful. Unlike me, who was ignoring the knot that formed in my stomach, I was just hungry after practice. I pulled up my messages and typed one out to Penn. Got your next lesson lined up. Friday night, 7 p.m. Wear something that makes you feel confident. I'll pick you up. I hit send before I could overthink it. Almost immediately, those 3 little dots appeared, indicating she was typing a response. My heart did a somersault. Mysterious. Can't wait. Should I be nervous? I smiled despite myself. Even through text, she was cute as shit. Nah, you'll do great. You're just about ready to graduate from the Everett Kingman School of Love. The sooner the better, for us both. That is a lie, straight from the pits of hell, Professor. I failed every class. I'm sure I'll be enrolling for remedial classes next semester. Oh, she'd passed body language without even trying. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. I wanted to tell her how charming she was, how any guy would be lucky to spend time with her. But I was more chicken than Kylo Hen. Trust me, you've got more charm than you know. Friday will prove it. If you say so, oh wise love guru. See you Friday. I tossed my phone into my locker and leaned back with a groan that got me more than a couple of looks from the guys around me. I put a hand on my shoulder and gave it a couple of rotations, so it looked like I was just sore from practice. This was for the best, I reminded myself. Penelope had confidence. It was just hiding for some reason. To see that she could attract plenty of guys would give her the boost she needed. Guys who weren't her boss's future brother-in-law. Guys who could actually pursue something real with her. The thought made me want to call the whole damn thing off. I just hoped I was doing the right thing by stepping back. Because the more I tried to distance myself, the more I realized how much I wanted to be close to her. As I pulled into my driveway after practice, I spotted Billy sitting on my front porch steps, his legs swinging back and forth. My heart rate spiked for a moment, worried that his damn snake had escaped again and was after me. Life as a celebrity meant I might someday have a stalker, but I never figured it to be the snake next door. But Billy was not scouring my porch in any kind of search pattern. He was idly tossing a football up and down in the air. "Sup, Billy?" I called out, approaching cautiously. "Everything okay? Your snake is not on the loose again, is she?" Billy's face lit up. "Oh, no, Mr. Kingman, sir. Snakey's at snake practice for her big music video debut. Isn't that cool?" I breathed a sigh of relief. "Snake practice, huh? That's something." "Yeah, Miss Penelope arranged it all. She's pretty awesome." Billy's eyes were wide with admiration. Hey, Mr. Kingman, I was wondering, could you maybe throw the football around with me? I asked my dad, but he said to go outside and play. He never wants to hang out and practice or nothing. Something in the kid's tone tugged at my heartstrings. I thought about all the times my own dad, despite a crazy, busy schedule coaching, raising 8 kids on his own, and trying to keep our family thriving, had dropped everything to play with me and my brothers. Sure, kid, let's hit the backyard. I tossed the ball, sending Billy on all kinds of routes to catch it, until he was breathing hard and more than a little hot and sweaty, even in the cool, almost winter air. Let's take a water break, huh? He was about ready to keel over. I can keep going. I'm sure you can, kiddo, but I'm thirsty, and it's important to stay hydrated. I waved him over to the deck and grabbed a couple of bottles of water for us out of the outdoor fridge. I took some long gulps and watched Billy emulate me out of the corner of my eye. Billy's face split into a wide grin when he finished his bottle before me and crushed the plastic in his little fists. You know, Mr. Kingman, Miss Penelope said she's going to help me give Snakey a better name. She said we could make it like a contest or something. Did she now? The smile that spread across my face couldn't be helped. That was so typically Penelope, always thinking of ways to fix everything so everyone else was happy and good to go. Yeah, she's really cool, and nice, and pretty, Billy continued, his cheeks reddening slightly. If I was older, I'd probably marry her. She's not afraid of nothing, not even Snakey. I felt a weird twinge in my chest. Was I actually jealous of a kid's crush? Yes. Yes, I was. I nodded and looked up at the clear blue Colorado sky. She is pretty, and smart too, I agreed, trying to keep my tone neutral. And it's awesome that she's helping you with Snakey. Having support like that is important. Billy's smile faltered a bit. Yeah, I wish my mom was more like that. She doesn't really get the whole snake thing. My dad either. I spun the football around in my hand a few times, thinking, what would my dad say in a moment like this? Have you tried talking to them about it? Billy shrugged, looking down at his feet. Not really. They're always busy. Dad says we gotta keep up with the Joneses. I don't know them, though. But I kinda think they suck. But don't tell him I said that. I'm not supposed to say suck. My heart went out to the kid. I couldn't imagine growing up without the constant support of my family. Tell you what, how about we make this a regular thing? You can come over once a week after school and we'll toss the ball around. Billy's head snapped up, his eyes shining. You mean it? I couldn't believe I was going to say this, and if you want to talk about snakes or anything else, I'm all ears. Really? He gave me the side-eye for a minute. You don't gotta keep up with the Joneses or anything? I nodded, tossing him the ball. Nah, the Joneses are trying to keep up with me. Now show me your spiral, and I'll run this time. We'll make an all-star out of you yet, kid. We continued to play until the sun was about to set, and I figured Billy probably needed to get home for dinner or something. He was a good kid, and I'm sure his parents were doing their best. Maybe I'd give them tickets to the Christmas game next week and see if that loosened his dad up a bit. After he was gone, I sat for a while in my backyard, sipping on a beer and listening to a little Kelsey Best playlist, and I thought about how sweet of an impression Penn had made on Billy. She was always going above and beyond the people in her life. It was just another reason why I was falling for her. Fuck. No, I was not falling for Penelope. I was not falling for Penn. Another reason I needed to step back and let her find someone who could fall in love with her. She deserved that, even if that someone was a pint-sized snake enthusiast who was about 20 years too young for her.
Chapter 12. Makeover Montage. Penelope. I have nothing to wear, I groaned, flopping dramatically onto Trixie's bed. Trixie and Jules exchanged amused glances. I'd called an emergency meeting with them after Everett's cryptic text about our next lesson. He'd also told me I was supposed to wear cocktail attire, because we were going somewhere a bit fancier. But the only other clue he'd given was that it was holiday-themed, since it was the week before Christmas. I absolutely could not handle not knowing, and Jules, using her superific sneaky spy skills, found out that Ev was taking me to a holiday speed dating event. Just the thought made my palms sweat, made my everything sweat. And I don't even know how to do my makeup for speed dating. Is it like regular dating? More glam? Less glam? I'm doomed. He wanted me to talk to a whole room full of men. It was ludicrous. I'd probably end up throwing up on one of them. And knowing me, it would be some sort of sparkling red and green Christmas drink I'd barf up. Pen, honey, Trixie said, patting my arm. You could show up in a potato sack and still turn heads. I rolled my eyes. Right, because nothing says date me like burlap chic. Jules bounced on the bed next to me. You know what? This calls for a makeover montage. I sat up, eyeing her warily. What now? You heard me, Jules grinned. We're going full-on chick flick. Spa, salon, shopping, the works. She held up a hand as I opened my mouth to protest. I know the media portrays makeovers as a fix, like if we make ourselves more beautiful, specifically to fulfill male sexual desires, then we'll feel worthy. And that is utter bullshit. Trixie and I both stared at our youngest fighter in the feminist revolution. How she was so much smarter than the rest of us at a youthful age. Well, I'd like to say I'd never know. But I think a lot of it had to do with finding her own place in a family of 8 men. If anyone was going to crush the patriarchy, it was Jules Kingman. And her father and brothers would be right there cheering her on. We're getting makeovers for ourselves and no one else. Because when we feel beautiful inside and out, that is when we are unstoppable. Trixie raised her hands hallelujah style, like we were at some kind of revival, and Jules was the speaker of truths. Exactly. You're already gorgeous, Pen. We're just going to help you see it and feel it. I knew I wasn't repulsive, although it had taken some serious inner work and reflection after the kinds of rejections I'd gotten from every man I'd ever had in my life before I genuinely believed that. But did I really? Or was there still a small evil voice inside that said no man would want to date me or have sex with me? Maybe. Most days I could tell that voice to shut up. I was surrounded by amazing women who told the world they were enough every single day. I loved to be around them, supporting them, helping them prove to the world that all bodies were beautiful. So why didn't I actually, truly, totally believe that mine was? Deep down, I knew that's really why I was awkward around men. I was so good at pushing them away with my weirdo-ness, because it was easier to blame that for why I didn't date than because I was afraid that no one would love someone who looked like me. Being afraid was not who I wanted to be. I swallowed hard and dug deep inside for the Penelope I knew was in there, the one who said, "Fear is my bitch." She was there, although her take-no-shit voice was a bit out of practice. It came out softer and squeakier than I'd like. I guess a little makeover couldn't hurt. 2 hours later, I found myself wrapped in a fluffy robe, cucumber slices on my eyes as a stylist worked some kind of magic on my hair. Okay, Pen, now that we've got you trapped in relaxation mode, Trixie's voice came from my left. Spill, what's really going on with you and Everett? I was glad for the cucumber slices hiding my eyes. For real, he really is just helping me with the whole dating thing. Aha, Jules said, skepticism dripping from her voice. And these lessons involve him almost kissing you on his front porch because... I sighed, reaching up to remove the cucumber slices. Somehow I'm not surprised you can't let that go. It really wasn't what you think. Everett's just going a little above and beyond. He simply feels sorry for me because he's seen how bad I am with trying to meet a man. I don't think so, a familiar voice chimed in. I highly doubt my future brother-in-law feels sorry for you, Pen. I sat bolt upright, nearly knocking over the stylist. Kelsey? There she was, looking effortlessly glamorous in a silk robe, her hair in rollers. Surprise! The girls told me about your little makeover session. Thought I'd join in. I shot accusatory glances at Trixie and Jules. Trixie at least had the decency to look like she understood her crimes against penmanity. Jules laid right back down, slipped those cucumbers back over her eyes, and grinned. She was definitely the mastermind here. Kelsey settled into the chair next to me and set Wiener the Pooh into a cuddly basket that the salon had waiting for her. This ambush was well planned. Now, about you and Everett. I've known forever that something's been going on between the two of you. I saw how he looked at you back at the hospital when you were coordinating my escape. That was months ago, way before I'd asked him to be my dating coach. It was only days after we'd first met. I had only one four-letter word in response to her assessment of the situation. What? Yeah? She made that frowny, I know what I'm talking about face I'd come to love ever since she'd fallen in love with Declan. I've been waiting for him to make a move, and I'm assuming makeover montage means he finally is taking you out on a date. I just wish you would have told me. We're friends, aren't we? My stomach dropped. Oh, Kels, you're my best friend, and it's been the worst trying to keep this from you. But it's only because Declan can't find out. We're not. I took a deep breath. It's not a date. Everett's been giving me dating lessons. The salon went quiet. Even the stylist paused, sensing the tension. Dating lessons, Kelsey repeated slowly. That I can't tell Declan about? I nodded miserably. I didn't want to tell you because I wanted so badly to show you that I've learned from your example, that I was as confident and happy with my looks as you are. I pressed the cucumber slices back up to my eyes because the tears that were bubbling up were hot. But I'm not, and it's been holding me back, so I asked Everett to help me learn how to flirt and date so I could get a real date for the Grampies. Kelsey grabbed those cucumber slices and tossed them into the trash. Then she took my hand and, to my surprise, laughed. Not in the way I'd been laughed at in college. She wasn't laughing at me. She was commiserating and laughing not to cry herself. Oh, sweet Penelope, you think I'm confident all the time? No woman is, and you above all know me better than that. I mean, sure, I'd seen her confidence shaken before, but never about her body-positive image and message. She definitely worked to be the best role model, singer, activist, dog owner, and now fiancé. Trixie nodded emphatically. I definitely still have days where I feel like a potato with legs. And don't even get me started on how cool high schoolers are about big girls, Jules added with a whole lot of sarcasm. Kelsey reached out and took my hand. Pen, listen to me. Body positivity isn't about feeling confident every day. It's about showing the world that you're beautiful from the inside out, no matter what beauty standard of the day society says we're supposed to fulfill. It's about loving yourself enough to believe in and be your most authentic self, even when the world doesn't like it. I blinked back tears that had been threatening to fall for 20-some-odd years. But how do you do that? Practice, and faking it until you believe it yourself, Kelsey said simply. And surrounding yourself with people who lift you up, people who also love you for you. She gave a nod to Trixie and Jules, but then sent me a pointed look. The ladies and I will always love you for yourself, but I think you need to look into your heart and see that someone else might too. Then be honest with yourself about your feelings for Everett. Even before Kelsey cut me off, I knew I couldn't finish that lie. Pen, Kelsey gently broke in. It's okay to have feelings for him, but you need to be true to yourself about it. Don't hide behind these lessons if what you really want is something more. I sat there, stunned. Kelsey was right. I had been using these lessons as a shield, afraid to admit how I really felt about Everett. He was the only man I'd ever truly felt comfortable around. Even when he was a breath away from kissing me, I hadn't freaked out like I did when I even talked to another guy. But what if it really was just lessons for him? I'd been rebuffed, jilted, and disdained by every guy I'd ever had even an inkling of feelings for. What made me think this time would be any different? I don't know, I admitted softly. Kelsey squeezed my hand. That's okay, too. Just promise me you'll think about it, all right? I nodded, my mind whirling. As the stylist resumed work on my hair, I caught my reflection in the mirror. For the first time in a long time, I didn't immediately focus on my chubby cheeks, my double chin, the roundness of my face. Instead, I saw a woman on the verge of something big, something scary, but potentially wonderful. Maybe this makeover really was going to be about more than just my appearance after all. After the spa, we went to a boutique in the bougie Peach Creek area of Denver called Muffin. I already knew the owner, an amazing plus-size fashionista designer named Rose Vond. She'd provided clothes for Kelsey before, but her career had really taken off in the past year after she designed a dress for some kind of royalty in Europe. Now she had shops in London, Chicago, LA, and, lucky for us, Denver. Kelsey, Penelope, so amazing to see you two again. And please, introduce me to your friends. Rose indicated to Trixie and Jules. I introduced them, and Rose gave them both big hugs. I'll be honest and tell you that I already knew who you both were. I have a bit of a spy network when it comes to influential women like you two. I can hardly wait to see you in some of my designs. Rose took Jules by the arm and led her toward a wall of clothes that had a young adult look about them, like she'd been specifically designing for a teen girl. But she paused a moment and turned back to look at us. Ladies, I already have a few dresses picked out for each of you waiting in the dressing rooms. Just look for the one with your name on it. Kels, I added a few extras for you to pick from for the Grampies. I blinked a few times, and then Kelsey leaned in and whispered to me, How does she do that? It's like she knew we were coming, but we didn't even know we were going to be here today. Trixie looked just as flabbergasted as the rest of us. She did say she had spies, but they must be like magical fae or something, because all the clothes in this place are absolutely ethereal. She pointed toward a wall of those fancy dressing rooms where they have padded benches and your name written on the door. Our names were all printed in a gorgeous calligraphy. Maybe she's some kind of clairvoyant, Kelsey said and headed toward her dressing room. She opened the door, and there were some of the most beautiful dresses I'd ever seen in my life hanging inside. I could hardly wait to see what would be in mine. I trotted over and yanked the door open. I just stood there, hearing Trixie ooh and ah, and Kelsey squeal as they discovered what Rose had chosen for them. But inside my dressing room was just one item. The most beautiful green satin dress I'd ever seen in my life. It was cocktail length and simple, yet elegant enough to wear just about anywhere. To the Grampies, or a speed dating evening. There was a little note on the bench next to the dress that read, Trust me. Oh, I did. I shut the door, dropped my drab clothes to the floor, and discovered a gorgeous set of bra and panties in the same jewel tone as the dress laid out for me, too. I slipped into everything and closed my eyes, envisioning what I hoped it would all look like. It was never as good in the actual mirror, and would probably need alterations and some dreaded shapewear, but I could deal with all of that later. I turned and looked into the full-length mirror, barely recognizing the woman staring back at me. My wild red curls had been tamed into soft waves that framed my face. The makeup artist had told me she was just doing some light, natural-looking makeup, but my eyes looked bigger, my cheeks soft and flush, and my lips were definitely fuller. I looked beautiful. It wasn't just the hair and makeup. There was something different in my eyes, a spark that hadn't been there before. The dress hugged my curves in all the right places, and shapewear could be damned. I hated the stuff, and Rose had designed a dress that didn't even need any. For once, I didn't feel the need to suck in my stomach or try to hide my arms. This dress celebrated my body, instead of trying to conceal it. I took a deep breath, Kelsey's words echoing in my mind. Body positivity isn't about feeling confident every day. It's about loving yourself enough to be your most authentic self, even when the world doesn't like it. I looked at myself again, really looked. I saw the little scar on my chin from when I fell off my bike as a kid, the freckles scattered across my nose, cheeks, and shoulders. And for the first time in a long time, I wasn't disappointed in what I saw. My body wasn't flawed and didn't need to be hidden or fixed. Every scar, every freckle, and even every bulge and roll were part of my story, part of what made me uniquely me. Okay, Penelope, I said to my reflection. Time to believe. I struck a pose, and then another, and another, channeling my inner supermodel, and giggled at my own silliness. But that was okay, too. Being authentically me meant embracing the goofy parts as well. I grabbed my phone to take a selfie, not to post anywhere, just for me. A reminder of this moment, this feeling. I snapped the picture, and a second later my phone buzzed with a text from Everett. Almost ready? Hope you're up for an adventure. My heart did a little flip. Was I ready? The old Penelope would have panicked, convinced she wasn't good enough, pretty enough, thin enough. But the woman in the mirror, she was ready for anything. I typed back and added a little boldness to my message. Bring it on, love guru. As I hit send, I realized something. I wasn't nervous about Everett seeing me like this. I was excited. I wanted him to see this version of me, not because I thought it would impress him, but because it felt like the truest version of myself. Jules was so right about makeovers. I slipped on the heels, grabbed my other clothes, and took one last look in the mirror. You've got this, I told my reflection. You've shown the world the Penelope Quinn they wanted to see. Time to show the world, and Everett Kingman, the best version of yourself. The real you. Flip-flop video. @Bestie's Bestie. Borrow My Strength by Kelsey Best plays over video montage of Kelsey, Penelope, and friends. Headline. Glam time with the Bestie girls, doing some pre-Grampy's prep today. Clip 1. At a salon in their robes, with cucumbers over their eyes. Kelsey eating one of Penelope's cucumbers. Clip 2. Hair and makeup done up fancy, blowing kisses to the camera. Clip 3. With plus-size fashion designer Rose Vond, holding up beautiful dresses. Caption. Reminder. You don't need to change who you are to be beautiful. You're already a masterpiece. We're just adding some sparkle. Your BFF, Ms. Bestie's Bestie, Penelope. #Bestie's Bestie. #Glam Squad. #Beauty in all sizes. #Revenge comes in every size. #Did you spot the snake?
Chapter 13. Death to Speed Dating. Everett. I told Penn to meet me in the parking lot of Cool Beans so we didn't risk Kelsey and Declan, or any of my nosy neighbors, a.k.a. my family, see us heading out together dressed up for a holiday party. It was a miracle my family hadn't figured out what I was doing with Penelope yet. Not that I was doing anything inappropriate, but I wanted to. God damn it. Not the plan. If ever Penelope was going to find her confidence and embrace it to find herself a date, tonight's speed dating event was it. I knew full well she thought she couldn't talk to men, which is why this was perfect. 5 minutes was all they get with her. While Penn had proved she could verbally vomit or spill coffee on a guy in that time span, my love guru dating instructions for her tonight was to let them do the talking. They needed to impress her, not the other way around. And I could watch, safely from the sidelines, with my only care being how many dates she got asked out on. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Kingman. I pulled into the parking lot and killed the engine, then took a deep breath. What would she be wearing? I should have fucking thought to send her a dress like the guys in the movies. Except, no, the guys who sent dresses wanted to take said dress off later in the evening. I would be going home alone. You've got this, I muttered, channeling a pre-game style pep talk. It's just a ride to an event, a little coaching, no big deal. Right. Because nothing said MBD like imagining the girl you can't stop thinking about meeting a bunch of dude bros. I was halfway to the front door when it swung open, and I froze mid-step. Holy motherfucking moly. Penelope stood in the doorway, but she wasn't the Pen I'd been coaching these past weeks. This Pen was the one from my dreams. Her curves were hugged by an emerald green dress that made her hair and freckles pop like fireworks, electricity, lightning. Her usually wild curls were tamed into soft waves that framed her face. Those heels were going to make me so hard I'd be busting out of my dress pants. But it wasn't just the clothes, or makeup, or the hair. There was something else entirely, something new. It was in the way she held herself, chin high, shoulders back, smiling so sweetly I wanted to lick her up. This new Pen was the woman who'd finally realized how amazing she was, just the way she was. I must have been staring for way longer than I realized, because she quirked an eyebrow at me. Everett? You okay there? I blinked, trying to jumpstart my brain. It did not work, but I got my mouth working at least. Yeah. You look different. Penelope's face fell slightly, and I mentally kicked myself for an 80-yard field goal that missed and hit the goalpost. Different good, I added hastily. Like, really good. Great, even. Fire. Now it was Penn's turn to blink. Fire? Now who was the awkward one with less than stellar speaking skills? I mean, you always look nice, but tonight you look like you're ready to slay. Her smile could have lit up the entire Rocky Mountains.
Thanks. I do feel an extra boost of confidence.
That was exactly it. She was as confident as I'd ever seen her. It was beautiful on her. Great. Awesome. Then let's go show you off. What the fuck was coming out of my mouth right now? I shut the hell up and waved her toward my car, staying one step away from her. I didn't dare touch her because I might spontaneously combust. The subtle scent of her cinnamony perfume, the soft sound of her heels on the pavement, the way her dress swished around her thick hips were killing me. I was a dead man walking. Teacher, coach, guru, not lover. I opened the passenger door for her, and she slid in with a grace I hadn't noticed from her before. As I rounded the hood to the driver's side, I took another deep breath. This was going to be a long fucking night.
So,
she started, breaking my weirdly awkward silence.
Are you going to tell me where we're going?
I started the engine and thanked the universe for this normal conversation. This is your graduation, Grasshopper. You're ready to dazzle Denver's most eligible bachelors at a speed dating event. Penn's laugh filled the car, warm and genuine.
That's one heck of a graduation test, given I have yet to even talk to a man in any coherent fashion.
I gripped the steering wheel a little tighter. You talk to me just fine all the time, Penn. Our eyes met for a moment, and I felt a jolt of something, everything. Nothing that was appropriate for a love guru to feel about a student. I cleared my throat and focused on the road. For the first time in my entire adult life, I didn't know what to say. Any charm I'd ever had fled with whatever brain cells I had and left me stiff in more ways than one. The only thing I could think to do was turn on the radio. One of Kelsey's Christmas songs played, and Penelope softly sang along. Of course I knew all the words, so I joined her. She smiled over at me, and it was both a balm to my soul and punch to my guts. God damn, I wanted her, and I knew I couldn't have her. As we neared the venue, a thought hit me like an LA Bandits linebacker. I was about to watch a bunch of guys fall for Penelope Quinn. My Penelope. And I absolutely was not ready for that. We arrived at the venue, a trendy bar downtown in the high-low, Rhino, no-no area, and I valet parked. We walked inside where the place was decorated in pine boughs, bright red baubles and snowflakes. Luckily, I didn't spot any mistletoe. Penn's new confident energy radiated off her. Without thinking, I placed my hand on the small of her back, guiding her into the room.
Ev, I wanted to ask you something before I go into this thing.
This was the first bit of nervousness she displayed. Anything, Penn. I was sure as shit hoping she would ask me to leave with her right now, take her someplace else, just the two of us.
All right,
she said, her voice a mix of excitement and anxiety. She swallowed, looked right into my eyes, and then glanced away, toward the mingling people in the room.
What's my game plan?
My hand reluctantly fell away from her back. Game plan, right. Just one thing. You don't need to try to impress these guys. Let them impress you. She nodded, biting her lower lip. It was all I could do not to reach out and smooth the worry from her brow. I wanted that confident, sweet, sexy woman standing in front of me. Trust me, I continued. They're all going to be falling over themselves trying to get your attention tonight. A soft blush crept up her cheeks, and I had to remind myself to breathe. Since when did Penelope blushing affect me like this? And just like before, I added, my voice softer, if you feel uncomfortable at any time, for any reason, I'll be right over there at the bar. I pointed to a stool at the far end with a clear view of the tables. Just give me a signal. I tugged on her ear, tapped the side of her nose twice, and swiped my finger across her forehead. I'll swoop in and get you out of here faster than I can run a touchdown. Her shoulders relaxed, and she gave a small giggle, just like I hoped she would.
Deal.
Okay then, off you go. I turned her toward the table with her name on it, and as Penn made her way into the lion's den, I retreated to my designated spot at the bar. You're not joining them, Mr. Kingman? Shit, hopefully this bartender was the only one who recognized me tonight. This wasn't about me. Nope, just here to support a friend. I ordered a sparkling water, more for something to do with my hands than any thirst I might have. A tall, leggy blonde walked into the middle of the tables and tapped a knife on her champagne glass to get everyone's attention and glanced my way with a little start. I spun around in the chair before she could say something about me being here. "Okay, everyone, let's find you a match made in the stars this holiday. Ladies, to your tables. Gentlemen, you'll start at the table number designated on your name badge, and when you hear the Christmas bells jingling, it's time to move to the next table. Happy hunting, or good luck, everyone." The event kicked off, and I turned back around, staring down the first man to approach Penn's table. He didn't even notice me because he only had eyes for her and her cleavage. God damn it. Her eyes are up there, buddy. She started off a bit awkward, her hands fluttering nervously as she spoke to the first guy. But as the minutes ticked by, I watched her confidence grow. By the third date, she was laughing, her eyes sparkling in a way that made my chest tighten. I'd seen Penelope laugh before, of course, but this was different. This was Penn truly being herself, charming the pants off these guys without even trying. Boy, were they charmed. And if I'd been paying attention even a little bit before now, I'd realized they all looked a bit familiar. The fourth guy approached her table, and I definitely recognized him. He was a local news anchor. The fifth guy, who couldn't stop staring at her lips, played for the Blizzard. The sixth looked like he was about 2 seconds away from proposing marriage, just like he had on the second-rate TV show he starred in. Damn it. Why hadn't Dion told me this was an event for local celebs and not just anybody off the street? All those questions and the headshot request made a whole hell of a lot more sense now. I gripped my glass of water tighter, the condensation doing nothing to cool the heat rising inside me. This was good, right? This was the whole point of the exercise. Penn wanted to find herself a date for the red carpet, and I'd unknowingly provided the perfect scenario for her to do that. She was crushing it, too. At this rate, she'd have dates lined up for the next 10 years, much less for the Grampies. I should be thrilled. So why did I feel like I was the one being canceled? "Another water? Or maybe something stronger?" the bartender asked, eyeing my empty glass. I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. As he slid a fresh water to me anyway, the bell rang again. Penelope was talking animatedly, her hands gesturing as she told some story, and she didn't seem like she wanted to stop. The guy across from her was leaning in, completely captivated. "Join the club, buddy." I took a long pull from my water, trying to drown the voice in my head that was screaming at me to go over there. To do what, I wasn't sure. Rescue her? From what? Success? No. A traitorous part of my brain whispered, to claim her as mine. I nearly choked on the bubbling water. Where the hell did that come from? Penn wasn't mine to claim. She was my student, my brother's fiancée's assistant, my friend. Just then, Penn's eyes met mine across the room. She gave me a small smile and a thumbs up. I returned the gesture automatically, but inside, I was a mess of conflicting emotions. Pride at how well she was doing, jealousy at the attention she was getting, and something else, something deeper and more terrifying than I could handle at the moment. The guy finally stood up, and the next one moved to take his place at Penn's table. But I didn't just recognize the guy who was up next. I knew him. It was Dion, the rookie, and he had on a smile a mile wide. I made a decision. A stupid, reckless decision that future Everett was definitely going to regret. I downed the rest of my water and stood up. It was time to get a closer look at this speed dating thing. After all, I was supposed to be observing, right? And how could I observe properly from all the way over here? At least, that's what I told myself as I made my way towards the tables, my eyes never leaving Penelope. "Hey, rookie," I said, clapping him on the shoulder. "How about I do you a solid?" Dion looked at me, confusion clear on his face. "Kingman? What are you doing here? You're the last guy I thought would do celebrity speed dating." I leaned in, lowering my voice. "You know that supermodel I did the underwear shoot with? How'd you like me to set you up on a date with her instead of doing all this nonsense?" His eyes widened. "For real? That'd be awesome, but why?" "I want your spot in the speed dating round. What do you say? A real celebrity date for 5 minutes with—" I gestured towards Penn's table. Dion's gaze followed mine, and he whistled low. "Damn, Kingman, I've been looking forward to talking to her. I'm an ass man, and hers don't quit." I narrowed my eyes at him, and he grinned, holding up his hands in surrender. "All yours, man. Good luck." Heart pounding, like I'd just run a 4-second 40-yard dash, I made my way to Penn's table, just as the bell rang. She looked up, surprise flickering across her face as I sat down. "Ev, what are you doing?" I leaned forward, acutely aware of the ticking clock. I couldn't do it, Pen. I couldn't just stand back and watch. She tipped her head all cute and curious-like.
I thought that was the whole point of you being here.
Yeah, well, plans change. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. I was going to do it. I was giving in. I don't want you going out with any of these fucking guys. Pen's eyes widened, her lips parted, and she blinked a few times.
But you're the one who set this whole thing up. You're supposed to be helping me find a date for the award show. I think I already have at least 3 strong candidates, including Fox Dawes, the rock star. Did you know he was from Denver?
Fuck Fox Dawes. I clenched my teeth and my fists under the table. I thought I could be your dating coach, your love guru, your whatever. But I can't. Not anymore. I grabbed Pen's hand, and the lightning struck, and the thunder rolled right through me. I was in love with Penelope Quinn.
Chapter 14. Don't Go Stealing My Heart. Penelope. I blinked rapidly, trying to process what had just happened. 1 minute I was sailing through speed dates, feeling more confident than I had in years. And the next, Everett Kingman was sitting across from me, looking like he'd just run a marathon. I didn't know whether to be hurt or excited that he didn't want to be my love coach anymore, whether to protest or sing hallelujah. Before I could sort through my feelings, he grabbed my hand. It was like someone had cranked up the heat and electricity in the room. Every nerve ending in my body seemed to focus on that single point of contact. Everett's hand was warm, slightly calloused from years of catching footballs, and it fit perfectly around mine. I opened my mouth, not sure what I was going to say, but knowing I had to say something. This was Everett, the guy who'd been trying to help me find a date, for crying out loud. He couldn't possibly mean. The shrill sound of a bell cut through the air, making us both jump. Everett's hand tightened on mine for a split second before he let go, leaving my skin tingling. Oh my goodness, is that Everett Kingman jumping into the fray? A perky blonde woman in a floral dress appeared at our table, clipboard in hand and excitement radiating from every pore. She looked from Everett to me and back again, her smile growing wider by the second. I can't believe it! She was so giddy she was practically vibrating. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the biggest sports stars, and I know you ladies remember that underwear ad, joining our speed dating event tonight. I watched as Everett's face cycled through a series of expressions. Surprise, frustration, and finally, a resigned sort of panic. He looked at me, his eyes pleading for, what? Help? Understanding? Ev, I started, not sure what I was going to say. We needed to talk. That much was clear. But with everyone's eyes on us and this overly enthusiastic event organizer practically ready to be the Mrs. Claus of the dating world, now was definitely not the time. You should go to the next table, I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. We can talk after, okay? Everett hesitated, looking like he wanted to say more. But then he nodded, standing up slowly. Yeah, okay, after. As the event organizer ushered him to the next table, chattering about what an honor it was to have him participate, I slumped back in my chair. My mind was going through 1,000 mental checklists, trying to make sense of what had just happened. What had Everett been about to say? And more importantly, why was I hugely disappointed that he hadn't gotten to finish? He could have just been ready to tell me I didn't need him anymore, and that he was leaving me to the wolves. But he wouldn't do that. Not my Everett. The sound of someone clearing their throat snapped me back to reality. I looked up to see my next speed date sliding into the chair across from me, a charming smile on his face. Hi, I'm Odin, he said, extending his hand. You know, the guy on flip-flop with the axe? And you must be the luckiest girl here, getting to be the first one with Everett Kingman himself tonight. I plastered on a smile and shook his hand, all while my eyes drifted to where Everett sat at the next table, which happened to be where Simone was sitting. Yeah, I murmured. Lucky me. So Penelope Quinn, assistant to the fabulous Kelsey Best, Odin said, leaning in with a smile that was probably meant to be charming, but came off as smarmy. I have to say, I'm a big fan. You probably know I went mega viral for saying I loved fat-bottom girls who make the rockin' world go round. I forced a smile, trying not to cringe. I did know who he was, unfortunately. His body-positive video had been all over social media, but his product line of health and fitness products he launched since then that were so very diet culture revealed his true colors. Right, of course, I said, my tone flat. How could I forget? Odin didn't seem to notice my lack of enthusiasm. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. You know, I've always had a thing for curvy women. There's just more love, you know what I mean? I felt my skin crawl. The way he said it, like he was doing me a favor by finding me attractive, made me want to dump my drink over his head. Instead, I just nodded, my eyes once again drifting to the table next to us. Everett sat there, looking uncomfortable as Simone leaned in close. When we'd realized we were both at the event, Simone and I had exchanged friendly hellos and wished each other luck. But now, watching her with Everett, I felt a surge of irritation. Hadn't I tried to set them up before? So why did seeing them together now bother me so much? Hey, Earth to Penelope. Odin snapped his fingers, and his voice cut through my thoughts. You seem a little distracted. You don't have to feel self-conscious around me, you know. I like what you've got going on. I blinked, forcing myself to focus on the man in front of me. Sorry, it's been a long night. Lots of dates, you know. Odin's eyes lit up. Oh, I totally get it. Sometimes the pressure of meeting new people when you're as recognizable as me can be overwhelming, especially for girls like you, who might not be used to so much attention. My eyebrows shot into the atmosphere before I could stop them. Girls like me? What was that supposed to mean? But before I could respond, I caught a snippet of conversation from the next table. Hoped we might get to meet again, Simone was saying, her voice low and intimate. My heart rate kicked up a notch. This was good, right? This was what I wanted. Everett deserved someone great like Simone. So why did I feel so possessive of him right now? You know, Odin was saying, oblivious to my inner turmoil. I've been thinking about doing a series on body positivity. Maybe you could help me out. Give me some insights into what it's like to be, you know, not conventionally attractive, but still confident. I stared at him, momentarily shocked out of my Everett-induced haze. Excuse me? Odin held up his hands. I meant it as a compliment. You're so brave, putting yourself out there like this. Any other time, I might have told Odin exactly where he could shove his bravery. Existing in a fat body wasn't brave. It was my fucking life. A life I loved. But right now, all I could think about was Everett's words from earlier. I don't want you going out with any of these fucking guys. What had he meant by that? And why couldn't I stop thinking about it? I nodded absently, my attention caught by a change in Everett's posture. He was leaning back now, his arms crossed. Did that mean he wasn't interested in Simone? Or was he just listening intently? So what do you say? Odin was asking, his eyes eager. Want to collab on my body positivity series? Maybe I could get you over to my place and we could swing my axe around. I'll have to check my schedule, I said, not entirely sure what I was agreeing to. And then I heard it. Simone's voice, clear as day. Shoot my shot right here and now. It seems like the stars have aligned. Everett, I'd love if you would go to the Grammys with me. What do you say? The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Everett at the awards show with Simone? That couldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. But why not? Wasn't this exactly what I'd been working towards? My hands were shaking. I reached for my glass of water, needing something to do, something to ground me. Whoa, careful, Odin exclaimed. But it was too late. The glass slipped from my trembling fingers, sending a cascade of ice-cold water directly into Odin's lap. Oh no, I said, and even threw in a faux gasp, watching the water soak into Odin's plaid shirt and designer jeans. In a deadpan voice, I added, I'm so sorry. Why don't you just take your shirt off, you know, for the likes? I wasn't sorry. Not one bit. I should have tossed my drink on him after his first backhanded insult. And I definitely wasn't paying attention to his sputtering protests. My entire focus was on the conversation happening at the next table. "The awards show?" Everett was saying, his voice carrying clearly in the sudden hush that had fallen over our corner of the room. I was hoping to go to that." My heart leapt into my throat. Was he about to agree to go to the Grampies with Simone? Oh? Simone's voice was bright with interest. That would be great. Everett nodded and looked over at me. "I was just thinking." But I didn't wait to hear the rest. My mind raced ahead, filling in the blanks. Of course he was going to say yes to Simone. Why wouldn't he? She was beautiful, confident, and clearly interested in him. Everything I wasn't. Something hot and angry unfurled in my chest. Without thinking, I reached out and grabbed Odin's still full, fancy-ass glass of beer. "Penelope, what are you—" Odin started, but I was already on my feet. 2 steps brought me to Everett's table. He looked up, surprise written all over his stupid, handsome face. "Pen, what's wrong?" He looked over at Odin and glared at him. "Are you giving me the signal?" What's wrong? Everything was wrong. This whole ridiculous situation was wrong. "Congratulations," I said, my voice shaking. "Looks like you found a date for the Grampies. I didn't even know you wanted to go." And then, before he could respond, before I could think better of it, I upended the glass of beer over Everett's head. The foamy bubbles cascaded down his face, soaking into his crisp white shirt. Everett sputtered, jumping to his feet. Simone let out a little shriek of surprise. "Pen, what the hell?" Everett gasped, wiping beer from his eyes. But I was already moving, pushing past gawking speed daters and making a beeline for the exit. I could hear the murmur of shocked voices behind me, could practically feel the weight of all those stares. I didn't care. I just needed to get out of there. The cool night air hit me as I burst out of the bar, but it did nothing to calm the storm of emotions raging inside me. "Penelope, wait!" Everett's voice. Of course he'd followed me. I quickened my pace, my heels clicking frantically on the pavement. I didn't even know where I was going. He'd driven me here, and it wasn't like I was going to walk all the way back to Thornminster. "Pen, please, talk to me. Tell me what that was all about in there." His hand caught my arm, gently turning me to face him. In the glow of the neon signs of the bars, clubs, and streetlights, I could see the droplets of beer still clinging to his hair. He looked ridiculous. He looked beautiful. "What do you want, Everett?" I asked, hating how my voice cracked on his name. "I want to understand what just happened in there," he said, his eyes searching mine. "1 minute you're having a speed date with that douche potato, and the next you're dumping his beer on my head and running out." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Having a speed date? Is that what you were doing when you just agreed to go to the awards show with Simone, while I had to sit there and listen to Odin talk about how brave I am for daring to date while fat?" Everett's brow furrowed. "What? Pen, I didn't agree to go with Simone. I was about to tell her that I— Wait, he fucking said what? I'm going to fucking murder him. Call my goddamn agent and tell him we're going to need that insurance on my hands tonight, because I'm going to beat that asshole to a bloody pulp." He clenched his fists, but when I expected him to turn and run back inside to defend my honor or body or life, he just stood there, staring down at me, so many emotions raging through his eyes. His chest rose and fell like a man possessed, but his feet were glued to the ground in front of me. I shook my head, suddenly feeling very tired. "It doesn't matter. None of this matters. I don't know why I thought I could do this. I don't know why I let you talk me into it." "Pen." Everett's voice was soft now, gentle in a way that made my heart ache. "What's really going on here?" I looked up at him, at this man who'd turned my world upside down without even realizing it. I wanted to tell him that Kelsey was right, that I did have feelings for him, that somewhere along the way, when he was teaching me how to date, I'd fallen in love with him. I didn't get the chance, because Everett grabbed my face in his hands and crushed his mouth down on mine, kissing me, taking my breath away, making me go weak in the knees, stealing my heart. Instasnap post. At Bestie's Bestie. Selfie-style pic of Penelope in a room full of local Colorado celebrities, with a speed dating sign in the background. Caption: Hey besties. Stepping out of your comfort zone is where the magic happens. Whether it's trying a new hobby, going on a date, or just wearing that outfit you've been scared to rock. It's okay to be scared and try something new. Do it unafraid. You've got this. What one thing can you do today that scares you? Your BFF, Ms. Bestie's Bestie, Penelope. Hashtag Bestie's Bestie. Hashtag Comfort Zone. Hashtag Live Your Best Life. Hashtag If I Can Do It, You Can Do It. Hashtag Who Said Anything About Snakes?
Chapter 15. Is that an anaconda in your pants? Everett. I kissed Penelope. I kissed her, and the world didn't end. In fact, it felt like it was finally beginning. When I pulled back, Pen's eyes were wide, her lips slightly parted. A drop of beer had transferred from my shirt to her cheek, and I wiped it away with my thumb. Ev, she whispered, her voice shaky. What was that? Shit. Sorry, Pen. I did that all wrong. Let me try again. I lowered my lips to hers, almost touching but not quite. Pretty Penny, can I kiss you? Please. I might go crazy if I can't, but it's up to you. It's what you want. That is the sweetest thing anyone has ever asked me. Her words tickled my lips and my heart. You don't even need to ask, because I definitely want you to kiss me again. I do need to ask, sweetheart. She deserved to be treated like the queen that she was, and I'd make sure she was every single day, even if she didn't think it was necessary. Enthusiastic consent is the sexiest thing from any woman in the world, but it's even better when it's you. I was going to kiss her again, and then again, and again, but she needed an answer to her question. I took a deep breath, knowing that whatever I said next would change everything. No more hiding behind the guise of being her teacher, no more pretending I didn't feel what I felt every time she smiled at me. That, I said, my voice rougher than I intended, was something I've wanted to do since the moment you asked me to teach you how to date. Maybe even before. Pen blinked, processing my words. But you've been trying to set me up with other guys. You organized this whole speed dating thing. I let out a chuckle, even as my skin heated up for her. Yeah, well, turns out I'm not as much of a love guru as everyone thinks I am. I thought if I could just find you the perfect guy, these feelings would go away. But watching you tonight, seeing how amazing you were with all those men, Pen, it was driving me crazy. So when you said you were hoping to go to the award show, she tipped her head and gave me that quizzical look I so enjoyed. I was going to tell Simone that I couldn't go with her because I was hoping to take you. I ran a hand through my hair, grimacing when I felt the stickiness of the beer. But then you dumped a drink on my head before I could get the words out. Pen's face flushed a beautiful shade of pink. Oh, God, Ev, I'm so sorry. I assumed. I pulled her close again, resting my forehead against hers. It's okay. I probably deserved it for being such an idiot for far too long. She laughed then, a soft, breathy sound that made my heart skip. We've both been idiots, haven't we? Because that day at the coffee shop where you met Simone, I set that up. I was trying to help you find love, because Jules said you wouldn't play well if you weren't in love. I almost choked on my own laugh. You what? I was both going to torture my little sister and buy her a fucking pony. First of all, the saying goes that Kingman men play better when we're getting laid, I teased, then sobered. But Pen, I need you to know, you aren't some one-night stand, or fling to me. I have real feelings for you. Feelings that Declan is going to want to murder me for, but I'm willing to face his wrath for you. Pen's eyes shimmered in the streetlight. I've had a ridiculously huge crush on you for a while. I even had some, dreams about you. Oh, God, please tell me they were sex dreams, Pen, and then tell me everything we did in them, so I can do it all to you for real. She bit her lip through a smile, but her face went serious after. I didn't think someone like you could ever be interested in someone like me. I frowned, cupping her face in my hands. Someone like you? You mean someone smart, funny, kind, and sexy as hell? Pen, you're amazing. Any guy would be lucky to have you in their life. But you're the only guy I want, she said softly. And just like that, I was kissing her again. This kiss was different from the first, less desperate, but no less passionate. It was a promise, a beginning. When we finally came up for air, I knew I didn't want this night to end. Come home with me, I said, the words tumbling out before I could second-guess them. Pen's eyes widened. So we can act out my sex dreams? I nodded, suddenly more sure than I'd been about anything in a long time. Hell yeah. I want to be with you, Pen. No more lessons. No more pretending. Just us. She bit her lip, considering for a moment, then smiled. Okay. But you might have to give me a few more lessons. I've been told I'm not very good in bed. Pen. I shook my head and lifted her chin with my knuckles, so she had to look at me when I told her the truth she needed to hear. I don't know what kind of absolute dumbasses you've been dating, but later I will use every bit of my fortune to hire angry honey badgers to neuter every single one of them. I have absolutely no doubt that not only are we going to be great in bed together, I'm betting you're going to rock my fucking world tonight. The drive to my house was a blur of stolen glances and tentative touches. My fingers and thumb caressed Pen's thigh as I drove, and pushed her dress up higher with every mile. Touching her like this felt surreal, like a sex dream I was afraid to wake up from. But this was so much better than any sex dream. We pulled into my driveway, and reality came crashing back in the form of a frantic woman pacing on my front porch. Is that Billy's mom? Pen asked, squinting through the windshield. I nodded, a knot of dread forming in my stomach. If Billy's mom was here this late, something was wrong, and given our history, I had a sinking feeling I knew what it was about. We got out of the car and approached the porch. Billy's mom's face was a mask of anxiety, her eyes darting between us and the front door. Mr. Kingman, thank goodness you're here. She ran a hand through her already messy hair. I've been trying to reach you for hours. I'm sorry, Mrs. Thompson. We were at an event, one that I was hoping to continue sooner rather than later. What's going on? Is Billy all right? She wrung her hands. It's that dumb snake of his. He's escaped, again, and I saw him slither into your house. I'm so sorry. The world tilted sideways. Snaky. In my house. My skin crawled at the mere thought. Are you sure? I asked, my voice embarrassingly high-pitched. Mrs. Thompson nodded vigorously. Positive. I've been waiting here, hoping you'd come home. I even tried calling that nice snake wrangler lady, but she's not answering either. And I think I remember that she's out of town for Christmas. Bile roiled in my stomach, and maybe I groaned. Pen must have noticed because she squeezed my hand reassuringly. Okay, she said, taking charge. We need to go in and look for her. She can't have gone far, right? Mrs. Thompson and Pen looked at me expectantly. I swallowed hard, trying to quell the panic rising in my chest. Right, yeah. We should go in and look. I fumbled with my keys, my hand shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. As it swung inward, I half expected to see Snaky coiled on the welcome mat, ready to strike. But the entryway was empty, silent, which was even worse. I'll check the living room, Pen offered. And I'll look in the kitchen, Mrs. Thompson added. They both turned to me, waiting. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. The thought of walking into my own home, knowing that slithery demon was in here somewhere, probably in my fucking bedroom. Ev? Pen's voice was soft, concerned. Are you okay? I shook my head, unable to lie. I can't. I'm sorry, but I can't go in there knowing she's loose. Understanding dawned in Pen's eyes. She squeezed my hand again. It's okay. We've got this. You wait out here, all right? Guilt and relief warred inside me as I nodded. I watched as Pen and Mrs. Thompson ventured into the house, feeling like the world's biggest coward. I was going to turn that fucking snake into a pair of boots. Or maybe a purse for Penelope. Shit. No, I wasn't. Billy loved his stupid snake. The minutes crawled by like hours. Every rustle, every muffled exclamation from inside the house had me jumping. I paced the porch, alternating between peering anxiously through the windows and staring at the front door, willing it to open. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Pen and Mrs. Thompson emerged. Their expressions told me everything I needed to know.
"We couldn't find him," Penn said gently. "We looked everywhere, Ev. He must be hiding really well."
I almost blurted out the question of whether she'd checked my pants, but Mrs. Thompson would probably take that as a very inappropriate innuendo, and I didn't need more gossip about me and Penn floating around the neighborhood. Mrs. Thompson nodded.
"We'll have to wait for the snake wrangler. I'm so sorry, Mr. Kingman. I feel terrible about this."
I waved off her apology, my mind racing. I couldn't stay here, not with Snaky on the loose. But I couldn't ask Penn to leave, not after everything that had happened between us tonight. In a split-second decision, I turned to Penn. "You should go home. I've got a plan." She looked like she wanted to argue, but something in my expression stopped her. She nodded, kissed me on the cheek, and headed across the street. As I watched her pop inside Declan's front door, I took a deep breath. Time for Plan B. I just hoped Dec wouldn't mind an unexpected house guest. I waited 7 whole minutes until I grabbed my go-bag, packed for the hotel for tomorrow night. It might be Christmas Eve, but Coach Shenanigan was still adamant that we slept alone the night before a game. He did give us a bit more leeway, and had a whole Christmas Eve party for the guys with kids where he dressed up as Santa and gave out presents. The guy might be tough on us, but he loved kids. 10 long minutes after Penn snuck back into the house, I stood on Declan's porch, my bag slung over my shoulder. It was well past midnight, and I felt a twinge of guilt as I knocked on the door. I sent him a text to say I was coming over, but he didn't even read it. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and a loose snake definitely made me very desperate. After what felt like an eternity, the door swung open. Declan stood there in his pajama pants, looking confused and slightly annoyed. Kelsey was behind him in nothing but one of his t-shirts. I definitely interrupted some sexy times. "Sorry, not sorry." "Ev? What the hell, man? It's the middle of the night." I tried for a casual smile. "Hey, bro. So, funny story." 5 minutes later, I was sitting on their couch, recounting the evening's events. Well, most of them. I left out the part about kissing Penn and inviting her back to my place, because I didn't need to get murdered tonight. "Let me get this straight," Declan said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "There's a snake loose in your house, and now you want to crash here?" I nodded, trying to look as pathetic as possible. "Just until the snake wrangler can come when she gets back after her Christmas vacation. Please, Dec. You know how I feel about snakes." Declan sighed, but I could see the corner of his mouth twitching. "Fine. You can stay in the basement. I just finished renovating it so Kels can have a home studio, so try not to break anything, okay?" Hells to the yeah. "Thanks, man. I owe you one." Just then we heard footsteps on the stairs.
"Dec? Kels? What's going on?"
My heart skipped a beat as Penn appeared, dressed in pajamas with her hair up in a messy bun. She looked like she'd been in bed, but her eyes were alert as they met mine.
"Ev?" she asked, surprise coloring her voice. "What are you doing here?"
For a moment, I forgot how to speak. She looked so soft, so beautiful, and all I wanted to do was pull her into my arms and kiss her senseless. Later. Declan, oblivious to the tension, answered for me. "Apparently there's a snake on the loose at Casa Everett. He's going to crash downstairs until it's sorted." Penn's eyes widened in understanding, and Kelsey gave her a disconcerting look.
"Oh, that's... okay, that's cool."
I cleared my throat, trying to regain my composure. "Yeah, I hope you don't mind me invading your space like this." She shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips.
"Not at all. I probably wouldn't have even known you were here until tomorrow morning, right?"
Declan yawned, stretching his arms above his head. But Kelsey folded her arms and tapped her toe.
"Well, now that that's settled, we should all get some sleep. And Jules wants to take the girls shopping for the family gift exchange in the suite on Christmas."
This was the perfect distraction for Kelsey.
"It'll be your first one with us. You're going to love it. You all get to have a whole-ass Christmas party while we play."
Penn nodded, her eyes flickering to mine.
"Wouldn't miss it for the world."
"Great," Declan grinned. "Hey, Penn, remind me to tell you about the bedazzled jockstrap Ev got for Christmas a few years back. It's a classic Kingman tale." Oh, God. Older brothers were the worst. "Dec, I swear to God."
Penn laughed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Oh, I definitely need to hear this story."
Declan chuckled and started heading upstairs. "Tomorrow, I promise. Now everybody go to fucking bed. Ev, you know where the blankets and shit are." Declan had to practically drag Kelsey back up the stairs, and I swear she wagged her finger at Penn. God, I hope she didn't suspect. As their footsteps faded, Penn and I were left alone in the living room. The air between us crackled with unspoken words and barely restrained desire. "So," I said, taking a step closer to her, "fancy meeting you here." She bit her lip, looking up at me through her lashes. "Seems like the universe wants us together tonight, one way or another." I reached out, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. "Maybe we should stop fighting the universe, then." Pen's breath hitched. "We definitely should." In one swift motion, I picked her up into my arms princess style, capturing her lips in a searing kiss as soon as she wrapped her arms around my neck. She melted against me as she kissed me back with equal fervor. When we finally came up for air, I rested my forehead against hers. "Want to go break in Declan's fancy new basement?"
"Why, Mr. Kingman, is that an anaconda in your pants, or—"
"Oh, Jesus. Too soon, Pen. Too soon."
Chapter 16. BAGGASFM. Penelope. My heart pounded as Everett carried me down the stairs to Declan's newly finished basement. First of all, no one had ever carried me anywhere in my entire life. And while I felt like I should be worried about him dropping me, with visions of us both tumbling down the stairs, he didn't even grunt or waver. Not once. I'd never felt more safe or secure. Each step felt momentous, like I was walking towards something that would change everything. Everett's arms around me were so warm, his thumb tracing soothing circles on my skin, which just juiced up the butterflies in my stomach. We reached the bottom of the stairs, and Everett released my legs, slowly sliding me down his body. His eyes were soft and sparkling in the dim light. "You're so fucking beautiful." I was exhilarated, terrified, and everything in between. It had been ages since I'd let any man see me naked, much less had sex. "Maybe if you lost some weight, I'd be more into it. Leave your shirt on. You've got plenty of cushion for the pushing I want to do to you." I shoved the voices away, focusing instead on Everett's steady breathing, on the way he held me like I was something precious. This was Everett. He wasn't like those other guys. Everett must have sensed my nervousness because he pulled me close, resting his forehead against mine. "We don't have to do anything. If you want to stay up all night talking, just holding each other, I'll be happy. We'll never do anything you're not comfortable with. You know that, right?" "I know," I whispered back. "I trust you, Ev." He smiled, that heart-stopping smile that made his eyes crinkle at the corners. "Good, because I'd really love to do a whole lot more than just hold you tonight." As if to prove his point, his hand slid down to my hips and then brushed across the bulge of my belly. I tensed instinctively, waiting for him to pull away in disgust. Damn it. I knew he wouldn't, but while my mind wanted every dirty little thing we could do with each other, it was as if my body was running on muscle memory of all my shitty past experiences. I didn't want to be anxious. I meant what I said. I did trust him. But the doing was a lot harder than the thinking, and that made me sad and mad. But Everett definitely didn't pull away in disgust. Instead, he leaned in and kissed me, slow and deep, his hands never leaving my body. When we finally broke apart, both breathless, I saw nothing but desire in his eyes. "Do you have any idea what you do to me, Pen?" he murmured, his voice husky. My breath caught in my throat. Part of me wanted to say no, to deny that I could possibly turn him on like this. The small, traumatized part of me wanted to hide away the parts of myself I'd always been told were too much, too repulsive to be attractive, to be loved. But a bigger, better part, the part that had been silenced for too long, whispered, "Yes." "Show me," I said, surprising myself with how much I meant it, wanted it. Everett's smile was radiant as he led me to the fancy new guest bedroom, and once inside the doorway, his hands were all over me again. He pulled me to the bed and sat me on the edge. Then he knelt in front of me, looking up with such adoration that it made my heart ache. "Tell me that you want me as much as I want you." Did I detect a little bit of uncertainty in his voice? Was there any question that any woman he'd ever been with wanted him? Unlikely. He was one of the hottest men in the whole entire world. His hands rested lightly on my knees, waiting for my response. I nodded, unable to look away from his intense gaze, and I remembered what he'd said earlier about enthusiastic consent. That must be what this was. Not self-doubt from him, but just him making sure I was doing okay. That made more sense. I smiled and cupped his cheeks in my hands. I enthusiastically want you, Everett Kingman. His smile lit up his whole face, and he slowly unbuttoned my pajama top. With each button, more of my skin was exposed, and I fought the urge to cover myself. But then Everett leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to my collarbone, then another to the swell of my breast. God, you're so perfect, he whispered against my skin. And for the first time in my life, I started to believe it might be true. Everett's hands were gentle as they pushed my pajama top off my shoulders. For a fraction of a second, my muscles moved to cross my arms over my chest, to hide from his gaze. But the way he looked at me, like I really was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, gave me the courage to continue to stay open, vulnerable. Do you want me to take this off too? He asked softly, his fingers tracing the lace edge of my bra. I nodded, then found my voice so he would never doubt that everything he was doing was exactly what I wanted. Yes, I whispered. Please. He reached behind me to unclasp my bra. As it fell away, I held my breath, waiting for the moment his expression would change, for the disappointment to set in. But it never came, because this was not some dick face from my past. This was my future. Everett's eyes flashed and he cupped my breasts, thumbs brushing over my nipples. I couldn't hold back a soft moan. No one outside of my dreams touched me so reverently. Encouraged by my response, he leaned in, replacing his fingers with his mouth. Ev, I gasped. The sensation was overwhelming. I arched into him, my fingers tangling in his hair. He looked up at me, his lips curved in a smile. Good. So good, I admitted, and I could hardly wait for more. He slid his hands down to my waist, thumbs stroking the soft skin of my belly. I tensed. I didn't mean to, but I did. His touch lightened, but he didn't move away. Tell me what you like or don't, sweet Penny. I want to hear a whole lot more of those soft little moans. I bit my lip, embarrassed. I'm not sure I like having my stomach touched. It's not exactly a sensual zone for me. Understanding dawned in his eyes, and I was trying so hard to be the beautiful, confident Penelope that he wanted. Pen, he said, his voice serious. I won't touch you there if you don't want, but give me a chance to show you how every part of you is beautiful to me first, including this. He bent down and pressed a kiss to my stomach, right above my navel, then looked up to see my reaction. I licked my lips and gave him the tiniest of nods. He pulled the waistband of the pajama pants down. And this. Another kiss, this time to that bit of muffin top right above my panties. Everett must have sensed my nervousness because he paused, looking up at me with those earnest blue eyes. We can stop any time, Pen. Just say the word. But I didn't want to stop. For the first time in my life, I felt truly seen, which was empowering, even if it was also uncomfortable. Don't stop, I said, reaching out to cup his face. Please, Ev, I want this. I want you. In a quick move that took my breath away, he pushed me back and crawled up over me, his fingers playing with the waistband of my pajama bottoms. Can I take these off? Yes, I said more confidently this time. Slowly, reverently, he slid my pajamas and underwear down my legs. I resisted the urge to close my thighs, to hide myself from him. Definitely this. His lips brushed against a silvery stretch mark on my thigh. Tears pricked at my eyes. No one had ever touched me like this, like my body was something to be cherished rather than tolerated. He continued pressing kisses to my skin, telling me how beautiful each little part of my body was, including, and especially, bits that I'd definitely always considered flaws. With each kiss, each word in praise of my body, he crept closer to my pussy. Oh my giddy vagina, was he going to... He pressed his next kiss to the curls on my mound and then ducked his head lower. He was. Everett was going down on me. I thought that was only in romance novels. Guys didn't actually like doing that, did they? God, I'm going to love eating this sweet, soft pussy, Penelope. He pressed another kiss to my core, just above my clit, but didn't touch it. Put your hands in my hair. Show me how you like it, where you want my tongue and lips. How am I supposed to know that? I whimpered. Everett's head popped up and stared up at me like I just asked if he was the Wizard of Oz. But then he shook his head and his eyes went narrow. Pen, if you tell me no guy has ever gone down on you before, I'm moving murderous honey badgers for all of your exes higher up on my to-do list. No, wait. Honey badgers are too good for the utter shit boyfriends you've had, because I can already see it in your face. Snakes, Penny. I am sending deadly-ass snakes to all of their houses immediately, if not sooner. When he started this line of questioning, I was ready to curl up into a ball and hide. But the way he was so utterly and adorably angry on my behalf that he would threaten someone with his greatest fear, well, he made me laugh instead. That was everything I ever needed from him. I'll help you find said assassin snakes, because I'm starting to think I really did have shitty exes. I wasn't quite ready to tell him I wouldn't consider any of the schmoes I dated or slept with an actual boyfriend. First thing tomorrow, because right now, I'm going to make you forget every other man's name. I want you chanting mine as I make you come on my face at least a half dozen times. A half dozen? Yes, that did come out as a squeak. He was under the impression my body did things that I wasn't sure it was capable of. He waggled his eyebrows at me. Oh, yeah. So put your hands in my hair like I told you to, so you can show me exactly what gets you all hot and bothered. Everett dipped his head and pushed my thighs open wider, but he just sort of hovered there. Now that he was face to face with my wide-open pussy, had he changed his mind? Penelope. His voice was low and growly and somehow still sing-songy at the same time. Put your hands in my hair so you can show me what you like. Unless you're trying to tease me with how fucking wet you are for me right now. Okay, but my fingers are probably just going to sit there because I don't know. Holy sweet mother of tongues! I was very, very wrong about my fingers not knowing what to do. With that very first swipe of his tongue across my clit, I gripped his hair so hard, I may have pulled a few pieces out. He chuckled, which I would have to be irritated about later because he was so damn right about how many orgasms I was about to have. But I couldn't be mad because his laugh vibrated through me, and I was too busy moaning and falling to pieces. The closer he brought me to the edge of coming, the more I agreed that we were hiring snake assassins from my previous lovers. This was unbelievable, and I could hardly wait to see what it would be like to give Everett as much pleasure with my mouth as he was giving me. Damn if he wasn't also right about me chanting his name. I couldn't help it. Everett, God, yes. With one more flick of his tongue, I came so hard, my mouth and brain and body all clenched down, and I saw stars as my body released. The pleasure crashed through me, and yet Everett didn't stop. No, he pushed 2 fingers inside of me and drew out that orgasm until I thought I was going to pass out. It was too much and not enough. I needed more, but of what, I didn't know. He was already taking me so far beyond any pleasure I'd ever experienced, and I was lost in the bliss. Everett, please. He raised his head, but continued to move his fingers inside of me. Please what, pretty penny? Tell me what you need. My hands fell to the blanket under me, and I gripped it just as hard as I had his hair. You, more of you. I've got you, babe. Trust me? Yes, totally, completely. I let my eyes drift shut as more of the lovely orgasm endorphins or oxytocin or whatever it was that made me feel practically high washed through me. Good. Then let me take you even higher. He put one of my legs over his shoulder and leaned against the bed so he was over me again. Look at me, Pen. Look at me. I opened my eyes and stared up at him. I want to hear you scream my name when I make you squirt all over me. I'd already questioned whether a guy going down on a girl was real or just in romances. I didn't think it wise to question whether squirting was real or just in porn. Everett leaned forward a bit more, stretching the back of my thigh, and moved his fingers inside of me. But this time, instead of pushing them in and out like he had when his mouth was on me, he did something quite different. It felt like he was dragging the tips across the inner walls, which didn't seem so very sensual, until he hit some magical spot. "There it is," he crooned. He moved his fingers faster, and the moan I made wasn't even my own voice. It was otherworldly, just like whatever he was doing to me. "Come on, Penelope, let go, baby. Be a good girl and squirt for me." He flicked his fingers even faster, and then pressed his thumb against my clit, and I absolutely came apart. This was a whole other kind of orgasm that rushed through me. Instead of my body clenching down like before, it was like everything exploded in pulsing waves. "Yes, fuck yes, baby, that's it. That's my girl." His hand and arm were drenched, and I was falling into euphoria. I blinked up at Everett, the literal love guru who was smiling down upon me. "What kind of sex magic did you just cast on me?" "I'm just proving to you that you're a sex goddess who deserves to be worshipped." "Oh, is that all?" I wasn't even sure actual coherent words were coming out of my mouth right now. Everett leaned in and gave me a long, lingering kiss. "Yes, because any man who thinks you're not good in bed is a dumbass. But I'm really fucking grateful they were, because now I get you all to myself." His smile was radiant as he stood, quickly shedding his own clothes. And then he was there, all golden skin and defined muscles, and I definitely forgot the names of every other man on the planet. "Like what you see?" he teased gently, but once again, I could see a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. "You're like a work of art," I said honestly, because he was. Everett joined me on the bed, pulling me up to the headboard and pillows. Oh, and away from the huge wet spot at the foot of the bed. We'd be doing some laundry before morning. He wrapped his arms around me, so we were chest to chest, skin to skin. The feeling was electric, intimate in another way I'd never experienced before. He kissed my forehead and then rested his against mine. "Tell me what you want from me, Penny." In answer, I kissed him, pouring all my desire, all my newfound confidence into it. I whispered against his lips, I want you to make love to me now, Everett."
Chapter 17. 1,000 Lightning Strikes. Everett. I'd always thought finding the one would be like lightning striking. Instant, electric, unmistakable. But as I gazed down at Penelope, her skin flushed and her eyes shining with trust and desire, I realized love could sneak up on you, building that electricity up until it exploded and was impossible to ignore. "You're so beautiful," I murmured, trailing kisses down her neck. "So fucking sexy." And she was. Every curve, every dip, every mark on her skin told a story, and I wanted to learn them all. My hands roamed her body, reveling in the softness of her skin, the generous swell of her hips, the fullness of her breast. I was going to make love to her, but as much as I wanted to be inside of her, to claim her with my body, this night wasn't really about me. I realized that the second she admitted that no guy had ever eaten that sweet, plump pussy. That was completely unbelievable to me, given how absolutely sexy and sensual she was. I loved pretty much every woman's body, and I wasn't afraid to admit I could admire some men's too. It didn't matter their size, shape, or what the scale said. I thought they were all beautiful. But I also wasn't completely obtuse. I full well knew that there were real dumbasses out there who thought it was cool or funny to disdain big girls. And it was very fucking clear that Penn had been on the sharp end of that shit stick, which really pissed me the hell off. Guys like Odin, or any stupid fucking asshole like him, deserved to be eaten by a snake. I was claiming the job of repairing at least a little of Penn's trauma by showing her exactly how sexy, beautiful, and wanted she was. She was mine now, and I was going to prove to her every day that she was the supreme sex goddess that ruled over my world. And my heart. When my fingers traced a stretch mark on her arm, I felt her tense. I knew she would. I looked up, meeting her eyes. "These are beautiful too, you know," I said, softly, pressing a kiss to the silvery line. "They're part of you, and every part of you is gorgeous." I saw the flash in her eyes that said she was trying to believe me, but wasn't quite there.
Ev, I know. I do.
I'm going to keep telling you so until you actually believe it. I smiled, but kept my tone serious, because I never wanted her to think I was poking fun at her. "I mean it, Pen. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." And it was true, not just because of her physical beauty, which was undeniable, but because of who she was. Kind, funny, brilliant Penelope, who had stolen my heart without me even realizing it. I kissed her again, deep and passionate, pouring all my feelings into it. My hands continued their exploration, wanting to worship every inch of her. When my fingers dipped between her thighs, she gasped against my mouth. "Ready for more?" I asked, my voice rough with desire.
"I don't really think it's my turn again, but..."
She breathed.
"Please, don't stop."
I didn't. I couldn't strip my eyes away, awed as pleasure bloomed across her face. She clung to me, her body arching into mine, and I'd never get tired of watching her take her pleasure from me.
"Ev,"
she panted.
I need...
"What do you need, sweetheart?" I asked, my lips brushing her ear.
"You,"
she said simply.
"I need you. Inside of me."
"I am inside of you." I teased her with my fingers, and she groaned.
"Everett Kingman, let me be very clear. If you don't put your dick inside of my pussy, I'm going to..."
I didn't let her finish her sentence and gave her a quick but hard kiss. Then I jumped off the bed and reached for my pants, grabbing a condom out of my wallet. Because I'm a safety boy. For the first time since I was a flirty teenager, my hands shook slightly with anticipation and emotion. I got the thing rolled on and saw a flicker of a question cross Penelope's face. I pressed my forehead against hers, wanting to reassure her. "I will always keep you safe, sweetheart."
"I trust you,"
she whispered, and those 3 words meant more to me than any "I love you" ever had. Slowly, carefully, I entered her. The feeling was incredible, but what took my breath away was the look in Penelope's eyes, vulnerable, trusting, and filled with the same overwhelming emotion I felt. I paused, giving her time to adjust, my hand cupping her face tenderly. I meant to tell her how amazing she felt, how perfect, but she squeezed her inner walls around my dick, and I lost my fucking mind. "Fuck, Pen, fuck." She giggled. She actually goddamn giggled.
"Now you know how I felt 5 minutes ago."
I kissed her again and again and again. I was never going to get enough of her, and then we were moving together, finding a rhythm that felt as natural as breathing. It wasn't just physical. It was like our souls were connecting, laying bare every vulnerability, every secret part of ourselves. This wasn't just sex. This was making love, in every sense of the word, and I realized, with startling clarity, that this was what I'd been searching for all along. As our movements became more urgent, I watched Penelope's face, mesmerized by the play of emotions across it. She was letting go. I could see it. Letting go of every insecurity, every doubt, and in doing so, she was more beautiful than ever. I wasn't going to last very much longer, and I wanted to push her over the edge one more time before I even thought about coming inside of her. I reached between us and found her clit, stroking her even as I drove into her heat.
"Ev,"
she gasped, her body tensing beneath me.
I'm...
"That's right, sweetheart. Let go again," I encouraged, feeling my own release approaching, my balls screaming. But I wasn't fucking coming before she did. "I've got you," she cried out, her body arching into mine, and the sight of her coming undone pushed me over the edge, taking me with her. I followed her into bliss, her name on my lips like a prayer. I'd follow her anywhere. I buried myself deep inside of her, not ready to let go. She wrapped her knees around my hips, and her ankles notched into my back, holding me as tight to her as I needed. We both gasped for breath. I felt a sense of rightness I'd never known before.
"This is going to sound ridiculous, Everett, but thank you,"
she whispered into the quiet. I propped myself up on an elbow, looking at her quizzically. For what? She smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. For making me feel beautiful. For the first time in my life, I actually believe it. My heart swelled with love and protectiveness. I leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. You are beautiful, Pen, inside and out, and I'll spend every day reminding you of that, if you'll let me. I lay there, Penelope's warm body curled against mine, her soft breathing the only sound in the quiet basement. My fingers traced lazy patterns on her skin, marveling at how right this felt, how perfect. She stirred slightly, nuzzling closer, and I dropped a soft kiss on her forehead. How had I not seen it before? This amazing woman had been right in front of me all along, hidden behind the label of student or friend or older brother's fiancé's assistant. We'd deal with that later. Right now, she was mine, and I was hers, and nothing could take that away from us. I reached up to tuck a stray curl behind her ear. I don't even have words for how amazing this is. For me too, she said softly. I've never felt like this before. I wanted to tell her right then and there that I loved her. I wanted to ask her to marry me. The words were on the tip of my tongue, desperate to be spoken. But it was too soon, wasn't it? We'd only just crossed this line from friends to whatever we were now. And while I was certain of my feelings, a small part of me worried that Pen might not be quite there yet. I needed to give her enough space to grow, to feel secure. It's not like I was going anywhere. But we also couldn't risk staying in bed together like this. Not all night like I wanted. I forced myself to move, finally pulled out of her soft, hot body, and took care of the condom. I'd have to make sure I took out the trash and did some laundry before Declan realized there had been any hanky-panky going on in his basement. The moment I returned back to the bed, Pen melted into me, her body soft and pliant against mine. This still feels a bit like a dream. I meant what I said before. I never thought. Someone like you with someone like me. I frowned, cupping her face in my hands. I know you feel that way right now, babe, and I'm not going to try and tell you that your feelings aren't valid or real. But I absolutely believe you're amazing, Penelope Quinn. Smart, funny, kind, sexy as hell. I'm the lucky one here. A blush crept across her cheeks, but she held my gaze. You really mean that, don't you? Every word, I assured her. And I'll keep saying it until you believe it. She nestled back into my arms, her head resting on my chest. I'll work on it, I promise. As we lay there in comfortable silence, I found myself imagining a future with Penelope. Lazy Sunday mornings, game nights with my family, her cheering from the stands at my games. It all seemed so clear, so right. Even though I couldn't say the words out loud just yet, I made a silent promise to myself and to her. I would do everything in my power to make her feel loved, cherished, and beautiful. Every single day, because that's what she deserved. And that's what she was to me. Everything. What felt like a moment later, I jolted awake, disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Then I felt Pen's warm body pressed against mine, and everything came rushing back. A smile spread across my face, quickly followed by a beat of panic as I realized where we were. Pen, I whispered urgently, gently shaking her shoulder. Pen, wake up. She stirred, blinking up at me with sleepy eyes. Ev? What's wrong? We fell asleep, I explained, already scanning the room for our scattered clothes. In Declan's basement. Her eyes widened as the implication sank in. Oh, shit. We scrambled to get dressed, the peaceful afterglow of last night shattered by the reality of our situation. I strained my ears for any sound from upstairs, praying we hadn't already been discovered. As Pen buttoned up her pajama top, I ran a hand through my disheveled hair. Pen, we need to talk about what we're going to do about us. She paused, looking at me with a mix of happiness and apprehension. I know. I took a deep breath. We need to tell Declan and Kelsey. I know it's not going to be easy, but... Wait, Pen interrupted, her voice tinged with panic. Do we have to tell them right away? Like now? This morning? I frowned, confused. Well, yeah. Declan's my brother and Kelsey's your best friend. And given how protective Deck is of you, I've probably got a black eye coming, but... Pen bit her lip, a habit I was starting to recognize as a sign of her anxiety.
It's just, my whole life is always out there for everyone to see, Ev. Being the bestie's bestie, everything I do is public knowledge. Once this gets out, we'll be under scrutiny hardcore. For once, I'd like to have something that's just mine. At least for a little while.
My heart softened at her words, even as worry gnawed at my gut, but we just needed to talk this through. I get that, Pen. I do. But don't you think they're going to be pissed if they find out we've been sneaking around? We don't need to hide our feelings from them. I'm sure they can keep a secret.
I know. And we'll tell them. Just, let's wait until after Christmas. Give me just a few days to float in this blissful new place where it's just the two of us. Please?
Her eyes pleaded with me, and I felt my resolve weakening. All right, Penny. It's not like I want to share you with the world either. The words were still there, right on the tip of my tongue. I wanted to say that she was mine, that I loved her, that I wanted to marry her. Before I could get out another word, we heard footsteps on the stairs. Panic shot through me as I frantically looked for a place to hide Pen. Ev? Declan's voice called out. You up, bro? We've got practice. Yeah, I called back, my voice embarrassingly high-pitched. I'll be right up. I turned to Pen, speaking in a rushed whisper. Okay, here's the plan. I'll go up first and distract them. You wait 5 minutes, then sneak up and act like you just woke up and came down for coffee. Got it? She nodded, her face pale but determined. I took a deep breath, then headed up the stairs. Declan was in the kitchen, pouring himself a cup of coffee. He raised an eyebrow as I emerged from the basement. A rough night? He asked, taking in my rumpled appearance. I forced a laugh. Yeah, that couch isn't as comfortable as it looks. Declan chuckled. There's a whole-ass bedroom down there, buttface. Well, that's what you get for letting a snake chase you out of your own house. If only he knew the real snake in this situation was me, sneaking around with the girl he saw as a little sister. Listen, Deck, I started, knowing I needed to say something, even if I couldn't tell him everything yet. About Pen. But before I could continue, Kelsey bustled into the kitchen.
Morning, boys. Oh, Ev, you look terrible. Didn't sleep well?
I caught a flash of something suspicious in Kelsey's so-happy-to-be-awake this early attitude, but a movement behind them, Pen sneaking up the stairs as planned, kept me from examining that further. No, not really, I mumbled, trying to keep their attention on me.
Morning, everyone.
Pen's voice rang out, sounding impressively casual.
Is there coffee?
As Kelsey fussed over Pen and Declan returned to his breakfast, I caught Pen's eye over their shoulders. The look we shared was filled with relief, excitement, and a touch of guilt. This couldn't last. Eventually, we'd have to come clean. But for now, I'd respect Pen's wishes. She deserved to have something that was just ours, even if only for a little while. We didn't even really know what this something was yet. I headed back downstairs to shower before practice, and my mind raced. How were we going to navigate this? How long could we keep it a secret? And, most importantly, how was I going to convince my family, especially Declan, that this wasn't just another fling but something real and important? I know they all thought my love guru persona got laid all the time and left a trail of tears after one-night stands, but I wasn't that guy. I didn't sleep with even a quarter as many women as they all thought I did, and maybe I played it all up a bit. But only because I didn't need anyone to see how often my own heart was broken when the women I went out with turned out to want my money, fame, or body more than me. Penelope wasn't like that. She was the one I'd been searching for since I was 8 years old, and I'd face anything, even my overprotective big brother, to keep her in my life and happy. Just because I was ready to shout from the rooftops that I'd finally found real love didn't mean she was. She'd been burned so badly by stupid douche potatoes that even the thought of finding a date, much less real love, scared her. I had no doubt that's what this not telling anyone about us thing was really about. I had to be okay giving her space to feel comfortable in our new relationship, but the Kingmans could smell secrets from 100 yards away. We'd be lucky to make it past Christmas before someone in my family figured it out.
Chapter 18. Kingman Family Traditions. Penelope. Pen, are you sure this disguise is enough? Kelsey's voice was muffled behind the oversized Mustang scarf wrapped around her face. leaving only her eyes visible. We were just about to pull up to the stadium for the Mustangs' Christmas Day game. I glanced at her, suppressing a smile. With her signature golden locks tucked under a matching Mustang's beanie, and her curvy frame drowning in an enormous blue and orange puffy coat, she looked more like a mega fan than a mega pop star. "Trust me, Kels, no one's going to recognize you like this," I assured her, adjusting my own matching outfit and tote bag filled with carefully wrapped presents. "Plus, stadium security knows the drill. We're just taking extra precautions since the media and your fans all know how much you love Christmas." Kelsey's parents owned a year-round Christmas store, which she'd grown up in. She nodded, her eyes crinkling in what I assumed was a smile. "You're right. We'll be in the VIP suite before anyone can blink. And this is still better than hiding in the cleaning cart." I laughed, but my stomach did a little flip. If only she knew how much I was hiding from her lately. The guilt of keeping my shiny new relationship with Everett a secret from my best friend gnawed at me, especially since she was the one who encouraged me to examine my feelings for him. But I pushed it aside. We'd tell her and Declan soon enough. Today wasn't about that. Today was about Christmas with the Kingmans. The thought sent a different kind of nervousness fluttering through me. Christmas with Everett's family felt different from all the other times I'd hung out with them all. Getting to be a part of a holiday like this was more official, more family. Not that I actually knew. My dad and I never even did a Christmas tree. What do I know about real family? I muttered to myself as the car pulled up to the VIP entrance. "What was that?" Kelsey asked, Wiener the Pooh yapping from inside her coat as the security team opened the doors to usher us out. "Nothing," I said quickly, flashing the passes to the stadium security. "Just making sure all of our ducks are in a row." Kelsey's eyes softened. "What would I do without you, Pen?" I smiled weakly, hiding it behind my scarf. I was the one who was supposed to support her, but she was always there for me. If only she knew the real reason for my nerves. If only I did. My mind was a jumble ever since Ev and I spent the night together. What even was this life? We made our way through the plush corridors, which weren't busy yet. We were here early so we could have a whole Christmas dinner and present exchange before the game. I swiped our keycards for the suite, and before I could even lower my hand to grab the handle and open it, the door flew open. We were immediately engulfed in a whirlwind of noise and warmth. "Penelope! Kelsey!" Jules's excited voice cut through the chaos. "You made it! Oh my God, what are you wearing? You look like Mustang marshmallow people. Just watch, that look will be all the rage by New Year's." As Kelsey shed her disguise and Wiener the Pooh emerged to much cooing, I found myself swept into the Kingman family's orbit once again. The suite was a buzz of activity, with Mr. Kingman, still a zaddy even in a really crazy ugly Christmas sweater, was holding court with the Manaways and the Jerrys near the big screen, showing pregame coverage. "Glad you girls could join us," he boomed, his silvering hair gleaming under the lights. He rubbed his hands together like a little kid excited to open presents. "Now we can do the white elephant exchange. Fair warning, ladies, the Kingmans play to win, even at Christmas presents." I grinned, feeling some of my anxiety melt away, and stage whispered to Kelsey, "Kingmans, competitive at a game. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you." The next hour was a blur of laughter, good-natured ribbing, and increasingly ridiculous gifts. I watched in awe as the Kingmans fell into what was clearly a well-practiced routine, their banter flowing easily as they unwrapped everything from novelty socks to a disturbingly realistic rubber chicken that, for some reason, made Trixie blush so hard she had to excuse herself. "Oh, man!" Jules cackled as she unwrapped a pair of blindingly sparkly mittens. "These are almost as bad as Everett's bedazzled jockstrap." I nearly choked on my spiked hot chocolate. "I'm sorry, what?" Jules's eyes lit up with mischief. "Oh, you haven't heard that story? It was Everett's rookie year, and he'd just gotten the nightwear sponsorship, for the tidy whities. So he decided he needed something to wear for his photo shoot." Jules launched into the tale, complete with dramatic reenactments of Everett's reaction, and I found myself relaxing into the warm, chaotic embrace of the Kingman family Christmas. For the first time in years, I felt a twinge of something I hadn't expected, a sense of belonging. And as I sat there, surrounded by laughter and twinkling lights, I allowed myself to imagine, just for a moment, what it might be like to truly be a part of this family. To have this every year. To be more than just Everett's secret girlfriend or Kelsey's assistant. To be home. The excitement of the gift exchange gradually gave way to a more focused energy as kickoff approached. We all settled into our seats, a sea of Mustangs orange and blue. "All right, folks," Zaddy Kingman announced, his voice carrying that unmistakable father/coach's authority. "Let's see what our boys can do." The players took the field. There they were, Chris, Declan, Hayes, and Everett. 4 brothers, all on the same professional team. It was like something out of a movie. I only had eyes for number 47, though. There was even a moment when I was sure he looked up to the suite windows right at me. "Go get 'em, boys," Jules shouted, her enthusiasm infectious. The game was a blur of action. I'd never been much of a football fan before Kelsey met Declan, and I still wouldn't say I even understood much of the game. But today I found myself caught up in the action. Every time Everett ran or blocked a man, and especially when he caught a pass, my heart did a little flip. I had no idea whether it was just me or not, but I swear he was playing better today than ever before. During halftime, we feasted on a holiday spread that would put most Christmas dinners to shame. We ate, and nobody commented on how much or little was on anyone else's plate. No one was judged or even looked at funny for going back for a second piece of pie. Everything was fun and family, and all about sharing this meal and holiday together. Isaac drew me into a conversation with Flynn and Griffin about which of them was the better Mario Kart driver, and whether I was coming to the New Year's Streamathon or not. Jules and I talked about how she'd already been accepted to Denver State and that she planned to major in sports psychology. Zaddy Kingman called me Pen, like I'd known him my whole life, when he asked if I'd ever actually seen snow before. It was surreal, chatting and laughing with the Kingmans, with Everett's family like I belonged here. Like this could be my future. This family could be mine. And that was just too weird to even think about. Best not to get my hopes up. The perfect Christmas lasted right up until the 4th quarter. It happened so fast. One moment, Hayes was sprinting down the field, the ball tucked securely under his arm. The next, he was in the end zone, on the ground under a huge pile of Cleveland dogs. We were all cheering, watching and waiting while the entire Dogs' defense that had piled on him slowly got up. There, lying in the grass, was Hayes, still clutching the ball to his chest. The announcer declared the touchdown, but I don't think anyone even heard him, even though the whole suite had gone silent. Hayes wasn't getting up. He wasn't moving, and he wasn't getting up. Chris and Everett jogged over to him, and Chris knelt beside him while Everett frantically motioned to the sideline for the medical personnel to hurry over to them. My throat tightened as I watched the medical team rush onto the field. "No, no, no," Jules muttered beside me, her earlier cheer replaced by fear. I reached out and took her hand, squeezing it gently. She looked at me, eyes wide and scared, suddenly seeming much younger than her 17 years. "He'll be okay," I said, hoping I sounded more confident than I felt. "Hayes is tough." But as the minutes ticked by and Hayes was carefully loaded onto a stretcher, the gravity of the situation sunk in. This wasn't just a minor injury. "They're taking him to the hospital," Mr. Kingman announced, his face grim as he hung up his phone. "We need to—" "I've got it," I heard myself say, standing up. All eyes turned to me, and I looked at their worried faces. Faces of the people who meant more to me than my own family. Something clicked into place. This was what I did. I organized, I managed, I fixed things. "Okay," I said, taking a deep breath. "Mr. Kingman, you should go to the hospital now. Give me 5 minutes and I'll have Kelsey's car waiting at the VIP entrance. I'll call ahead and make sure they're expecting you." I turned to the other boys. "Flynn, Griffin, Isaac, I don't want you driving under this stress either. I can get a second SUV here in about 20 minutes. Can you wait, or do I need to give you a task to distract you?" The twins said in unison, "Task." "Okay, gather up all the presents to take to the hospital. Hayes is going to want to hear all about the Christmas shenanigans." They nodded, looking relieved to have a task. Isaac held his hands up. I'm good. I'll just go look up concussion protocols. I gave him a side eye, but let him go when he pulled out his phone with the league's page pulled up. Well, at least he'd be well informed by the time they got to the hospital. Marie, can you help me coordinate with the team's PR department? We need to manage any media inquiries so speculation doesn't get out of hand. Sarah Jane Jerry raised her hand and gave her husband a shove forward. Matt can help with that too. What about Willa? Jules asked, her voice small. She'll be freaking out. Shit, Hayes' girlfriend. If it was me, I'd be more than freaking out. You're right, she will be. Do you feel okay enough to message her? Give her the details of where to go? She's as new to this as I am and won't know. Jules, bless her, didn't even blink. On it. Kelsey stood next to me the whole time I was giving everyone marching orders. She gave me a pat on the back and looked around at the family. Don't worry about anything except getting to Hayes, okay? As everyone sprang into action, a strange calm settled over me. This was chaos, yes, but it was the kind of chaos I knew how to handle. I stepped out into the hallway to make the calls for the cars, my mind already racing with next steps. As I dialed Willa's number, I caught a glimpse of one of the screens in the corridor. The game was still going on, and there was Everett, back on the field. My heart clenched. He was out there playing, not knowing how serious things were with his brother. And all I wanted to do was go hug him and tell him everything was going to be okay, even though I didn't know if that was true or not. I pushed the thought aside. Later. I'd deal with that later. Right now, there was work to be done. It wasn't long until I was the last one left in the suite, but that was good. It meant I did my job and took care of everyone around me. The last few minutes of the game passed in a blur. I alternated between pacing the suite, fielding calls and texts, and staring out at the field. When the final whistle blew on a narrow victory for the Mustangs, I braced myself for what was coming next. It would take the guys a few minutes to get back to the locker room and out of their gear. I didn't have access to the family room to meet the players, but I'd sent a text to Everett to let him know I was here and had a car waiting for him and his brothers. I'd meet them near the players' entrance. Before I even gathered my things to head downstairs, the door to the suite burst open, and there was Everett, still in his uniform, his face flushed from the game and creased with worry. "Pen," he breathed, his eyes finding mine immediately. "What do we know? Where's Hayes?" For a moment, I forgot about our agreement to keep things quiet. I forgot about the complications and the secrets. All I saw was the man I loved, scared and hurting. I crossed the room in 3 quick strides and wrapped my arms around him. He stiffened for a second, probably surprised by my public display of affection, but then melted into the embrace. I could feel him trembling slightly, the adrenaline from the game mixing with fear for his brother. "Your family is at the hospital with him now," I murmured into his chest. "The cars are ready to get you and your brothers there right away." Everett pulled back slightly, his hands coming up to cup my face. The tenderness in his touch made my heart stutter. "You've been taking care of everything, holding my whole family together, haven't you?" he said softly. I shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. "I just did what needed to be done." He shook his head, a mix of awe and something else, so much more intense in his eyes. "You're amazing, Pen. I don't know what we'd do without you, what I'd do." The word "we" hung in the air between us, loaded with meaning. Not the I, but the we, as in the family, as in you're one of us now. The moment was broken by the sound of approaching voices, probably the rest of his brothers coming to get the update on Hayes too. Everett and I sprang apart, the spell broken. The secret relationship, the complications, the uncertain future came crashing right in. But as Everett gave me one last meaningful look before turning to face his brothers, something shifted inside me. Maybe we didn't need to keep this just between us. Maybe it was time to embrace this family that had embraced me, complications and all. That wasn't a scary thought. Not at all.
Chapter 19. A Bucket List of Troubles. Everett. I stood on Hayes' front porch, my arms laden with snacks, surrounded by my brothers. Willa opened the door, her eyes twinkling with gratitude. This girl was a keeper. She'd called in the cavalry, and we'd all come running.
"Thanks for coming, guys," Willis said, her voice low. "He's struggling."
My chest tightened. Of course he was. I had seen the hit Hayes took, replayed the way he laid there on the field like he was never going to wake up in my mind 100 times since. It could have been any of us. We piled into the house, and Chris's voice boomed. "Willa called and said we needed to come over and pull your head out of your asshole." I suppressed a chuckle. Trust Chris to cut right to the chase. Declan, ever the protective older brother, added his own gruff reassurance. "Don't make me smack you upside the head and give you another concussion. We're here to fucking cheer you up." Ah, older brothers. What would we do without them? I made my way to the couch, plopping down next to Hayes. His face was drawn, eyes haunted in a way I'd never seen before. It scared me more than I wanted to admit. "All right, little bro." I injected as much cheerfulness into my voice as I could muster. "Time for some good old-fashioned distraction therapy." Isaac queued up Mario Kart, and I watched Hayes closely. The reluctance in his movements, the tightness around his eyes, and the unadulterated frustration brewing just below the surface all showed that this went deeper than just cracking his head. He was scared. I hated to see that in him. He was our little genius superstar, the best of us all. I might be able to give him love life advice, and had, but I didn't have a fucking clue how to fix this utter dread he was going through. The best I could do, that any of us could do, was to be here for him. It worked for a little while, too. But I noticed the way Hayes struggled with the controller. His fingers fumbled over the buttons, his coordination off. Each time he died in that game, I saw the frustration building. It was like watching a pot about to boil over. And when it did, it was explosive. "Damn it!" Hayes growled, throwing the controller down. "This is pointless. I can't even play a stupid video game." I exchanged a worried glance with Declan. This wasn't just about the game, and we all knew it. I wanted to say something, anything to make it better. But what? That I understood? I didn't really. We'd all had injuries, but knock on wood, or rather our advanced tech helmets, none of us had ever suffered a concussion. Plenty of pulled muscles, a few broken bones, and more scrapes and cuts than you could shake a stick at, but nothing that took us away from playing the game we all loved. I certainly couldn't tell him that it would be okay. The words felt hollow, even in my own mind. Chris was the one to speak up. "Hayes, it's okay. This isn't your first injury, kid, and it won't be your last. We've all been there. You're still healing. No one expects you to be at the top of any game right now." I admired Chris's gentle approach, the way he could find the right words when the rest of us were fumbling. It made me think of our mom, how she always knew exactly what to say to soothe our hurts, big or small. He was going to be a great dad someday. But Hayes wasn't soothed. His laugh was harsh, bitter. "And that's the problem, isn't it? I'm not at the top of my game. I'm not even in the game. I'm just fucking useless." The rawness in his voice hit me like a tackle. I saw the tears welling up in his eyes, and suddenly I was transported back to that hospital waiting room years ago, all of us huddled together, waiting for news about Mom. The same helplessness washed over me. What if we couldn't fix this? What if Hayes never fully recovered? But then I caught Dad out of the corner of my eye. He'd know what to say and do. His voice cut through the tension. "Okay, boys, I think it's time to call it a day. Let me have some time with Hayes." As we filed out, I paused by Hayes, giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze. "We're here for you, bro. Whatever you need." The words felt inadequate, but they were all I had. I always thought I was good at helping people with their problems, but I think I was simply good at the fun parts. No one came to me for anything really serious. I was the go-to guy for dating lessons. And suddenly, all I wanted was to see Penelope, to hold her close and remind myself of what really mattered. Family, love, the precious, precarious present. I pulled out my phone and dialed her number, my heart already lighter at the thought of her voice. But she didn't answer, probably just busy working. She and Kelsey were deep into their super-secret, sneaky planning for announcing Kel's next album. So I sent her a quick text. "Sneak away when you can, and I'll make it worth your time, winky face." We'd only been able to steal moments with each other in the past few days, and I missed her. Her reply was simply a matching winky face. I trudged up the steps to my house, feeling like I'd just played a triple overtime game. The weight of the day, seeing Hayes struggle, feeling so damn helpless, sat heavy on my shoulders. But as I pushed open the front door, All that weight lifted. Penelope was there, curled up on my couch, smiling at me like she belonged there, like she'd always belonged there. "Pen," I breathed, and suddenly I was across the room, pulling her into my arms. She came willingly, her body molding to mine as if we were two pieces of the same puzzle. I buried my face in her hair, breathing her in, letting her presence wash away the day's tension. And then her lips were on mine, soft and insistent. In seconds I had us both naked and slipped a condom on. I wanted nothing more than to lose myself in her, but my sweet Penny was still the slightest bit shy about letting me worship her body. She wasn't hiding it from me. She wasn't covering herself up. But the way her fingers fluttered at her side, and the way she held her shoulders forward, like she wanted to wrap her arms across her body, were such obvious signs that I still had some work to do to help her believe she was the most beautiful woman in the world to me. I felt privileged as fuck that she was comfortable enough to give this much of herself to me when it was so hard for her. "Tell me what you want, Penny." I ran my knuckles down her chin, and then cupped it, rubbing my thumb over her pink lips. "Tell me how I can make you feel like my sweet sex goddess again." She sucked in a breath, but this one was more excitement than trepidation. The sassy inner confidence I knew she had was winning out. "Have you ever— No, wait. I don't want to know the answer to that." "I probably have. I'm open to just about any kink, babe, especially if it's one of yours." "Oh, it's not even kinky, I don't think." She bit her lip, but there was a fire in her eyes, and I couldn't wait to hear what she wanted to do. "I've always wondered what it would be like to be bent over a table or whatever, and fucked from behind." Holy hell, that's my girl. I spun her around and shoved a hand into her hair, and then did exactly what she'd asked for, bending her forward over the back of my couch. I leaned over her and whispered in her ear, "You want this, Penny? Because it shows you exactly how little I can contain myself around you." I slid a hand between her thighs and stroked my fingers over her pussy lips, teasing her. "You should know it takes all my willpower not to do this to you every time I see you." She squirmed and let out the softest, most enticing whimper. "Make no mistake, I am feral for you." I drew some of the moisture pooling in her pussy and spread it across my cock. "Every bit of you drives me insane, wanting you." In the neediest whisper, she said, Show me what makes you crazy." I nipped at her earlobe and let out a low growl. With one long thrust, I buried myself inside of her. "I'm feral for this cunt, Penelope." But this wasn't just about sex. I wanted her heart and her soul for my own, too. I gently pulled out and made us both groan with fast, hard thrusts. "I'm crazy about your thick thighs." Her ass jiggled, and the couch moved each time I drove back into her. "I go nuts even thinking about your plump tits." We were both breathing hard already, and I could feel her pussy fluttering, squeezing me. But I wasn't done yet. "I want to lick and bite and suck on every freckle, every stretch mark, every fucking inch of your body." Penelope's soft little moans turned into keening, broken only by her gasps. She was close, and so was I. Every day I don't wake up with you in my arms, in my bed. My heart is ripped out of my chest until I can be with you again. The words were right on the tip of my tongue. Those 3 little words wanted out, but I held them in. I was going to tell Pen that I loved her, but not like this. Not when she might think it was only about the sex. Showing her I loved her body and showing her I loved her heart and soul were 2 different things. "If you don't come for me, right the fuck now, Penny, I might actually lose my fucking mind." To give her that last little bit to drive her over the edge, I smacked her ass. Hard. "Oh!" she cried out. But that surprise did its job, and her exclamations turned into a long, low moan as she came. I could feel her pussy squeezing me over and over. It was so much more than I could handle, because none of what I said was an exaggeration. I was absolutely wild about her. I lost my rhythm altogether and came so hard I literally saw stars, and was maybe a breath or 2 from blacking out. I leaned over Pen, sucking in breaths, trying to get my equilibrium back so I could make sure she was okay, too. She started giggling.
I can't believe you smacked my ass like that.
Shit. I definitely hadn't planned that, and it wasn't something we'd talked about before. I should have checked with her to make sure it was something she wanted. Before I could apologize, she laughed again.
How did you know that was on my sexy times bucket list, too?
I didn't, but I'll remember it for next time. Later we lay tangled together on the couch, and Penelope's fingers traced lazy patterns on my chest. She asked softly,
Want to tell me what you were upset about when you got home?
I sighed, pulling her closer. Hayes is not doing great, and I didn't know what to say to him. I'm the guy who always has advice for everyone, and I couldn't find a single useful thing to say to my own brother today. Penelope propped herself up on an elbow, her eyes twinkling with gentle mischief.
Well, if you were better at advice, I might have found a date to the Grampies. Then where would we be?
I let out a laugh, some of the tension easing from my chest. Maybe I was deliberately giving you bad advice so you'd fall for me instead. She rolled her eyes and grinned at me, and I knew there was a sassy, snappy comeback headed my way. But Penelope's phone buzzed and buzzed and buzzed. Someone was trying hard to get her attention. She reached for it, her brow furrowing as she read the message.
It's from Neith, she said, sitting up. She says there's something brewing on Flip-Flop with another influencer.
I sat up too, immediately on alert. What kind of brewing are we talking about? Penelope clicked on the link, and it took her to somebody's account profile page.
Apparently some guy is starting an expose series on his socials. This pic says he's targeting what he calls fake body positivity influencers.
Pen swiped and a video started playing. I recognized the guy in the video. Wait, isn't that the guy from the speed dating event? The one you spilled your drink on? Penelope's face paled.
Oh God, you're right. It is Odin. He's changed his handle, or this is a new account. And look at the comments. People are already speculating about who he might be targeting. Some are mentioning Kelsey and me.
My protective instincts flared. I will fucking eviscerate that axe munch. You're not fake. You're one of the most genuine people I know. She gave me a weak smile, but I could see the fear in her eyes.
But what if...
My phone chose that moment to start buzzing incessantly. I ignored it at first, focused on Penelope, but after the fifth call in as many minutes, I grabbed it. Multiple missed calls from Declan. A text popped up, and it had a picture attached. I opened it to see what he'd sent, and then clenched my eyes shut. It was us, me and Pen, at the speed dating event. Together. Pen, I said, my voice tight. I think Declan knows. Her eyes widened as she looked at the picture.
But how?
She stopped, realization dawning.
Odin. He must have taken it. This was at the very beginning, before the event even started. Look.
The implications hit us both at the same time. If Declan had this picture, and it came from Odin...
He might have already posted something about us.
Penelope whispered, her voice shaking.
And if he took this beforehand, this was...
My mind raced. This could blow up into something bad if we didn't get ahead of it. We need to... A knock at the door cut me off. We both froze, staring at each other. Through the peephole, I could see Declan. He wasn't mad, but his face was etched with worry. It's Dec. Penelope's eyes met mine, panic clear in their depths. In that split second, we had to decide whether to face this together right here, right now. Which was going to be really fucking hard, considering we were both butt naked.
Chapter 20. We ride at dawn, bitches. Penelope. My heart pounded against my chest so hard I thought it was going to pop out. Everett's hand hovered over the doorknob like he was seriously considering opening the door. Naked. Declan was on the other side, and with him, the potential collapse of my lovely little bubble. I'd thought I could just live in this ideal place, getting loved by Everett and not having to face my real fears or feelings for a while longer. My career, my newfound confidence, my relationship with Everett. All of it felt so precarious, and I wasn't ready for it to all go away. Wait, I whispered, grabbing Everett's arm. He turned to me, surprise and concern etched on his face. I can't do this right now. Everett's brow furrowed. I know he's going to freak out, and he might punch my lights out, but Penn, he's family. Once he sees how we really feel about each other, he'll understand. We're gonna need that support system. Family. The word echoed in my head, foreign and frightening. I shook my head, willing him to understand. No, I need to talk to Neith and Kelsey first. We need to figure out what kind of damage control we're looking at before we involve your whole family. I could see the conflict in Everett's eyes. He glanced at the door, then back at me. Penn, hiding isn't going to make this go away. I know, I said, my words tumbling out in a rush. But please, just give me some time. Let me talk to Kelsey and Neith. We need a plan. I have to figure out a fix first. Everett ran a hand through his hair, frustration clear in every line of his body. I don't like lying to my brother. It's not lying, I argued, even as guilt twisted in my gut. It's just postponing the truth. Please, Everett. He held my gaze for a long moment, and I could see him weighing his loyalty to his family against his feelings for me. When had I ever won out in a battle like that? Okay, baby, go do what you need to do. But Penn, we tell them soon. All of them, promise me. I nodded quickly, relief flooding through me. I promise, soon. Just as soon as I fixed this. Everett stole a quick kiss and then waited for me to grab my clothes and pull them on. I grabbed my things, my hands shaking as I tried to smooth my rumpled clothes. Then I bent over to be as small as I could and scooted toward the back door. From the side of the house, I could hear Everett's deep voice greeting Declan, making up some excuse about getting ready for a shower. I hurried across the street to Declan and Kelsey's house, guilt and fear warring within me. Everett's words sent all kinds of alarm bells off inside. For him, family meant support, unconditional love, a safety net. For me, family was my father's disappointed sighs, my mother's absence, a lifetime of feeling like I was both too much and not enough. I shook my head, pushing away the memories. I couldn't think about that now. I had a crisis to manage. At Kelsey's front door, I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Whatever storm was coming, I'd weather it. I had to. I had worked too hard, come too far to let someone like Odin tear it all down. With one last glance back at Everett's house, where I knew he was facing Declan alone because of me, I let myself in. It was time to face the music, just not the tune Everett had in mind. There you are, Kelsey's voice, tinged with worry, greeted me before I even rounded the corner. She and Neith were huddled on the couch, a laptop open between them. We've been texting you for ages. Sorry, I mumbled, self-consciously smoothing down my rumpled clothes. I was preoccupied. Kelsey's eyebrow quirked up, a knowing look in her eye that made me squirm. I bet you were, she said, but her tone was gentle. With Everett, I assume? Heat crept up my neck like little ant bites. Of course Kelsey would put two and two together. Neith, ever the professional, cut straight to the chase. Have you seen Odin's video yet? I shook my head. Ever since I'd admitted earlier this year that I was the woman behind Bestie's Bestie, my entire life was all over social media. It was the life I'd chosen, and I was proud to have the platform I did and help Kels spread her really important body positivity message to people all over the world. But why did my hardest struggles have to be so damn highlighted? Why couldn't everything just continue to be the best parts of my life? No one needed to see the battles, the hardships, the pain. But I had a feeling they were about to. Kelsey and Neith exchanged a look. Kelsey turned the laptop towards me. You need to see this. As Odin's chiseled face, his open flannel shirt showing off his six-pack abs and tattoos, filled the screen, my stomach clenched. His voice, dripping with false concern, filled the room. Hey, beautiful people. Today we're talking about real body positivity, not the fake stuff you've been fed. I watched in growing horror as Odin walked through a wooded area, his axe over his shoulder, and expounded on how true self-love meant taking care of your health, which, in his narrow view, inevitably meant losing weight. Each word felt like a personal attack on everything I stood for. But was he right about me? Did I genuinely love myself? I didn't want to answer that. But don't worry, he said with a wink that made my skin crawl. In my next few videos, I'll be exposing the biggest frauds in the body positivity movement. You won't believe how these so-called advocates really feel about themselves. The screen flashed, and suddenly I was looking at myself. It was a screenshot from one of my bestie's bestie posts, where I'd talked about my journey to self-acceptance. The image lingered for just a moment before flashing to another of me, standing outside the speed dating event, looking stressed. Then Odin's face returned, promising more truth to come. That manipulative jackass, Kelsey growled, breaking the silence. Who the fuck does he think he is? Neith leaned forward, her eyes intent. Penelope, do you have any idea what he might be about to say about you? Any compromising statements or photos? The image of Everett and me at the speed dating event flashed through my mind. I swallowed hard. I'm not sure, but I met him at a speed dating event before Christmas. I may have ignored him and spilled my water on him, but I swear that was an accident. Oh, so he's feeling scorned, I see. We need to get ahead of this and shut it down before the Grampies, Neith said, already tapping furiously on her phone. We need a statement, maybe a counter video. The besties will... Wait, Kelsey interrupted, her gaze fixed on me. Her voice softened. Pen, honey, I think it's time we talk about what's really going on between you and Everett. I looked between Kelsey and Neith, seeing concern in both their faces. The urge to deflect warred with my desperate need for help, for someone to tell me what to do. I was the one who always took care of everyone and everything else, and I didn't know how to be anything else. I didn't know how to take care of me. And I was exhausted, and sad, and mad. I was smad-sauced, all the way to my core and back. In that moment, looking at these two women who had become more than just colleagues, I made a decision to let someone else help me for a change. I took a deep breath and said, You're right. Everett and I are... It's more than just dating lessons now. I think I'm in love with him. The admission hung in the air, and I braced myself for their reactions, wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life. Who says something like that? Who admits to falling for a guy who was so much more than a 10? He was like an 1100. The silence that followed my admission felt endless. I watched as Kelsey's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and something else. Was that joy? Flickering across her face. Neith, ever the professional, merely raised an eyebrow, her mind no doubt already racing with the PR implications. Oh, Pen, Kelsey breathed, reaching out to squeeze my hand. I had a feeling. That's huge. I'm so happy for you. I nodded, feeling simultaneously lighter and more terrified than I had in years. I've never felt like this before, but it's all very new. That picture was taken before we got together. I don't want to drag Everett or the Kingmans into this mess. Neith leaned forward, her expression serious. Penelope, I understand your desire to protect Everett, but we need to consider all angles here. People have already seen the picture of you two together. Neith's right, Kelsey said gently. Plus, take it from someone who's dated a Kingman in the public eye. They're tougher than they look. She grinned, some of her usual spark returning. And they look pretty tough to begin with. Despite everything, I found myself smiling back. I don't know what to do. I'm supposed to be the social media maven here, and this is why I hid behind a secret handle for so long. I barely know how to be in the public eye. How do we handle this? Well, Neith said, slipping into strategy mode. We have a few options. We could get ahead of it, release a statement about your relationship before Odin has a chance to twist it. My stomach clenched at the thought. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Kelsey nodded understandingly. What about a joint statement from the two of us? We could challenge Odin's narrow view of health and body positivity, without necessarily addressing your personal life. That could work, Neith mused. We could also reach out to other influencers, create a united front against this kind of attack. As they bounced ideas back and forth, a whole new feeling washed through me. It was warm and calming. Gratitude. Here I was, facing what felt like the biggest crisis of my career. and I wasn't alone. It was a novel feeling, one that both comforted and terrified me. My phone buzzed, and for the first time in a long time, I dreaded looking at it. Expecting it to be Everett, I was surprised to see Jules's name pop up on the screen. "Guys, hold on," I said, interrupting their discussion. "It's Jules." I opened the message, and despite everything, it tugged a smile from me at its contents. "Saw Odin's skibbity fucking Ohio video. Gathering the Take Up Space Network as we speak. We ride it dawn, bitches. #body warriors." "What is it?" Kelsey asked, leaning over to peek at my phone. I read the message aloud, and Kelsey burst out laughing. "God, I love that girl. Odin should be afraid. Very afraid." Neith raised a finger. "I'm guessing skibbity fucking Ohio is bad, and the Take Up Space Network? I don't know about the Ohio part. I think that state is kind of nice. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is there." Kelsey shrugged. "But the Take Up Space Network is a group Trixie started with Marie Manaway and Sarah Jane Jerry for plus-size celebrities to support each other. I'm in it, just haven't done much with it yet." I nodded, confirming Kelsey's answers, a wave of emotions washing over me. "This is perfect," Neith said, her eyes lighting up with possibilities. "Having them on our side could be a game changer." They went all in discussing how to leverage the network's support. Jules knowing about this meant that soon the whole Kingman clan would be in on it. The thought was both terrifying and oddly comforting. I'd spent so long feeling like I had to face everything alone, and now, suddenly, I had not just Kelsey and Neith in my corner, but potentially an entire network of body-positive influencers, and the infamous Kingman family too. "Pen?" Kelsey took my hand again and squeezed. "You're good with all of this, right?" I looked up, trying really hard to hold back the tears, mostly ones of gratitude. "Yeah, I'm just processing. It's a lot, you know? Going from trying to hide everything to suddenly having all these people ready to fight for me." Kelsey's expression softened. She reached out and squeezed my hand. "This is what having people in your corner feels like. And I'm sorry if I never made you feel that way before now." Oh, Cheez-Its. Those tears pricked at the corners of my eyes, but I blinked them back. Now wasn't the time for crying. We had work to do. "Okay," I said, straightening up and looking between Kelsey and Neith. "Let's get organized. We've got a lot to do." Odin thought he could tear us down, but he had no idea what he was up against. We had love, family, and an army of body-positive warriors on our side. And as Jules so eloquently put it, we would ride at dawn.
Chapter 21. Confessions of a Loveaholic. Everett. I took a deep breath, my hand hovering over the doorknob. On the other side stood my comeuppance, and even through the wood I could practically feel his signature scowl and the pummeling I was going to get for sneaking around with Pen. For a moment I considered pretending I wasn't home, but I knew better. Declan was like a dog with a bone when he wanted something, and right now, that something was my ass and probably some answers. I mentally inventoried my freezer for bags of frozen peas or steaks for the eventual black eye I'd be nursing. And that would look great for game footage on Sunday. Steeling myself, I opened the door. "Took you long enough," Declan growled, shouldering past me, barely even noticing my state of undress. His eyes scanned the room, and I knew he was looking for signs of Penelope. "Where have you been?" "Sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "I was getting ready for a shower." Declan's eyebrow rose skeptically. "For 3 hours?" I shrugged, aiming for nonchalance, but probably hitting somewhere closer to guilty as hell. "Lost track of time. You know how it is." "Uh-huh." Declan's tone made it clear he wasn't buying it. He turned to face me, his expression a mixture of concern and frustration that I'd seen 1,000 times growing up. It was the look that usually preceded a lecture about responsibility or teamwork or some other big brother wisdom. But instead of launching into a speech, Declan pulled out his phone. "Want to explain this?" He held up the screen to show me that same picture he'd sent. There, in high-definition glory, was that photo of me and Penelope at the speed dating event. We were leaning in close, laughing at something. But that wasn't the problem. It was the way I was looking at her. Like I was on fire. For her. "Where did you get that?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "Does it matter?" Declan countered. What matters is what it means. Are you fucking Penelope? I almost snapped back that what we were doing was so far beyond fucking that it meant so much more to me than that. But I hesitated, caught between the urge to deny everything, admit everything, and the bone-deep weariness of keeping secrets from the most important people in my life. Declan glared at me, but not in a you're-dead-meat way. It was like he was trying to see into my brain. Look, Ev, he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. I just want to know what's going on. She's important to Kelsey and to me. She's become family, to all of us. The unspoken, and we don't want to see her hurt, hung in the air between us. Indignation flared deep in my gut, and I was ready to spew flames. Did my own brother really think I'd hurt Penelope? Those flames were quickly doused by a wave of shame. Wasn't that exactly what I was doing by keeping our relationship a secret? I sank onto the couch and dropped my head into my hands. It's complicated, Declan snorted, dropping into the armchair across from me. Your love life always is. I looked up sharply, stung by the implication. What's that supposed to mean? Come on, Ev, Declan said, leaning forward. You've got a different girl in your arm at every event. You're always talking about the perfect woman, the perfect relationship, but you never stick with anyone long enough to see if they're right for you. And now you're sneaking around with Penelope? What's really going on here? When did you become the one to shill out love life advice? I thought that was my job. Yeah, that was deflecting at its finest, but I met Declan's gaze, and I saw something beyond the gruff exterior. Concern. Genuine concern, not just for Penelope, but for me. And suddenly, I was tired. Tired of pretending, tired of hiding, tired of being the Everett everyone thought they knew. You're right, I said quietly. It is complicated, but not in the way you think. I took a deep breath, preparing to lay it all out for my brother. It was time for the truth, whatever the consequences might be. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I was about to say. Declan waited, his usual impatience tempered by something I rarely saw in my older brother, concern. Pen asked me to give her dating lessons. I said the words, and even to me they sounded made up. At first I didn't want to, because I knew how you felt all big brotherly for her. But dude, she turned those pleading little puppy dog eyes on me and fuck. Well, I was dead. I'd have taught her how to fly to the moon and back. I'm telling you, Wiener the Pooh's got nothing on Pen when it comes to begging. Declan's eyebrows shot up. Okay, so you're not sleeping with her? Well, I rubbed the back of my neck and turned my face away. Maybe if I didn't look right at him, he wouldn't punch me directly in the face. I surreptitiously dropped my other hand to cover my junk. Remember that night I fled my snake-infested house and crashed downstairs at yours? God damn it. I knew all that noise wasn't Pooh having crazy dog dreams like Kelsey said. Here it came. I closed my eyes and tensed up my muscles, trying to predict where he was going to punch me first. Are you in love with her? Oof, that was not the punch to the gut I was expecting. I peeled an eye open and looked to see if he was just suckering me into engaging so he could tackle me with my eyes wide open before he pummeled me into the ground. He wasn't. Declan waited, studying me, seeing me better than I saw myself. I'm so fucking in love with her, I don't even know what to do. I knew it. Declan gave a little fist pump. That's why you've been playing so damn good the past couple of games. Chris owes me money. You bet on my love life? Yeah. The duh in his voice was loud and proud. And it wasn't no $5 either. I'm gonna buy Kelsey a new fucking car. But why the hell are you sneaking around like teenagers? I leaned back deeper into the couch and stared up at the ceiling. Pen wants to keep it quiet. Said she wanted something just for us, away from the social media circus. I paused, the next part harder to admit. And now, with this Odin situation, she wants to fix it before we go public. She's afraid of the ridicule, the judgment. Understanding dawned on Declan's face. Damn, Kels was right. She's been worried that Penelope's insecurities have been eating at her. She only posts super cheerful, positive stuff on the socials, and Kelsey knew she was hiding something. I nodded, protectiveness for my girl prickling across my skin. She's working on herself, Dec, and that's fucking hard. She's come so far, and I have to support her, but... You're not okay with hiding? Declan asked, filling in the words I was having a tough time saying. I opened my mouth to defend our decision, but the words stuck in my throat. Declan's gaze softened. "Ev," he said gently, "are you sure that's the only reason you haven't told any of us about your feelings for Ben?" I jerked back like he had actually punched me. "What the fuck do you mean by that?" Declan leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "I mean, are you sure you're not hiding because you're scared too?" Oh, shit. The denial was on the tip of my tongue, but something in Declan's expression made me pause. I thought about Penelope, about the depth of what I felt for her, about the reticence, honestly, the fear that had gripped me every time I thought of telling her. I made excuses not to say it. "I love her, Dec," I admitted quietly, the words carrying the weight of everything I'd been holding back. "I'm in love with her, and it scares the hell out of me." Declan nodded, no trace of surprise on his face. "Does she know?" I shook my head. "I haven't told her. We've only been together for real since Christmas Eve. I'm not sure she feels the same way. She's still so guarded sometimes, and I don't want to push her." "So you're both hiding," Declan said, but there was no judgment in his tone. "You from your feelings, her from the world." Put like that, it sounded ridiculous. I let out a humorless laugh. "Some love guru I am, huh?" Declan snorted, a hint of his usual gruffness returning. "You've always been better at dishing out advice than taking it, little brother." Ouch. I'd been prepared for a beating, but the kind of punches Declan was dishing out were hitting way harder than his fists. I told her we need to come clean to the family at least. I hate lying to you guys. "Good," Declan nodded approvingly. "Because we've got your back, Ev. Both of you. Even when you're being idiots." Something loosened in my chest, a tension I hadn't even realized I'd been carrying. "You're not mad?" Declan rolled his eyes. "Mad? Nah. Fuck off with that shit. I've watched you fall in and out of love with every woman you meet. We were all worried you'd never actually let yourself be happy." What the shit? I opened my mouth to refute him, but nothing came out. He shook his head at me like the all-knowing older brother telling me how fucking dumb I was being. "You're always so busy trying to help the rest of us be happy and find love. And you know what? It's easier to do that than to find it for yourself." Again, what the actual shit? "You really are fucking mean." Declan smiled and shrugged. "But it hurts so good, doesn't it?" I shook my head, not sure that it did. Declan stood up, and this time he did punch me. In the arm. "I'm happy for you, you little dumb shit. Penelope is one of the coolest chicks I know, and you two are going to be great together, if you don't fuck it up. Now put your goddamn clothes on. This social media situation is looking like it's gonna be bad, for your girl and mine. The best defense is a good defense." That was not how the saying went, but Declan probably believed his stance was more the one true way. He was very Mace Windu, Jedi Master, about being on defense. "Ev," his expression turned serious. "If you love her, if this is real, then you fight for it. Out in the open, where everyone can see. She needs to know you'll burn down the fucking world for her." Jesus, how was I the love guru in this family? Dec was clearly the one we should all be going to for advice, not me. I nodded, a new resolve settling over me. "You're right. I need to talk to Pen. We need to face this together. No more hiding." A slow smile spread across Declan's face, one I hadn't seen since we were kids. "Well, look at that. My little brother's finally growing up." I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't keep the grin off my face. "Shut up." Declan stood, clapping me on the shoulder. "So what's the plan? How are we handling this Odin situation?" I don't have a fucking clue. All I ever put on my socials is some pictures of practice or a touchdown dance, and I get 1 million views. It's not like I have a whole lot of big stuff on my platform. Which, now that I was thinking about it, maybe I should do something to help make the world a better place, since I did have an actual platform. "I think the fans of your nightwear, tidy-whities ads would argue with that." He glanced down at my lap and back up with a smirk on his face. Was he making a dick joke? Who was this man, and what had he done with my grumpy-ass older brother? Just as I was about to dish it back, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Jules. "Bro, this Odin douche potato is beyond sus. Gathering the take-up space network ASAP. Get your Pookie, because it is on like Donkey Kong." I blinked at the message 6 or 7 times before I showed it to Dec. Guess Jules was in the loop now, because I'm fairly sure my Pookie meant Penelope. I was so going to call her that. Well, well, Declan said, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like your nemesis is in for a world of hurt. Jules on the warpath is scarier than, I don't know, anything. He'd better keep an eye on his Cheerios and his ass. No kidding. I agreed, feeling a surge of pride for our little sister. That girl's a force of nature that should be both worshipped and feared. I almost feel bad for the guy. Declan's expression turned mischievous. You know, we could always sick Billy's snake on Odin, squeeze the truth out of him about what an asshole he's being. Might be a kinder fate. As much as I hated the guy, that was too far. I shivered, trying to shake it off. Don't even joke about that, man. Declan burst out laughing. Come on, Ev. You can stare down 300-pound guys trying to crush you, but you're still scared of a little snake. Little? That thing's a monster, I muttered, suppressing a shudder as I remembered my last encounter with Billy's pet. And now I have the heebie-jeebies like she's here watching me. Let's go find the girls and make a plan that does not involve snakes. We crossed the street to Declan's house, the short walk giving me just enough time for my nerves to kick in. What if Pen wasn't ready for this? What if she pushed me away again? Kelsey answered the door, ushering us into the living room where Penelope and Neith were huddled over a laptop. When Pen saw me, her eyes widened, a mix of surprise and panic flashing across her face. "Ev," she said, her voice tight. "What are you doing here?" I moved towards her, my heart clenching at the fear in her eyes. She glanced around the room, looking like a cornered animal. "I haven't figured out how to handle this yet, and the playoffs. This is going to be a huge distraction to you and—" "Babe," I said softly, taking her face in my hands. She put hers over mine, and I could feel them trembling slightly. "I know you're scared, but hiding isn't going to help. Not from my family, not from the world, not from each other. I promise I will do everything in my power to keep you safe, however I can, and I will be there to soothe the hurts I can't stop." "But—" She started to protest, to pull away, and I couldn't let that happen. I was raised to respect boundaries, to seek enthusiastic consent, and allow people to make their own mistakes and learn from them. But I was also raised in a home where love and family trumped all. I didn't think Penelope had that in her life. This was just one more way I would show up for her. So even though I was about to push her boundaries, and she could smack me later for not asking for her consent, I showed Penelope, and everyone else in that room, exactly what she meant to me. I kissed Penelope for them all to see. This kiss was not soft, not sweet, and not like anything but a man possessed by and obsessed with her. I kissed her so that no one would doubt exactly how I felt about her, including her.
Chapter 22. Unpretty and the Sleigh Squad. Penelope. "You want to know how we're going to handle this? Together, that's how. Because I love you, Penelope Quinn. I'm in love with you, and I'm not ashamed of it. I'm proud of it, of us." The room fell silent. I could feel everyone's eyes on us, but all I could see was Everett. He loved me. Everett Kingman, the man who could have any woman he wanted, loved me. And I couldn't even say it back. "I love you, Penelope." He said it again, out loud, in front of everyone, like I hadn't heard him the first time. Since I didn't say a damn thing, he probably thought I didn't hear him or I didn't understand. No taking it back now. I stood there, frozen, aware of everyone's eyes on us. The room was silent, but out of the corner of my eye, I could see Kelsey was beaming. Neith looked surprised, but pleased, and even Declan had a hint of a smile on his usually grumpy face. But all I could focus on was Everett, his eyes full of hope and fear and love. Love. For me. Fear that I didn't love him back. This couldn't be real. Men like Everett didn't fall for women like me. It had to be a mistake. A cruel joke. Any second now he'd laugh and say, "Just kidding." I couldn't breathe. My chest was caving in. Because while the traumas of my past were bubbling and boiling just under the surface, hurting me to get my attention, I didn't actually believe that. Everett loved me, and I loved him. I looked into his eyes, saw the vulnerability there, and I knew this was all real, if I let it be. This was Everett. My Everett. The man who'd seen me at my worst, spewing verbal diarrhea all over poor unsuspecting men, who'd then snuggled up with me to watch rom-coms and eat popcorn, so I wouldn't think about how I'd made a total embarrassment out of myself, who laughed when I'd spilled coffee on him while trying to hook him up with someone else, and who fell in love with me when I poured a beer over his head. The man who'd never once made me feel less than beautiful. I was the only one who made me feel unpretty. I was tired of doubting, tired of letting my insecurities win. I just wasn't sure how to change that. But I never would fix my problems by hiding, and nothing in the history of the world had ever been made better by denying love, especially not when it was right in front of you. Everett opened his mouth, and I was sure he was going to say he loved me again, but I pressed my fingers over his lips and let my heart take over. I love you too, I said, my voice stronger than I expected. I love you, Everett, and I'm scared and excited, and you're the only person I'd want to go through all of this with. Everett's face broke into a grin so bright it could have lit up the whole room. He pulled me into his arms, and I melted into his embrace, not caring that we had an audience. Well, thank God for that, Kelsey's voice broke through our bubble. I was about ready to lock you two in the basement again until you figured it out. I laughed, turning in Everett's arms to face our friends. The room suddenly felt warmer, safer. This was my family now, I realized. These people who supported us, who were ready to fight for us. Right, lovebirds, Declan grumbled, but I could hear the affection in his voice. Now that we've got that settled, can we please figure out how to take this fat-phobic douche canoe down? I volunteer to just go sit on him until he cries uncle. The reality of the outside world, the people who wanted to hurt me, came crashing back, and I wanted to throw up, which wasn't a very nice thing to do 10 seconds after someone just declared they loved you. So I held it in. I let it bubble and boil inside. We had barely started brainstorming when the front door burst open, a whirlwind of energy sweeping into the room. All right, fam, the Slay Squad has arrived, Jules announced, striding in with Trixie close behind. Oh, and Pen, I'm totally calling you sis from now on. You snuck in on me. Love it. Welcome to the Kingman Queens. Everett's little sister was cool as hell. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and it made me smile, too. Trixie, ever the calm in the storm, gave me a warm hug. How are you holding up, honey? Are we ordering in commiseration ice cream before planning Odin's trip to Valhalla, or are we going straight to the Valkyrie ride? Better now, I admitted, glancing at Everett. He winked at me, and my face warmed like I'd had too much red wine. But there was also the heat in my stomach, worrying about how any of this was going to help. Okay, people, Neith said, taking charge. We need a plan. Odin's threat is real. He's got a lot of followers, and while you two were playing kissy face, I was monitoring the socials. He's got his garbage followers already reposting, and there's some content from them popping up already. We need to get ahead of it. Jules plopped down on the couch, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh, I've got plans. That axe face won't know what hit him. Jules, Everett warned, but I could see he was fighting a smile. Trixie pulled out her tablet. I've sent the bat signal out to the Take-Up Space Network. We're ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. We just need to know the plan. What exactly are we dealing with here? Declan asked, his brow furrowed. What's this guy's angle? I took a deep breath. Odin's planning an exposé series. He wants to reveal what he calls fake body positivity advocates, and I'm clearly his first target. Kelsey huffed. You're an important voice, Pen. Neith nodded and said, Yes, but most of your platform is the besties. I think he's going to wait and see how this hits, and if he gets traction, you're likely next, Kelsey. God, I'm so sorry I opened you up to this, Kelsey. It might be better if I separated from the company. The room fell silent for a moment, and Everett's arm tightened around me, but Kelsey pointed at me and shook her head. Not on your life. If anything, I should be the one apologizing to you. He's picking on you because he's afraid of me. As he fucking should be, Declan cut in. He knows he can hit at my platform, my fans, my people through you. But he thinks he won't feel my wrath if he doesn't strike directly at me? That's some bullshit right there. And we are going to take him down. Her voice was powerful, low, and fierce. We will hit back in a way he won't even see coming. We all waited with bated breath to hear her plan. With positivity. When he goes low, we go high. We're going to flood social media with real stories, real bodies, real love. We are going to drown him in pure, unadulterated joy. I like it, Neith nodded. We could do a video series, get influential voices to speak out against body shaming. Oh, I feel a hashtag campaign coming on, Jules exclaimed. Hashtag real body love, or hashtag Odin can suck on his axe, or something like that. The room buzzed with ideas and energy, and a familiar feeling tightened my chest. Everyone was so ready to fight, so confident in our ability to take on Odin. But inside, I was still that insecure girl, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Guys, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The chatter died down, and all eyes turned to me. I took a deep breath. I appreciate all of this, really, but I don't know if I can do this. Everett's arm tightened around me. Pen, what do you mean? I looked up at him, fighting the roiling in my chest and stomach. Even when you told me you loved me, my first thought was that you must be kidding, that this couldn't be real. Hurt flashed across his face, and I hurried on. It's not that I don't believe you love me, Ev. It's me. These doubts, they don't just go away because we said I love you to each other. The room fell silent. I could feel the weight of everyone's concern, and it made me feel even smaller. Oh, honey, Kelsey said softly, moving to sit on my other side. Remember what we talked about at the spa? I shrugged. I remembered feeling empowered that day, and I'd declared that I was stronger. But what had felt like a giant leap had turned out to be one small step for chubby girl kind. Kelsey, who knew me and the journey I'd been on since meeting her better than anyone else, saw right through me. I know you don't believe it yet, Pen, but we weren't blowing smoke up your ass when we told you that no one is totally confident all the time. We all struggle against these ridiculous beauty standards. But that's just it, I said, the words tumbling out now. I'm supposed to be this beacon of body positivity. I tell people to love themselves, to embrace their bodies. But what if Odin found out I don't believe in what I'm preaching? What if he exposes all the times I've felt insecure? All the posts where I claimed to be happy with my body when deep down I was struggling? Jules leaned forward, her usual mischief replaced with something so powerful I couldn't even begin to understand what was stoking the fires in her soul. Pen, that doesn't make you fake. It makes you human. Trixie nodded in agreement. Authenticity isn't about being perfect. It's about being real, struggles and all. They're right, Everett said, gently turning my face towards his. Your journey, your struggles, they're what makes your message so powerful. You're not speaking from some unreachable place of perfection. You're in the trenches, fighting the same battle as everyone else. I bit my lip and looked him right in the abs. Everyone? Baby, you should have seen how nervous I was at the nightwear photo shoot. He glanced over at his brother and shrugged. I've never told anyone this, but I threw up twice. What? But he was fit. He was perfect by every standard out there. He had a six-pack and those deliciously wide shoulders, and muscles where I didn't even know muscles grew. And do you know that they still Photoshop the pictures? You've seen my ass. It's not shaped like that. That's an artist's rendering of my butt. He made a disgusted face that said he did not approve of these messages. I took his hand and kissed his fingers. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm flabbergasted, too. I guess everyone really can have body insecurities. Neith, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. Penelope, your vulnerability could be your greatest strength here. What if, instead of trying to hide your struggles, we embrace them? Now I was going to be the one to throw up twice. Because I had a horrible feeling, I knew exactly what she wanted me to do. I asked anyway, just in case I was wrong. How do you mean? What if we get ahead of Odin? What if you share your journey, doubts and all, on your own terms? Show the world that body positivity is a journey, with twists and turns and falls and mountains, not some sunny, beachy, perfect destination. I was right. I was going to throw up. But what if I suck it up, Buttercup, and let people see that struggle, those vulnerabilities, and it's not enough? What if people feel betrayed? Because that's not what I've been saying all along. Then we help them see by the rest of us also showing them the truth, Kelsey said firmly. We show them that body positivity isn't about never having doubts. It's about loving yourself despite those doubts, about fighting back against a world that tries to make us feel small. I looked around the room and saw nods of agreement. Look, Penn, Everett said, his voice gruff and gravelly. You've got an army behind you. We're not fighting because we think you're perfect. We're fighting because we know you're real. And that's worth a hell of a lot more. I blinked 100 times, holding back the tears welling up. But for the first time in forever, they weren't tears of fear. Thank you, I whispered. All of you. I don't know if I'm strong enough to do this, but I want to try. Everett pulled me close, pressing a kiss to my temple. You are strong enough, and on the days you don't feel strong, you've got all of us to lean on. I still felt the weight of my insecurities, of the self-doubt that I'd tried my best to shove under the carpet for years. But now, it felt a little lighter. Maybe, just maybe, my struggles could help others feel less ashamed, less alone, and less unloved, too. Bestie's Face Space Group Live. Kelsey Best and Penelope Quinn on camera in front of a fireplace. Penelope. Hey, besties, we've got a very special live for you today, and look who's here with me. Kelsey. Hey, everyone, welcome to our live stream. Penelope. Thanks for joining us today, besties. Kelsey. We wanted to come on here and have an honest conversation with all of you about body positivity and what it really means. Penelope. That's right. Recently, there's been some talk about whether people like us are authentic in our body positivity message. And you know what? It's time for some real talk. Kelsey. Absolutely. Here's the truth. Body positivity isn't about being confident 100% of the time. It's not about loving every single thing about yourself every single day. Penelope. Exactly. I'll be honest with you all. I have days where I struggle. Days where I look in the mirror and don't love what I see. And for a long time, I harbored a lot of guilt about that. Kelsey. Me too, Pen. I think a lot of people believe that because we're in the public eye, we must have it all figured out, but that's not true. Penelope. Not at all. And that's what we want to talk about today. Body positivity isn't about perfection. It's about acceptance. It's about treating yourself with kindness, even on the hard days. Kelsey. It's about recognizing that your worth isn't determined by your size, your shape, or how you look in a bikini. Penelope. Exactly. It's about understanding that everyone, and I mean everyone, has insecurities. But those insecurities don't define us. Kelsey. That's so true. I remember a time when I was about to go on stage for a big performance. I was feeling so nervous and insecure about how I looked. But you know what? I went out there anyway. Penelope. And you rocked it as always. But it's important for people to know that even someone as amazing as you has those moments. Kelsey. Absolutely. So here's what we want to say to all of you. It's okay to have doubts. It's okay to have days where you don't feel your best. Penelope. What matters is how you talk to yourself on those days. Are you kind to yourself? Do you remind yourself of your worth beyond your appearance? Kelsey. That's the real heart of body positivity. It's not about always feeling confident. It's about treating yourself with respect and kindness, no matter how you feel. Penelope. And it's about creating a world where everyone feels valued, regardless of their size or shape. Kelsey. So we want to hear from you. Share your stories with us. Tell us about your journey with body positivity, the good days and the challenging ones. Penelope. Use the hashtag #RealBodyLove. Let's show the world what true body positivity looks like. Real, raw, and resilient. Kelsey. Remember, you are worthy of love and respect, from others and from yourself, no matter what. Penelope. Thank you all for being here with us today. Your support means the world to us. Kelsey. We love you all. Keep spreading that real body love.
Chapter 23. Battle Stations. Everett. I was in the TE room with the other tight ends, going over blocks and pass protection with our coach, when my phone started buzzing like crazy. Coach shot me a look that could have melted steel, but something in my gut told me this wasn't just another fan tagging me in a workout video. "Sorry, Coach," I muttered, sliding my phone out just enough to see the screen. My heart dropped when I saw Jules's name followed by a string of angry emojis and just 2 words. "Douche potato posted." "Kingman, you need to step out?" Coach asked, his voice gruff. I wasn't usually one of his problem children. I did my best to keep the drama in my life outside of football to the minimum, but sometimes life got in the way. I nodded, already on my feet. "Sorry, guys, I'll be right back." The moment I hit the hallway, I messaged Jules. "Send it to me." A moment later, my phone pinged with a link. I hit play and instantly wished I hadn't. I fast-forwarded through Odin's intro about how he was going to save the fucking world from fake influencers, but when I got to the cut, I instantly realized what I was seeing. That fucker had followed me and Penn out of the bar and recorded our conversation in the parking lot. The video was grainy, clearly shot from a distance, and mostly focused on Penelope. Penn's voice came through, distorted but clear enough, though he'd also added subtitles. I didn't think someone like you could ever be interested in someone like me." Then the close-up cut to me, and I was frowning. Of course the video cut off there, making it look like I'd rejected Penelope. Like I'd been disgusted. Fucking hell. The video jumped to Odin's smug face, and I was ready to smash my phone. "Is this your body positivity icon?" He didn't sneer like I expected. He shrugged, making out like he was just posing the question to make the viewers think, like he was fucking doing them a favor. "Seems like even she doesn't believe the lies she's selling. Stay tuned to this series where I'll help you find a better path to being the best you." That manipulative piece of I bit off the curse, aware I was still in the practice facility. I immediately dialed Penn. Straight to voicemail. Same with Kelsey's phone. It wasn't like I could call Deck. He was here at practice too. "God fucking damn it," I muttered, running a hand through my hair. I needed to get to Penn, now. I burst back into the meeting room. "Coach, I gotta go. Family emergency." I was in my car and peeling out of the parking lot before I even had a chance to think. I sped towards Declan and Kelsey's place, and my phone was going ballistic with notifications. I glanced down at a red light, seeing a flood of reactions pouring in. At Body Posy Fit Girl. "I knew it. At Bestie's Bestie has always made my alarm bells ring with the way she hides herself in videos." At Big Girl Body 143. "Give her a break. We all have insecurities. That's the point." At Get Fit Fanatic 81. "No wonder she went after a notorious chubby chaser. She knows she can't get better. Hashtag get fit, not fat." Hashtag OzLife 2001. "There's so many ways to lose weight. I don't get why she doesn't even try. Hashtag lazy." That last one made me see red. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. These people didn't know Penn. They didn't know how hard she worked, how much she cared, how she'd helped so many people. I screeched into Declan's driveway like I was driving a getaway car and sprinted through the door. "Penn? Kelsey? It's me. I'm here." I found Kelsey on the phone, pacing, her usual sparkle dimmed by worry. "Yes. I want triple the regular security around the house. Yes, immediately. Thank you for your help." Once she hung up, she just gave me a nod and pointed to the stairs. "She won't come out of her room." I took the steps 2 at a time, my heart pounding. When I reached Penn's door, I knocked gently. She needed me calm and steady right now. I could punch walls later. "Penn? It's me. Can I come in?" Silence. "Penelope, please," I said, leaning my forehead against the door. "I'm not going to let you hide, baby." I heard a muffled sob, and I fucking snapped. I wouldn't stand here and listen to her cry. I wouldn't let her isolate herself when she needed support the most. "I'm coming in," I announced, turning the handle. The door was locked. Not for fucking long. I took a step back and threw my shoulder into it. The lock gave way with a crack, and I stumbled into the room. Penn was curled up on her bed, her face buried in a pillow. She looked up at me, her eyes red and puffy. "What are you—" I didn't let her finish. In 2 strides, I was at the bed. I scooped her up in my arms, cradling her against my chest. "Everett," she squeaked, surprised. "What are you doing?" "Taking care of my woman," I said, my voice gruff with emotion. I carried her out of the room, down the stairs and into the living room where Kelsey, who'd been joined by Neith and Jules, was waiting.
Everett, you can put me down now, Pen protested weakly, but her arms tightened around my neck. I looked at the girls and shook my head. Pen's moving in with me, right now. We'll be back for her things. Do what you need to set up battle stations at my house later. Neith's eyebrow shot up, but Kelsey gave me that small nod, smile, and wink of approval. Jules held the door open for me and gave me a salute. Ev, we can't just... Pen started, but I cut her off with a gentle squeeze, and then threw her over my shoulder and smacked her ass. Yes, we can, I said firmly. You're mine now, and you're not going through this alone, Pen. I won't let you. I'd barely gotten Pen home and settled on the couch when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, I found Kelsey, Neith, and Jules, arms laden with laptops, cameras, and what looked like enough snacks to feed my entire offensive line. Troops reporting for duty, Jules announced, marching past me with determination. Well, damn. I'd hoped to be able to relax my girl with a couple of orgasms before we went into battle, but duty called. I had to hand it to the girls for rallying the troops, supplies, and equipment so fast. As they set up in the living room, I caught Pen's eye. She looked overwhelmed, but there was a glimmer of something else there, too. Hope, maybe. All right, team, Neith said, taking charge for today's crisis. We need to counter Odin's narrative, and fast. He wants us on the defensive. We're changing the conversation on him entirely. Kelsey nodded, pulling out her tablet. Trixie's headed to Marie Manaway's, and they're calling in the cowgirls and cowpals. A lot of them also have solid followings, so we're going to be able to get the message out. They're ready to mobilize, but we need a unified message. I think I know what we need to do, Pen spoke up, her voice quiet but steady. We focus on the reality of what it means to be a big girl, chubby, fat, and body positive. Not just the good days, but the struggles, too. All eyes turned to her. I moved to her side, placing a supportive hand on her shoulder. Go on, Neith encouraged. Pen took a deep breath. Odin's trying to paint me, and honestly the whole body positivity movement, at least the side with fat people, as a fraud, because we have insecurities. But that's part of the journey, isn't it? Yeah. Kelsey nodded and closed her eyes. She tipped her head to the side and her fingers danced, as if she was playing a piano in her mind. Pen must have found that totally normal, because she continued on. When we were at the spa the other day, and you all told me about your stories of when you didn't feel beautiful or secure, that helped me. It empowered me, even if it was only for a day. No one said a word, because we were, or at least I was, completely riveted by this step forward in her own journey that Penelope was taking right before our eyes. What if we show that? Real people, real struggles, and the real side of body positivity where we work our way through it. Pride swelled in my chest. Even in her darkest moment, my girl was thinking of others. Jules snapped her fingers and bowed her head, cheering on Pen's ideas, her strength. Yas, queen, yas! It'll be fast and easy to do a bajillion short videos. Everyone shares a moment of doubt they've had, but then how they overcame it, or are working to overcome it. Real bodies, real stories, Kelsey mused. I like it. For the next few hours, our living room transformed into a production studio. Jules coordinated logistics, Neith crafted the overall strategy, and Kelsey kept humming a tune I didn't recognize. Through it all, Pen was the quarterback, the coach, their cheering fan. I watched Pen slip into her element, offering words of encouragement to a nervous influencer on a video call, suggesting tweaks to the messaging. She was still hurting, I could tell, but she was also fighting back. Odin had no idea what he was up against, but I could see the toll the day was taking on her. Hey, I said softly, cupping her face in my hands. How are you holding up? I'm scared, Ev, she admitted. What if this isn't enough? What if people don't understand? I pressed my forehead to hers. Listen to me. What you're doing here, it's brave as hell. You're not just defending yourself. You're standing up for everyone who's ever felt like they weren't good enough. That's powerful, Pen. That's real. When she opened her eyes, I saw a flicker of her usual fire. You really think this will work? I think you're changing the game, I said firmly. She took a long, deep, empowered breath and got right back to work. That first day was fucking brutal, but I loved waking up with her in my bed, in my arms the next morning. No matter what happened, I wasn't ever letting her go. I gently kissed her awake, crawled over her,
and planned on making sweet love to her, but Penelope had other plans.
All these stories of women overcoming their fears have me thinking. She gave me a little shove on the shoulder, about all kinds of things I've never done, because I was worried about my size.
That's great, baby. You know I'm happy to help you work on any of the items on your list. Please let there be a couple that she wanted to try in bed.
You know how the wives, girlfriends, partners, and lovers are the cowgirls and the cowpals?
Holy shit. I hope she was going where I thought she was with this line of thought. Yeah?
Do you know why they call themselves that?
I played dumb, which wasn't a stretch since the way her eyes were twinkling at me and the way she pushed me down so I was lying on my back had all the blood from my brain headed other places farther south. Why, Penny?
Because cowgirls ride Mustangs.
She slapped a condom into my hand and just barely waited for me to get it on before she straddled my hips and sank down onto my dick. My eyes rolled back in my head, and I was barely able to get moaned words out. Ride 'em, cowgirl. 2 orgasms later, 3 for her, and I was on my way back to practice. I'd rather have stayed and let her check off every item on her bucket list and support her in what promised to be another busy day. But she insisted I get back to practice, and I was smart enough to know when to do what I was told. The rest of the week flew by in a blur of practices for me and social media strategy for her, besides the work she and Kelsey had to do to get Kelsey's next album ready for release. But we managed to get in some stolen moments. Odin didn't let up, making reply videos, gathering his own forces to post, and generally stirring up a shitstorm. The last thing I wanted to do over the weekend was leave for the last game of the season before the playoffs. I stood in our bedroom, packing my bag, the weight of leaving Penn feeling heavier than any tackle I'd ever taken.
You know, Penn said from the doorway, I could still come with you. Kelsey and I don't have to skip this one.
I zipped up my bag and turned to face her. The circles under her eyes spoke volumes about the stress she'd been under. Penn, you need to rest. Focus on taking care of yourself for a few days. She nodded, but I could see the worry in her eyes.
Go beat those big kitty cats for me, okay?
I laughed. She knew full well the team was called the Pumas. You got it, babe. I promised, sealing it with a kiss. The drive to the airport was quiet, my mind torn between game strategies and worrying about Penn. It had been a while since I'd flown with the team, but we'd let Hayes and Willa take the Kingman plane on some impromptu trips since he was still out with his concussion. It had been Dad's idea to leave Hayes out of the loop on this for now. He had enough to worry about trying to recover. I boarded the team plane, and when we landed, my phone buzzed with a text from Jules.
Operation Penn Protection is in full effect. We got this. Now, go kick some Puma ass.
Honestly, I was going to miss having her in the stands this weekend, but some of the tension eased from my shoulders. Penn wasn't alone. She had good friends and family looking out for her, and I couldn't ask for better than that. The flight and pregame prep passed in a haze. I was hyper-focused, channeling all my worry and frustration into my game plan. I had a job to do, one that I was very good at, and I'd be damned if I let Odin or any of these trolls affect my game. The match was brutal from the start. The Pumas came out swinging, and we were on the back foot for most of the first half. But every time my focus slipped, I thought of Penn, her strength, her determination. It fueled me, drove me to play harder than I ever had before, because Kingmans play better when we're in love. By the fourth quarter, we were behind by 6. With just minutes on the clock, I slammed through a big old defensive tackle who decided I was his target for the day, and I sprinted down the line. Chris's spiral landed right in my hands. There was no stopping me as I ran that sucker in for a spectacular touchdown run. The Mustang fans erupted, my teammates mobbed me, and I pointed right at the cameras, hoping Penn saw and knew it was all for her. But football, like life, can be cruel. In the final seconds of the game, the Pumas managed a fucking field goal that won them the goddamned game. The whistle blew, and just like that, we had our first and only loss of the regular season. As I showered and changed, my mind was already racing ahead to Penn. I needed to call her, to make sure she was okay, to tell her. My thoughts were interrupted by a commotion near my locker. A group of my teammates were huddled around someone's phone, their faces a mix of anger and concern. "Ev," Declan called out, his voice tight. "You need to see this." He handed me his phone, and my heart dropped. I expected more backlash from Odin, I didn't expect it from the sports reporters and fans. Speculation was running wild about why Kelsey and Penn weren't at the game. The comments section on one of the major sports networks post about the game was a war zone, with fans taking sides and slinging accusations. At Incognito Mosquito, guess the Kingmans finally realized being besties was bad for their brand. At Queen of Goss,
Sources say Declan Kingman is distancing himself from the social media drama. Wedding's probably off.
At Gridiron Patriot,
no wonder the Mustangs lost. Too busy dealing with fake, body-positive drama queens to focus on the game. Hashtag boycott besties.
For fuck's sake. Now I had to burn the internet to the ground, and I had a feeling Declan was going to help me do it.
Chapter 24. Share your own story. Penelope. I paced the length of the living room, my stockinged feet sinking into the plush carpet with each step. The Mustang's flight had landed over an hour ago, and I knew Everett would be home soon. My stomach twisted with worry. They'd lost the game, and the internet was basically blaming me. Why they didn't blame Odin for starting shit in the first place was a mystery to me. Well, not really. He was a mediocre white guy. They never got in trouble for anything. The sound of a key in the lock made me jump, even though I was fully expecting it. I turned towards the door as it swung open, revealing Everett. His jaw was set, eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Despite his obvious anger, my heart still skipped a beat at the sight of him. "Ev," I breathed, crossing the room. He dropped his bag and enveloped me in a fierce hug. I could feel the tension in his muscles as he held me tight. I hated that I was the source of that tension. "Those vultures," he growled into my hair. "How dare they suggest we distance ourselves from you and Kelsey? As if we're not loyal. As if you're not family." I pulled back slightly, cupping his face in my hands. "I know, Ev, it's awful. But we can't let them get to us. It's what they want." If I'd learned anything since the beginning of this disaster, and honestly, even since doing social media for Kelsey in the first place, it was that trolls on the internet wanted a negative reaction to their shit-stirring. They craved the attention, and the smartest thing to do was not only to ignore them, but to be positive in spite of the negative poo they were slinging. All the posts from the Take Up Space Network, Besties, and others were teaching me life lessons I hadn't even realized I'd missed growing up, and clearly desperately needed to learn. And I think I was. Today, even though the media was doing their best to tear us down, I didn't feel even a smidgen as bad as I had a week ago. Part of the reason for that was standing right here in front of me. Everett was the supportive man every woman in the world dreamed of having by their side. I was lucky, and so grateful he was mine. Everett's eyes flashed. "They're implying our relationship affected my game. That it made me, play badly. It's bull—" There was a place inside of me that got a little hot and bothered by how protective of me and our relationship he was being right now. I could hardly wait to show him exactly how appreciative of him I was. Naked. But after I calmed him down. "Everett," I interrupted gently, guiding him to the couch. We sat down, and I took his hands in mine. But that wasn't enough for him, and he pulled me into his lap. "Tell me about the game. Did all of this affect you? Because I may rethink our positivity-only strategy if it did. I really was all in on the kill him with kindness plan. But if what Odin was doing hurt my man, I was ready and willing to move on to the just kill him plan. Grr, I am woman, hear me murder. Then dig a deep grave, toss an animal carcass on top to confuse any cadaver dogs, and plant a whole-ass field of endangered plant species to make it really damn hard to get permission to even search for, much less dig up any bodies. Not that I thought about it much or anything." He took a deep breath, some of the anger seeming to deflate out of him. "Honestly, it was one of the best games I've ever played. Even Shenanigans said so in the press conference afterward, when they let him get a word in edgewise." "But you lost," I said softly. I knew it wasn't my fault, but it still worried me that I might be making his job harder. A wry smile tugged at Everett's lips. "Yeah, we did, because sometimes the other team plays great too. It's okay, Penn. Every team loses sometimes, even the Mustangs. That's part of the game." "Okay, as long as that axe hole didn't get to you." I squeezed his hands. "That's what matters." "But he did get to the media." He narrowed his eyes again, and I think he even growled. They are having a field day with this. The media thrives on drama. Didn't I know it? I'd seen them come after Kelsey in the past, and I admired her strength in facing them now more than ever. We can't control what they say, but we can control how we respond. Everett's brow furrowed. So what, we just ignore it? Let them spew their lies? I shook my head and stroked the delicious stubble across his skin. No, we stay positive. We continue to show them who we really are. I reached for my tablet on the coffee table. Look at this. I pulled up the video montage Kelsey and I were working on with some other plus-size celebrities and a bunch of the besties. It showcased women of all shapes and sizes, sharing their stories of insecurity and battling through to self-acceptance. It wasn't quite ready to go yet, but when it was going to be powerful. Everett watched intently, his grip on my hand tightening as the intensity of the messages filled the room. They were heartbreaking, they were empowering, and they were honest. When the video ended, Everett was quiet for a moment. Wow, Pen. This is incredible. You're right, this is so much better than burning down the internet, which is what Declan and I plan to do. Something amazing had bloomed this week in the community of women all around me, and it was slowly but surely changing the way I thought about myself. It's not just us. So many women have been sharing their stories. It's like we've tapped into something that was just waiting to be released. It's beautiful. You're beautiful. And I can't tell you how proud I am of you right now. He pulled me down for a long, lingering kiss and slid his hands up underneath my shirt. I'm aching for you to touch me. Taste me. He'd been gone one night, barely 24 hours, and it felt like 1,000 million years. And it was going to be 1 billion quadrillion more because there was a knock at the door, and Declan's booming voice. Put your clothes back on, lovebirds, we're coming in. I sagged against Everett, and he shook his head. After we destroy Odin, my big brother is next on the list. Declan threw the door open before I'd even gotten off Everett's lap, and he had Kelsey in tow. I'd lived with the two of them long enough to recognize Kelsey's sex hair and satisfied smile. Damn it, Everett and I were going to have to practice quickies. Declan rolled his eyes at me and Everett still entwined on the couch. Come on, I gave you 15 whole minutes after Kelsey's third orgasm. You need to work on your game, love guru. I'd seen how competitive the brothers were with each other, and I was not going to be sad to benefit from some who can get their girl to come more times contests between them and us. Everett must have read my mind, or maybe just the lascivious look on my face, because he waggled his eyebrows at me. Sadly, he moved me to the cushion beside him, but not before giving my earlobe a little nip and whispering, No quickies for us, Penny. I'm going to love you long and hard, bent over the couch, just the way you like it, baby. Oof, the anticipation of that was going to be fun for the next few hours. Maybe I could just ask Declan and Kelsey to come back tomorrow? No. Yes? No! But I was going to try to keep this meeting as short as possible. A few minutes later, our living room had transformed back into the war room. Kelsey and Declan had dragged Chris and Trixie along too, and the 6 of us were sprawled across the furniture, laptops open and phones in hand. I say we hit back hard, Declan grunted. And not just online. Have we figured out where this asshat lives yet? Trixie raised a finger. I didn't go to school for years to become a librarian for nothing. I'm excellent at that kind of research. Everett nodded vigorously. I'm with Dec. We can't let them get away with this garbage. You sit on him, Dec, and I've got some violent plans for him. Don't you boys worry. Chris sat across from us with his arms around Trixie and looking very much like he was gloating. Trix and I have experience with blowhards. You let your big brother take care of this bully. I exchanged a worried glance with Kelsey. This wasn't the direction we'd planned for our campaign. Guys, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. I get that you're angry. Trust me, I am too. But fighting fire with fire isn't going to solve anything. Kelsey nodded in agreement. Pen's right. We've been making real progress with our positive message campaign. Do we really want to derail that by getting into a mudslinging match? Everett ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in every line of his body. So what? We just let them walk all over us? Let Odin spew his hate without consequences? No, we don't let them walk all over us. We rise above it. I turned to Everett, remembering our earlier conversation. You said you wanted to contribute, right? What if What if you guys shared your own stories? Declan's brow furrowed.
What do you mean, our own stories?
Kelsey and I had bandied about this idea yesterday while we were watching the game. What if you shared times when you weren't completely confident in your bodies, too? This doesn't just have to be about women's stories. Men have tons of body insecurities as well. Showing that men have body insecurities, too, would reach an even bigger audience of people who needed to hear this kind of message. The room fell silent as they considered this, and we gave them that space to think. Declan was the first to speak up, his eyes glued to Kels as he did.
Being the biggest guy around, I've had my fair share of body shaming thrown my way too, and I'm a professional goddamned athlete. I think that's part of what pisses me off about this whole thing so fucking bad.
Everett nodded slowly, a smile spreading across his face.
I did already tell you about throwing up at my nightwear photo shoot. I could tell that story, but I should probably check with them first. They've treated me well, and I don't want to tarnish that relationship.
Chris frowned.
You never told me that.
Exactly, Everett said.
Because we're always trying to project this image of perfect confidence. But what if we showed that it's okay not to be confident all the time? That what matters is how you push through it. Isn't that giving Odin and the haters more ammo?
Chris shook his head and pulled Trixie closer. He didn't want to see her get hurt. I got that, but this was a promising idea. No, I said firmly. It's showing strength. It's normalizing. It's saying, yeah, we have insecurities too, but we don't let them define us. It's exactly what we've been encouraging our followers to do. I know you hate showing your vulnerabilities to anyone but me, sweetheart. Trixie ran a hand through Chris's hair. But look around the room. Do you think any less of anyone here for being vulnerable? He stared down at Trixie, his eyes flicking back and forth between hers for a few breaths. Then he gave her a soft nod.
No, don't tell them, he stage whispered to her. But I think they're all tougher and braver than I am.
I won't say a word. Trixie smiled up at him with so much love, and I wondered if I looked at Everett that way.
Okay, I'm in.
Chris looked around the room at us and said,
But how do we do this?
The next hour flew by as we brainstormed ideas, drafted scripts, planned out a shooting schedule, and made calls to their agents to make sure the companies that sponsored them were on board with their stories. Watching the Kingman men throw themselves into the project with as much passion as they'd initially wanted to use to attack our critics, I was almost overwhelmed with the amount of unexpected support and joy. This was more than just damage control now. This was a chance to create real change, to challenge the toxic standards that had hurt so many people, including our big tough men. I caught Everett's eye across the room. He winked at me, a smile playing on his lips. His anger had transformed into determination, and I knew that together, we could turn this mess into something truly positive, something bigger than Odin and the other fat-phobic people out there, bigger than all of us. Instasnap post. @Boulder Yuppie and Puppy. Pic of a woman and her dog sitting in a field with the Front Range flat irons in the background. Caption. I've held on to this memory for years, but it's time to let it go. Back in high school, I was walking to my car in the parking lot my senior year, and standing nearby was a group of boys. They were laughing, and one of them said, "Dude, she's got so many rolls, I can't tell which is her tits and which is her big old belly." They knew I could hear. They didn't care. Those words lived rent-free in my head for years. They shaped how I saw myself, how I dressed, how I moved through the world. I let those thoughtless boys define my worth. But you know what? I'm done with that. Seeing women like @KelseyBest and @BestiesBestie share their journeys, their struggles, and their triumphs, it's awakened something in me. I'm not saying I'm 100% confident now. I'm not saying I love every inch of my body every day. But I'm working on it. I'm learning to appreciate my body for what it can do, not just how it looks. I'm learning that my worth isn't determined by some random stupid boys from high school. This journey isn't easy, but it's worth it. And I'm not alone. We're all in this together. #learning to love myself. #body positivity. #self-love journey.
Chapter 25. Vulnerability is what makes you brave. Everett. I paced the length of my kitchen, phone pressed to my ear, listening to the rings. My mind was still upstairs in bed with Pen. I'd rather spend the day with her under me, over me, with her thighs wrapped around my head. But I had practice and needed to make this call to my agent before I headed out. On the fourth ring, McGuire's booming voice filled the line. "Everett, my man, you were on fire on Sunday. You're not listening to the press, are you? Sarah is very excited about the take-up space work she and the ladies are doing." I was really enjoying my agent's enthusiasm. He was usually a bit of a grump. "Hey, McGuire. Yeah, that's sort of what I wanted to talk about." "Great. What's the plan? What can I do?" I took a deep breath. I need to reach out to Nightwear. I'm going to do some work on this body positivity campaign, and I want to make sure they're okay with that. "Hold up," McGuire interrupted. "Are you sitting down? Because, man, do I have news for you." I frowned, lowering myself into my desk chair. "What's going on?" "Nightwear called me this morning. They're launching a new inclusive clothing line called Night Night, and they want you to be the face of it." For a moment, I was speechless. "Are you serious?" "As a heart attack," McGuire chuckled. "They said, and I quote, if we had known Everett was such a body positivity advocate, we would have approached him ages ago." I leaned back in my chair, my mind racing. "This is... wow. Talk about perfect timing." "You're telling me," McGuire said. "But wait, there's more. They've got an ad spot booked for the Super Bowl, and they want to get some footage of you telling your story ASAP." My story? I'd never mentioned the puke story to Mac. "Yeah, you know, your journey with body image, why this matters to you, that kind of thing." This couldn't have aligned more perfectly if we'd planned it ourselves. "McGuire, this is incredible. When do they want to shoot?" "They're pushing for next week. I told them they need to work around your practice schedule since you're starting the playoffs, but I figured you'd want to make this work." "Absolutely," I said, already mentally rearranging my commitments. "Set it up." "Will do. Oh, and I heard through the grapevine that Swoosh wants to match energy too. Looks like they're jumping on the body positivity train as well. So tell Deck to get on the phone with Alexis." I let out a laugh that was excited and relieved that fate seemed on our side. "You're kidding. Deck and Kelsey will be over the moon. From what I hear, they're already planning his video shoot. You Kingman boys are going to be all over the bowl this year." I hung up with McGuire and blinked a few times at the screen. This was more than just a sponsorship opportunity. This was a chance to make a real difference, to amplify the message Penn had been working so hard to spread. There was no fucking way Odin could match this energy. People were going to forget he even existed, and that was going to be worse than death for a narcissist like him. I headed back upstairs, eager to share the news with Penn. I found her curled up with all the blankets in the bed. Was I pleased with myself for fucking her so well this morning that she was completely zonked out? Yeah, I was. I almost didn't want to wake her up, but this news was too good to wait. "Hey, baby." I pushed her hair from her face and nibbled on her ear the way she liked. "Wake up, sweetheart. I've got good news that you're going to want to hear." I was this close to crawling back under the covers with her. She groaned and peeked one eye open at me, and it was so fucking cute. "No more orgasms, Ev. I need sleep, you sex god monster." "Pen." Her name was half of a chuckle. "You're not going to believe this." As I filled her in on the nightwear opportunity, she sat up and rubbed the sleep from her eyes. "Ev, this is amazing. It's like the universe is aligning to help us spread this message." I pulled her close, pressing a kiss to her temple. "It feels that way, doesn't it? And it's all because of you, you know? You inspired this." Pen shook her head, but I could see the pleased flush making her glow. "We inspired this. Together." The next 2 weeks were a roller coaster of emotions and events. Odin, true to form, posted more videos, but his venom seemed to be losing its sting. He definitely didn't have the same reach as before. Instead, stories of body positivity were trending, with more and more people sharing their own journeys of self-acceptance. It felt like we were really turning the tide. Penn's campaign was gaining momentum, and I couldn't have been prouder of her. On the field, despite the media focusing way too much on how much Kelsey and Penn were seen at our games, the Mustangs were killing it. We clinched 2 playoff victories, the team operating like a well-oiled machine. But Hayes' absence was felt keenly. There was a Hayes-shaped hole in our offensive line that no one else could quite fill. He was finally back at practice this week, and if he could get cleared to play for the last playoff game, it would be a game-changer. Not just for the team, but for Hayes himself. Being sidelined had eaten at him, and I honestly believed if Willa hadn't been at his side, he might not be back playing at all. That girl was good for him. Winning the fucking bowl this year would cheer him up. I had a great feeling we were going to do it, too. I was really grateful that Nightwear was willing to fly in a whole film crew, director and staff, to fill my spot for their upcoming night-night ad. I stepped onto the set, the bright lights immediately warming my skin. The studio buzzed with activity, crew members adjusting equipment, makeup artists hovering nearby, and the director, a no-nonsense woman named Samantha, studying her notes. We'd already done the underwear part of the shoot, although this time it was silk boxers instead of tighty-whities. But now I was back in a t-shirt and jeans, and the makeup artist touched up my face while Samantha ran through the outline of the shoot.
We want authenticity, Everett. Real stories that show why body positivity matters to you.
I nodded, feeling confident. This was familiar territory. I'd rehearsed my answers, prepared my story. I could do this. Once the camera started rolling, Samantha dove right in.
So, Everett, tell us why body positivity is important to you.
I leaned forward, channeling my media-trained charm. Well, it's funny you should ask. When I did the first photo shoot for Nightwear's underwear campaign, I was a nervous wreck. I actually threw up twice before we even started. Samantha's eyebrows shot up.
Really? The great Everett Kingman? Nervous?
I chuckled, warming to my story. Oh, yeah. I had all these worries about what my body was going to look like blown up to 50 feet in Times Square, especially my butt. Crazy, right? But that's the thing. Everyone has insecurities, even professional athletes. The crew nodded appreciatively, and I was pleased at their responses. This was going well. But then Samantha's expression shifted, her eyes gleaming with curiosity.
That's perfect, Everett. Let's get a little bit more. I understand your mother was April de Lorene, the plus-size supermodel. How did her experiences shape your views on body positivity?
The question hit me like a tackle I hadn't seen coming. My mouth went dry, and my carefully constructed facade went crumbling down. Samantha must have noticed my discomfort because she leaned in, her voice softening.
It's okay, Everett. Take your time.
I wanted to step away, to compose myself, to put my media face back on, but then I remembered Penn's campaign, the power of vulnerability she'd been championing. Wasn't that half the point of what we were doing? Taking a deep breath, I decided I'd be vulnerable, raw, in a way I'd never allowed myself to be publicly before. Because this campaign mattered, more than even Penn knew. My mom, I started, my voice rougher than I'd like. She was incredible, beautiful, inside and out. But not everyone saw that. I paused, gathering my thoughts. The studio was silent, everyone hanging on my words. When I was a kid, just 8 years old, which was the same year she died, there was this boy at school. He teased me because my mom was fat. That little shit meant it as an ugly insult, and at the time, I didn't really understand why that was bad. But the way it was being said, even in my childlike way, I knew it was being weaponized. I was so angry, and we got into a fight over it on the playground. The school called my mom, and she had to come to school to get me. I could see my mom's face so clearly in that moment, her gentle eyes, her soft smile, the way she'd wiped away my tears. My mom sat me down and told me something I've never forgotten. She said, "Everett, honey, people will always try to put others in boxes, to tell you what you should be. Those boxes can hurt if you let them. But the best way to blow those boxes up like firecrackers on Independence Day, and the most important thing, is to be authentically you. That's how you find love in this world. By being true to yourself, and loving yourself first." My voice cracked on the last words, and I realized I had tears in my eyes. But I pushed on. She taught me that beauty isn't about fitting some arbitrary standard. It's about confidence, kindness, and being true to yourself. That's what body positivity means to me. It's not just about looks. It's about embracing who you are, all of you, and knowing your worth doesn't depend on anyone else's opinion. As I finished, I became aware of the utter silence in the studio. Then, slowly, applause began to build. I looked up to see tears in Samantha's eyes.
That was incredible, Everett, she said softly. Thank you for sharing that with us.
I nodded. feeling drained but oddly liberated. As the crew began to buzz with activity again, I sat back in my chair, processing what had just happened. I'd never spoken about my mom like that publicly before, never allowed myself to be so raw, so open. But it felt right. It felt true to what Penn and I had been working towards with our campaign. When I got out of the studio, I had a message from Jules. Hayes and Willow were back from their trip to Japan, and whatever had happened there had prompted an urgent family meeting. If ever I wanted my family around me, it was today. "Thank you all for coming," Hayes said, his voice steady despite the obvious nerves. "Willa and I need your help." As Hayes laid out their dilemma, their love, their fears, the impossible choice they faced between Willa's need for adventure and Hayes' ties to Denver, a knot of hissing snakes formed in my stomach. It was all too familiar. Hayes was trying so hard to live up to expectations he thought were being placed on him, by us, by society, but, more importantly, by himself. And honestly, weren't we all? It was all bullshit. The room erupted into a flurry of suggestions and opinions. I watched as Hayes and Willa rejected idea after idea, each unwilling to let the other sacrifice their dreams. It was admirable, but also frustrating. Couldn't they see they were talking themselves in circles because of all these expectations? Kelsey sat up straighter, her eyes sparkling with that look she gets when she's had an idea. She waved Penelope, Jules, and me in close. "I think I might have a solution," Kelsey whispered once we'd huddled close. "What if Willa came to work for me? We travel all over the world, but we're based here. I'm just not sure in what capacity." Penelope nodded, and her face lit up. "What about having her travel ahead of you on tour?" Penn suggested, her voice low but excited. "She could scout locations, check out hotels, make sure everything's set up properly for you and your team. It would let her travel and solve problems, which she loves." My chest tightened watching Penelope because my heart was so fucking full. Here she was, barely a part of our lives for any time at all, and yet she was right in the thick of things, using her insight and creativity to help solve our family's problems. She fit so seamlessly into our chaos, offering ideas and support with that unwavering positivity of hers. The others nodded enthusiastically at Penn's suggestion, and I realized just how important she'd become. Not just to me, but to my entire family. She wasn't an outsider looking in. She was one of us, through and through. Kelsey beamed at Penelope. "That's perfect. Let's pitch it to them." We broke our huddle and Kelsey cleared her throat. "Willa, I think I've got an idea. See what you think." The room fell silent as Kelsey outlined the plan, explaining about her upcoming album and tour, then dropping the proposal for Willa to work for her. Surprise and uncertainty flickered across Willa's face. I don't know, Kelsey. That's an incredible offer, but am I really qualified for something like that? I don't know anything about the music industry." Hayes squeezed Willa's hand, his eyes lighting up. "You get to travel, see the world, talk to and charm new people, and I'm sure there will be crazy weird problems to solve. It's everything you're good at, babe." But I could see the hesitation in Willa's eyes. "But I'd be away from you the whole time. It's no different than if I just got another teaching job abroad. We need a way for us to be together. Maybe I should just—" As the discussion heated up, something important built up inside me. All the emotions from the nightwear shoot, the raw vulnerability I'd experienced, the lessons I'd learned about being true to yourself, it all came rushing to the surface. "Okay, you two, listen up," I heard myself say, my voice ringing out clear and strong. All eyes turned to me, surprise evident on their faces. I rarely raise my voice like this. There will never be a perfect solution. There is no such thing as perfect. Relationships are all about compromise, and you two are the worst at compromising I've ever seen. You'll compromise to make the other person happy, but not yourselves? What the hell? I found myself pacing the room, my voice rising with each word. You're already defying expectations by refusing to allow the other to give up their dreams for you. Everyone would expect Willa to give up her life to be with Hayes because it's always the women who follow the players in football. They give up everything for us. But you two have already said that's not what you're going to do. I marched right up to Hayes and Willa, my eyes blazing. I've been trying to tell all of you lovesick fools that you need to be true to yourselves. Stop trying to fulfill everyone else's expectations of what they think you should be or how your relationship should look. All of you need to get your heads out of your asses and go after what you actually want the most. With a final huff, I stormed out of the room, leaving a stunned silence in my wake. As I stepped outside, the cool air hitting my face, I took a deep breath. I hadn't meant to explode like that, but seeing Hayes and Willis struggle under the weight of all these expectations, I'd never missed my mom more. We all needed her advice right now. I leaned against the wall, closing my eyes. Maybe I'd gone too far. But after everything I'd been through, everything I'd learned about being true to yourself and embracing vulnerability, I couldn't stand by and watch them make those kinds of mistakes. The door creaked open, and Penelope stepped out, her eyes meeting mine with a mix of concern and pride. "Hey," she said softly, coming to stand beside me. "That was quite a speech in there. I'm proud of you. That was the real Everett Kingman in there, vulnerable and authentic. That's the man I fell in love with." Her words hit me hard, and I intertwined our fingers. This moment with Penelope felt more real than any carefully curated image I'd ever tried to maintain. That's the man I always want to be for you.
Chapter 26. The real revenge is to love yourself. Penelope. I grabbed a drink and looked around the VIP suite, my heart racing with a mix of excitement and nerves. The energy in the room was electric, a buzz of anticipation that hummed in the air. The bowl. I still couldn't believe we were here. Well, I could. The Mustangs had absolutely killed it in the final playoff game, and they were favored to win over the New England Presidents. Helped a lot that Hayes was back on the field, and the Kingman brothers were together again. Even though I'd only ever watched the bowl for the commercials in the past, I was actually excited for the game part today, too. But whoo boy, the debut of the nightwear and swoosh commercials had me feeling all tingly from my head to my toes, too. "Pen, don't be stingy with those nachos. Bring them over here." Kelsey waved from across the room, her megawatt smile impossible to miss. She'd been extra bubbly and bouncy this week, but wouldn't tell me why. She was probably just as excited about being at our first bowl game, and seeing the body-positive commercials too. But I had a feeling it was more. Although she did often get like this right before we announced a new album too. She loved keeping secrets and laying out clues. Since the Grampies were just another week away and she'd be announcing her new album there, her energy was through the roof. I made my way over, weaving through the crowd of familiar faces. The entire Kingman clan was here. Zaddy Kingman was deep in conversation with McGuire Jerry and Johnston Manaway, as was his usual pre-game routine. The twins, Flynn and Griff, were loading up on snacks, while Isaac was glued to the window overlooking the field. These suites had windows that slid open, and we were only a few feet above the fans seated in front of us. It was pretty cool, and plenty were already trying to get selfies with Kelsey in the background. "I may have been to 3 other bowl games like this, but I never get tired of it." Jules sidled up next to me, linking her arm through mine. "I freaking love seeing the boys play at the top of their games." I grinned, her enthusiasm infectious. "It's surreal," I admitted. "I keep thinking I'm going to wake up." "Oh, trust me, it's real," Trixie chimed in, joining our little huddle. "And I cannot wait to see these commercials." Right, the commercials. My stomach did a little flip at the thought. Everett's nightwear ad, the one he'd been so vulnerable in, was set to air today. We'd gotten to see a preview of part of it, just the section that Everett was in. He was incredible, and it definitely made me cry. And then there was the mysterious swoosh ad that Declan and Kelsey had been so tight-lipped about. "Speaking of," Sarah Jane Jerry piped up, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Kelsey, any hints about that NDA-worthy swoosh commercial?" Alexa, Declan's agent, wagged her finger. "Nice try, SJ. You'll just have to wait and see like everyone else." You're no fun," Marie Manaway groaned, but she was smiling. The vibe was so incredible here, and I just wished the boys could feel it too. I drifted towards the windows, wanting to see Everett and mentally telepath him all this positivity. Down on the field, I could just make out his jersey as he stood on the sidelines with the team. For the first time ever, I was wearing a matching jersey with his name and number on it. He'd gone a little bit feral this morning when he'd seen me in it for the first time. That's when I learned that it was just as fun getting bent over hotel couches as it was at home. "He's going to do great," a deep voice said beside me. I turned to find Mr. Kingman standing right next to me. I know he will, I replied, smiling up at him. His eyes crinkled at the corners as he returned the smile.
And not just on the field. That commercial of his, well, let's just say I'm proud of him for reasons that have nothing to do with football today.
Me too, I managed to say around the lump in my throat. Mr. Kingman moved away to talk to Kelsey, Willa, and Trixie too. None of us were even actually family, yet, and he absolutely treated us like we were. He was the best father figure, and it almost made me want to call my own dad and try to have a better relationship with him. Maybe after the bowl and the Grampies, I'd try. I took a deep breath, letting the magnitude of the moment wash over me. Today wasn't just about a game or some commercials. This was about changing perceptions, about showing the world that every body was beautiful and worthy of love and respect. All right, everyone, Kelsey called out, raising a glass. To our boys on the field, to loving ourselves, and to changing the world one ad at a time. A cheer went up around the room, and as I joined in, hope mixed with relief swarmed all the dark places I'd been hiding from in my mind. Whatever happened today, we were in this together, and that felt like a victory already. The first quarter of the game flew by in a blur of excitement and nail-biting plays, and holy cow were there some great commercials. That one for the car company had us all laughing out loud, and the beer people were freaking geniuses, matched only by the nacho chip people. But in the very first commercial break of the second quarter, a hush fell over our suite. We all knew what was coming. Here we go, Kelsey murmured, squeezing my hand. The first two ads were a blur, one for some kind of pillow and the other for another car company. But then, a sleek, high-energy commercial filled the screen. My stomach dropped as I realized what I was watching. It was for FabFlex, a fitness company I'd seen on all the socials, who were well known for getting influencers to pimp their stuff out. But as the ad progressed, my unease grew into horror. Because right there, front and center, was Odin. Fucking Odin was in a bowl commercial. The commercial was blatantly fatphobic, featuring before and after shots that made my skin crawl. But it was the tagline at the end that felt like a slap in the face. Real body positivity is about being your best self, not accepting mediocrity. Are you kidding me? Jules sputtered, her face flushed with anger. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking slightly as I pulled up social media. My heart sank as I scrolled through the responses. While there was plenty of outrage, there was also a disturbing amount of support for FabFlex's message. Don't, Kelsey said gently, placing her hand over my phone. Don't torture yourself with that right now. Our ads haven't even aired yet. I nodded, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. She was right, of course, but it was hard to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled in my chest. Suddenly, a burst of raucous laughter erupted from the neighboring suite. The sound carried clearly through the open windows, followed by some crude comments about fatties that made my blood boil. Holy crap, are the FabFlex people in the next suite over? Marie asked, her voice tight with anger. Mr. Kingman's face darkened as he nodded. Apparently so. The game resumed, but the excited atmosphere in our suite had dimmed. I tried to focus on the plays, on Everett's powerful runs, Chris's strategic moves, Declan's crushing tackles, and Hayes' beautiful catches. But my mind kept drifting back to that awful commercial and the jeering voices next door. When the next commercial break hit, I held my breath. This time it had to be ours. And it was. The nightwear ad lit up the sweet screen, filled with Everett's face, his eyes sincere and vulnerable in a way I'd rarely seen them in public. He began to speak, sharing his story about his mother and his own struggles with body image. As the commercial progressed, other voices told parts of their stories too. People of all shapes, sizes, and backgrounds, sharing their journeys to self-acceptance, all while wearing the new line of size-inclusive bed and loungewear from the company, cutely called their night-night line. Tears pricked my eyes as pride swelled in my chest. This was what we'd been working towards, what we believed in. As soon as the commercial ended and the game started back up, I checked the socials again. Nightwear had posted some pics on InstaSnap from the photo shoots for the commercial, and so far, the comments totally passed the vibe check. Phew, this was good. This was great. It was everything we hoped for. But the moment was shattered by more derisive laughter and cruel comments from next door.
What a bunch of losers,
a male voice sneered loudly. They definitely knew we could hear them.
Kingman's gone soft. Notice how he's only run the ball today? Bet he can't even catch anymore with all that feelings crap weighing him down. Not to mention his so-called girlfriend.
An all too familiar voice floated over. I steeled myself for the comment. It didn't matter. Nothing they said could get to me. Not anymore.
She's probably broken his back trying to ride her Mustang.
Mr. Kingman was sitting right next to me, and I literally saw the muscles in his jaw clench. His eyes flashed with a fury that quite honestly scared me a little bit. Without a word, he stood up and strode towards the door. "Dad?" Jules called after him, worry clear in her voice. But Zaddy Kingman didn't respond. He walked out of our suite, and we all held our breath as we heard him knock on the door next door. The silence that followed was deafening. The minutes stretched like hours as we waited for Bridger to return. The game had resumed, but none of us were really watching it anymore. Our eyes kept darting between the door and the suddenly silent neighboring suite. Finally, the door opened, and Bridger walked back in. His face was calm, but there was a glint in his eye that spoke volumes. "Dad?" Jules asked hesitantly. "What happened?" Bridger simply shrugged, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
"Oh, nothing much. Just met our neighbors and had a little chat with them. Told them they were being too loud and needed to calm down."
Jules leaned in close to me and whispered, "He probably threatened something worse than death." Oh yeah, it was tons of fun to imagine the formidable Bridger Kingman putting those jerks in their place. As we settled back into watching the game, I noticed the complete silence from next door. They even shut their windows. Whatever Mr. Kingman had said, it had certainly been effective. The halftime show was spectacular. It was a female artist that had been mega popular about 20 years ago and was having a bit of resurgence due to a popular Flicks and Chill television show and some virality on social. Adorably, Mr. Kingman knew the words to all of her songs and sang along. Could he be any zaddier? Adorable. The boys came out strong in the second half, and Hayes scored his second touchdown of the night. We were ahead, but only by those 7 points. The second half was going to be intense. The next commercial break approached, and I was so nervous and excited I almost dropped my phone out the window. This was it, the swoosh ad that Declan and Kelsey had been so secretive about. The screen filled with a pulsing power ballad beat, and then Kelsey's voice filled the air. My jaw dropped as I realized this was a brand new song, one I'd never heard before. The lyrics washed over me, speaking of self-love and acceptance, of rising above hate and finding strength in vulnerability. When they look at me and tell me I'm trash because of the size of my sass, I've tried to hide, to change, to be what they want to see, but I'm tired of living life for somebody else but me. They say I should be smaller, quieter, less, but I'm done trying to be anything but my best. I looked over at Kelsey. She was grinning like a loon. I had no freaking idea how she'd kept the secret from me. As her voice resonated through the suite, through the stadium, images began to flash across the screen. People of all shapes, sizes, and colors, wearing swoosh shoes, doing various activities, like playing sports. But there was also a mom pushing a stroller, a man walking his dog, someone mowing a lawn, and another person sitting in a tree. All of them were making heart shapes with their hands. Some of these were the images that we'd been putting into a montage for social media. But this was so much more. Her chorus blasted out and went right into my heart. The best revenge is to love myself. Won't let their words sit on my shelf. No matter my shape, no matter my size, I'm beautiful in my own eyes. They can judge, they can hate, but I'll rise above, it's never too late. The best revenge, I'm finally free, is learning to love the skin I'm in authentically. And then, to my utter shock, I saw myself. There I was, smiling at the camera, making a heart with my hands. The image shifted to Everett doing the same, then Declan, then Jules, Trixie, Chris, Hayes, Willa, the twins, Isaac, and even Bridger Kingman. I gasped, turning to Kelsey with wide eyes. She was beaming at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Surprise," she mouthed, squeezing my hand as her song continued. Then the bridge hit, and I forgot how to breathe. It was so powerful, and everything we'd brought these people together to bring into the world. It was light and hope and love. To all the haters, all the doubters, I wish you healing, I wish you power. To find the strength to love yourself, 'cause that's the real path to wealth. The best revenge is to love myself. Yeah, the best revenge is to be myself. As the commercial ended with the tagline, "Love yourself, don't try, do it," flashed across the screen, and it was over. I felt the tears streaming down my face, but I didn't mind. I didn't even wipe them away. The suite erupted in cheers and applause. I found myself engulfed in a group hug, surrounded by the warmth and love of this incredible family I'd somehow become a part of. "We did it," Jules said, her voice choked with emotion. "We really did it." As we all turned back to the game, I couldn't stop smiling. The negativity from earlier felt like a distant memory now. We faced the hate and responded with love. We took a stand for what we believed in, and we did it together. I looked down at the field, easily spotting Everett among his teammates. He couldn't have heard our cheers or seen the commercial, but I felt so connected to him in that moment. We were changing the world, one ad, one song, one person at a time. Flip-flop video. @sporty-ish. Voiceover on footage of a plus-size woman playing various sports. See that woman spiking the volleyball? That used to be me. The one defending the soccer goal? Also me. Hitting home runs, carving up the ski slopes, doing the butterfly at a swim meet? All me. I loved sports growing up. The rush of competition, the teamwork, that perfectly exhausted feeling at the end of the game. But I was always the biggest one on the team. I heard the whispers, the snide remarks from other athletes, even spectators. "She's gonna hurt herself or someone else. She's slowing the team down. Ha, a fat athlete? Yeah, right." It got to me. Eventually, I quit. I let their words steal my fun. Now, years later, I realize how ridiculous that was. Those people, they were the problem, not me. Their fat phobia took away something I loved, and I'm angry at them, but also at myself for letting it happen. But guess what? I'm back. I'm playing every sport that brings me joy, because sports don't have a size limit. They don't have a weight requirement. Do you have a body? You can play. To anyone who's ever felt too big, too slow, too anything to play sports, you're not. Your body is an athlete's body if you're an athlete, period. So come join me. On the court, the field, the slopes, or in the pool. Let's reclaim our love for sports, one game at a time. #RealBodyLove. #Athletes come in all sizes. #Back in the game.
Chapter 27. The commercials are the best part. Everett. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. 2 minutes left on the clock, we were down by 6, and it was 4th and 2. We certainly weren't going to turn it over. The President's defense had been relentless all night, but this was it. We were not going to lose this fucking game. Do or die. I looked over at Chris in the huddle, his eyes blazing with determination. "All right, boys," he said, his voice steady despite the pressure. "We're running our tight end tush-push, left on 47. You get me that first down, Ev. Ready?" We all nodded, breaking the huddle. As I lined up, I could hear Declan shouting encouragement from the sidelines. "You got this, boys. Let's go!" The ball snapped, and Chris surged forward like he was going to try to rush through the line. But I hooked, and he handed it off to me. The two guys behind me and Chris literally shoved my ass up and over the President's linebackers. But damn, they were big sons of guns, and I wasn't going to make it. There was only one option. I stepped on some guy's back and leapt toward that 30-yard line. For a moment, I was airborne, the ball secure in my hands, my body stretched out over the president's defensive line. A hand grabbed at my ankle, but it was too late. I crashed to the ground, the impact knocking the wind out of me, but the ball was still clutched tight to my chest. First down. We were still in the game. The stadium erupted, and hands grabbed me, pulling me to my feet. Chris was there, slapping my helmet. He yelled over the noise, "That's what I'm talking about!" But there was no time to celebrate. The clock was still ticking. We hurried to the line, Chris calling out a good old-fashioned hitch-and-go play. I knew my role, block for Chris so he could throw it to Hayes, who was going to run the hell out of that ball when he caught it. As the ball snapped, I charged forward, engaging the cornerback. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Hayes streaking down the sideline. Chris gave a good fake pump, catching the cornerback's attention, but I held him at bay. Then Chris threw a beautiful pass into the air. The ball arced, a perfect spiral, headed down the line. Hayes leapt, snatching it out of the air over the outstretched arms of two of the presidents. He landed and took off, his legs pumping furiously. I disengaged from my block and sprinted after him. A linebacker was closing in, but I threw myself in his path, feeling the impact rattle my bones as Hayes zoomed past. The roar of the crowd was deafening as Hayes crossed into the end zone. Touchdown. We'd tied it up. But we weren't done yet. Dion Prince, our kicker, and the special team jogged onto the field for the extra point. The stadium felt eerily quiet as he lined up the kick. This was it. Everything came down to this one moment. The snap was clean. The hold was perfect. Dion's foot connected with a solid thud. The ball sailed through the air, curving slightly to the left. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it might go wide, but it snuck just inside the upright. Good for one God-blessed extra point. The stadium exploded. We'd done it. We'd won the bowl. The next few minutes were a blur of pure, unadulterated joy. I found myself in the middle of a massive group hug with my teammates, all of us yelling incoherently. Water and green sports drink rained down on us, courtesy of the rookies, and I couldn't stop grinning even as the icy liquid drenched me. "Hell yeah!" Chris shouted in my ear, his arm around my shoulders. "We fucking did it!" I could only nod, too overcome with emotion to form words. This was ring number 2 for Chris and Declan, and the first for me and Hayes. It's what we'd all dreamed of since we were kids throwing a football around in the backyard. And now, here we were, champions. That initial frenzy began to die down, and friends, family, and fans filled the field. I scanned the crowd, looking for one face in particular. My girl. Where was Penelope? I needed to see her, to share this moment with her. She was the only thing that would make this night even better, and I couldn't imagine celebrating without her. Finally, I spotted her. Penelope and Kelsey, surrounded by Kel's security, were making their way onto the field with Jules, Trixie, Willa, and my dad and brothers. I broke away from the cameras in my face and ran towards my woman. "Pen!" I shouted, scooping her up in my arms and spinning her around. She laughed, her arms wrapping tightly around my neck. "You did it, Ev!" she exclaimed, her eyes shining with tears of happiness. "I'm so happy for you. That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen." I set her down gently, cupping her face in my hands, and kissed her. Cameras flashed around us. Someone whistled, and I didn't care one bit. This was the cherry on top of my football Sunday, and it was the best part. When I broke the kiss, we were engulfed in a massive family hug. My dad gathered us all around him. "Boys," he said, his voice gruff with emotion as he pulled Chris, Declan, Hayes, and me into a tight embrace. "I'm real fucking proud of the way you played today. Your mom would have enjoyed the hell out of this game." My throat went tight and tingly at his words. She would have, I knew. Not just because of the game, but because of everything else we'd accomplished today, too. "Hey, Kingmans, Declan, Everett." A reporter approached us, her cameraman in tow. "Can we get a quick word about the nightwear and swoosh commercials? They're already generating a lot of buzz online." Declan and I exchanged a look. We'd hoped this was coming, and we knew we'd likely be getting extra media attention in part because of Kelsey's fame, but we also wanted to be sure we could direct the discourse if it started out on the field instead of at the after-game press conference. Our girls were vulnerable, and no way either of us were going to let them take any pot shots at them. But I'd interacted with this reporter a few times. She knew her shit and didn't cause any. I liked her. Of course, I said, turning to face the camera. Penelope squeezed my hand supportively. The commercial, it means a lot to me, I began, choosing my words carefully. It's about more than just clothes, or even body positivity. It's about honoring my mom's memory and the lessons she taught us about self-love and acceptance. We all got distracted with a huge commotion up in the stands, near the suites. Some guy was hanging out the windows, yelling and screaming about something. Security guards were struggling to pull him down. Some attention-seeking asshole whose team probably just lost. But my stomach dropped when I recognized the figure. Odin. He was shouting something that no one but those hard-working security guards were going to be able to hear over the general noise of the stadium. I quickly turned away from the cameras and leaned down to talk to Pen, without her answer needing to be on camera. Did you know he was here? She gave me an eye roll so big she might have sprained her brain. Yeah, he and the Fab Flex people were in the suite next to us, making a ruckus, but your dad took care of it. Oh, I couldn't wait to hear this story. Who or what the hell is Flabby Flex? Pen laughed. Exactly. More reporters swarmed around us, but with Deck and I blocking, and Hayes and Chris distracting them with their swagger, we pushed our way over to the stage for the presentation of the Tiffany Trophy. No one else even cared about some crazed fan up in the stands. All eyes were on us. Chris riled everyone up with his rousing rendition of the opening bars of that champion song and got the whole team to sing along. He must have been hanging out with Kelsey or something, because I didn't even know he could sing at all. Hayes was awarded the MVP. Fucking rookie. God, I love that kid. By the look on her face, so did Willa. After the on-field celebrations, we were ushered into the press room for the official post-game press conference. The coaching staff sat at the long table with Chris. Hayes and I, and a couple of other guys, stood by to answer the questions they wanted us for, too. Declan didn't do press if he could help it. The questions came fast and furious, mostly focused on the game. Coach fielded most of them, breaking down key plays and praising the team's performance. Coach, one reporter asked, what do you think was the turning point in today's game? Coach leaned into his microphone, his voice gruff but proud. That 4th and 2 conversion in the final minutes. E. King's leap over the defensive line showed the heart and determination of this team. It set the stage for H. King's game-winning touchdown. Chris, another reporter shouted out, this puts you another ring closer to having a dynasty. Do you credit any of that to having half your family playing on the team with you? We're a little early to be talking dynasties, although I fully intend to get my team that distinction. Hell to the yeah. If we were all lucky, we'd all get to play for the Mustangs for a long time to come. But yeah, playing with guys I've known literally my whole life and who I'd trust with it is a benefit. Coach Shenanigan, there's 3 more Kingman players waiting in the wings playing at DSU. Any plans to add more to the roster? The crowd chuckled. It would be pretty hilarious if all 7 of us played for the same team. Coach narrowed his eyes at the ridiculous question, and the reporter shrank in front of him. Oof, Coach did not like stupid questions. I'll take every fucking Kingman I can get, if they keep winning games like these ones do. The room collectively breathed a sigh of relief. I wondered if that clip would make the rounds on the sports channels. Even more, I wondered if Coach and his staff really were planning on grabbing Flynn and Griff in the upcoming draft. Everett, Declan. That reporter who grabbed me out on the field called our names when she was called on next. Deck rolled his eyes at me, but we sat in the 2 chairs in the end. There's been a lot of buzz about the ads featuring you 2 along with Kelsey Best and her assistant, Penelope Quinn. Can you talk about your role in these very body-positive ads? I glanced at Declan, who shook his head slightly, not wanting to answer. He hated this stuff. Actually, I said, leaning towards the microphone, I haven't seen the swoosh ad. We've been a little preoccupied. I added with a chuckle, gesturing to indicate the game we'd just played. The reporter's eyes lit up. I have it right here if you'd like to see it. She held up her phone, the screen already cued to the ad. I nodded, and she passed her phone to an assistant who brought it to us. Declan sat back, obviously having seen it, since it was his sponsorship and he was in the ad, while I hunched over the small screen, aware of the room's anticipation. As Kelsey's voice filled the air and images flashed across the screen, a lump formed in my throat. People of all shapes and sizes making heart shapes with their hands. And then there we were. Me, my brothers, even my dad. The power of Kelsey's lyrics hit me like a tackle. When it ended, there was a moment of stunned silence. I blinked rapidly, trying to process what I'd just seen. Wow. I finally managed, my voice rough with emotion. That was incredible.
The reporter who had shown us the ad leaned forward. What are your thoughts on the message of the ad, especially with how it contrasts with Fab Flex's? I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. I haven't seen their ad or even heard of Fab Flex, so I can't speak to that, but what Swoosh and Nightwear have done with these ads is powerful and necessary. I wished Penn was here to help me express just how important this was, not just to me, but to her and everyone who'd been impacted by her journey. She'd started a revolution, and I wasn't sure she even knew it. For too long, we've let others' expectations dictate what's beautiful or worthy. This ad and the women behind it, Kelsey, Penelope, and so many others, they're changing that narrative. They're showing that true strength comes from loving yourself exactly as you are. Declan nodded in agreement, and shocked the shit out of all of us by speaking into the microphone. It's not just about athletes or celebrities, he added. It's about everyone. We're hoping to inspire people to embrace themselves, to see their own worth regardless of shape, size, gender, or any other factor. And how does this tie in with the nightwear commercial you were involved in, Everett? Another reporter asked. There are two sides of the same coin, I replied. The nightwear ad was about honoring my mom's memory and the lessons she taught us about self-love and acceptance. It's about changing the conversation around body image, especially for men, who often don't have these discussions openly. Both ads are pushing for a world where everyone feels valued and represented. As we continued to field questions, most circling back to the game, I sat there with a tingling all up and down my skin and spine. We'd won the bowl, yes, but this felt like the start of something even bigger. We were part of a movement that could genuinely change lives. Finally, the press conference wrapped up, and we were free to go. As we pushed through the doors of the press room, the sounds of celebration hit us like a wave. The hallway was packed with family, friends, and team staff, all eager to continue the festivities. Penelope was standing with Kelsey, Jules, and Trixie, her eyes lighting up as she spotted us. I made my way over, unable to keep the grin off my face. Hey, champ, Penelope said, wrapping her arms around me. Ready to really celebrate? Before I could answer, she was already pulling out her phone, her organizational mode in full swing. Okay, I've got cars waiting outside to take us all to the venue for the celebration. I rented out the whole place for the team and families. The first round's on me, but don't go too crazy. We've got those morning show interviews tomorrow. I did not hold back my laugh. Of course, Penelope had already planned everything down to the last detail. Have I told you lately that you're amazing? I said, pulling her in for a quick kiss. She grinned and wrapped her arms around my neck. Tell me again later when we're celebrating. In bed. I'm more than happy to skip the partying and go straight to that portion of the celebrations. Now come on. She shook her head and pulled my hand to lead me down the hallway. Let's get this party started. As we made our way through the crowd towards the exit, I saw similar scenes playing out around us. Hayes was hand in hand with Willa, both of them grinning from ear to ear. Chris was already regaling a group with a play-by-play of the final touchdown. And there was Dad, looking prouder than I'd ever seen him. The night was young. We were champions, and we had a bar full of people waiting to celebrate with us. Tonight was for reveling in our victory.
Chapter 28. Hey, besties. Penelope. The bar I'd rented out for the bowl win was alive with energy as we stepped through the doors, my hand intertwined with Everett's. The bar, usually a local hotspot, had been transformed into our own private victory haven. The neon signs and dark wood were now adorned with Mustangs banners and blue and orange balloons. A giant screen dominated one wall, replaying highlights from the game. Penn, this is incredible, Everett said, his eyes wide as he took in the scene. I smiled, happy with what I'd accomplished mostly in secret. Organizing this celebration had been exactly in my wheelhouse, and since this wasn't the first party I'd thrown for the Mustangs, Marie Manaway let me run with it. Besides, it made it easier to have Kelsey's security in place so she could have an enjoyable time too. We made our way further into the bar, and we were engulfed by a sea of orange and blue. Players, coaches, and their families filled every corner, their laughter and excited chatter creating a symphony of victory. The clinking of glasses and the pop of champagne bottles punctuated the air. Penelope! A familiar voice called out. I turned to see Marie with Johnston in tow, making their way towards us. Her warm smile was infectious as she pulled me into a hug. Darling, you've outdone yourself. This is fabulous. Thanks, Marie, I said, returning her embrace. I'm just glad everyone's having a good time. Marie linked her arm through mine and addressed Everett. Young man, I'm stealing your lady for a few minutes. There are some people I need her to meet properly. Everett nodded, and he waved me off. Marie guided me towards a group of women, but I stole one backward glance at Ev for support. He was staring at my ass, so I gave it a little wiggle for him. I recognized many of the faces in this group from game days and charity events. The cowgirls and cow pals, the wives, girlfriends, partners, and lovers of the Mustangs players. They welcomed me with open arms and bright smiles. Ladies, I believe you all know Penelope, Marie said, her voice carrying a hint of pride. But tonight, we're officially inducting her into our little family. A cheer went up from the group, and the best kind of happiness spread through me. These women and men, many of whom I'd admired from afar, were embracing me as one of their own. I looked around the circle, feeling a little surge of shyness. They all seemed very glamorous and put together. For the briefest of seconds, I bet that none of them ever suffered from a lack of confidence. Then I mentally gave myself a little smack. Of course they did. They were people, humans, and just as susceptible to insecurities as the rest of us. While I could be mad at myself for that little slip, I understood better than any time in the rest of my life that thoughts like that were normal, would probably happen again, and that I was okay despite it. We saw the commercial, said Fern, one of the girlfriends, her eyes shining. It was absolutely amazing. You and Kelsey are going to change so many lives. She wasn't the only one looking at me like I was some kind of superhero. And I had to press my lips together, so I didn't smile so wide I let out all the butterflies they were letting loose in my heart. There was beautiful diversity in the body types in this group, but it definitely leaned more toward the curvier, thick girls. These were my people, and that actually surprised me a little. Thanks, it means a lot to hear that. She's being modest. Trixie appeared at my side and handed me a glass of bubbly. The response has been insane. #LoveYourself is trending on all the socials right now. A ripple of excitement went through the group. That's badass. Alicia, who was sitting across from me, raised her glass. You know, seeing you and Kelsey up there, it made me feel seen. Several other women nodded their heads, and it wasn't only the bigger girls. A sweet-looking, tall woman, who I didn't know yet, gave me a shy smile. Yeah, like maybe I could be beautiful too. I reached out and squeezed her hand. You are beautiful. We all are. We just have to give ourselves enough grace to believe it. That's the whole point. Marie raised her glass. To changing the world, one commercial at a time. As we clinked glasses, I caught sight of Everett across the room. He was with his brothers and some of the other players, recounting what looked like an exciting play. His eyes met mine, and he flashed that heart-melting smile. God, I loved that man. As the night progressed, I felt like Everett and I were holding court. So many people stopped by to say something about the commercials to us, including the swoosh and nightwear reps who were here and buying rounds for everyone, basking in the glow of their successful campaigns. Penelope, Kelsey, Everett, Declan. Mo, the nightwear rep, joined us with a big smile on his face. What are you drinking? It's on us tonight. Isabel, the swoosh rep, was right behind him and practically glowing. I waved them to the seats next to us. Mo, Isabel, I greeted them both. Having fun? Are you kidding? This is incredible. The response to both campaigns has been off the charts. Did you know that our site crashed after the spot aired because we were getting so many orders the servers couldn't handle it? Isabel said. Really? I couldn't keep the excitement out of my voice. That's amazing. Mo nodded enthusiastically. It's like you and Kelsey opened the floodgates. People are ready for this message. They're hungry for it. As we chatted, a sense of accomplishment skittered through me. This wasn't just about winning a game or making a successful ad. We were starting a movement. The night continued in a blur of laughter, dancing, and celebration. At one point, I found myself in the middle of the dance floor with Kelsey, Jules, and Trixie, all of us singing along to the music at the top of our lungs. As the song ended, a pair of strong arms wrapped around my waist. I leaned back into Everett's chest, tilting my head up to look at him.
Having fun? He asked, pressing a kiss to my temple. I nodded, a wide smile on my face. So much. The party was in full swing, laughter and music filling the bar, when a commotion at the entrance caught my attention. I turned to see a familiar, unwelcome face arguing with the security guards. Odin, looking a little worse for the wear, and all on his own. When was this guy going to quit? His voice carried over the music, sharp and bitter. Hey, look at the chubby chasers and their chubby ball bunnies. Everett tensed beside me, his jaw clenching. But before he could move, I placed a hand on his arm. Let's not give him the attention he wants. I surprised myself with the steadiness in my own voice. I arranged for extra security tonight. Let them handle it. As if on cue, Kelsey's security team moved in, surrounding Odin. But he wasn't done yet. As they began to escort him away, he shouted, "This isn't over. I'm dropping a new video tonight that'll show everyone what frauds you are." Kelsey pulled out her phone, her fingers flying over the screen. "He's live streaming right now," she said, her voice tight. We huddled around her phone, and Odin's face filled the small screen. "They're selling you a lie, and they've got a big brand behind them helping them do it. But being fat isn't healthy and—" Before he could continue, I reached out and grabbed Kelsey's phone. Without hesitation, I dropped it to the floor and brought my heel down hard, shattering the screen. A collective gasp went up from our group. Kelsey's eyes were wide with shock. "Pen, what the— We don't need to let that kind of negativity into our lives," I said firmly. "Not tonight. Not ever." There was a moment of stunned silence. Then Everett burst out laughing. "That's my girl," he said, pulling me into a hug. I glanced down at the shattered phone and gave it one more kick for good measure. "I'll get you a new phone in the morning. Sorry, but also not sorry." Kelsey shook her head, a slow smile spreading across her face. "You know what? You're absolutely right, and I needed an upgrade anyway." An idea struck me. "Hey, let's make our own video. Show everyone how we're really celebrating tonight." Kelsey's eyes lit up. "I'm down to clown." I pulled out my phone and gathered everyone around. With a deep breath, I channeled all the confidence I'd gained over the past months. "Hey, besties," I chirped, grinning at the camera. "It's Miss Bestie's Bestie, Penelope Quinn here, coming at you live from the most super after the bowl party where we're celebrating not one, but 2 massive victories tonight." Kelsey jumped in, throwing an arm around my shoulders. "That's right. Not only did our amazing Mustangs just win the bowl, but our body positivity commercials are taking the world by storm." Of course, because Kels was actually joining in, the chat exploded. Her fans were plenty used to me showing them shots of her rehearsing or at a concert, but she rarely actually got on camera to address them herself. But tonight meant something really important, and her fans understood this kind of message better than any other ones in the entire world. "So here's to victories on and off the field," I said, raising my glass to the camera. "And remember, besties, the only opinion about your body that matters is your own. Keep loving yourselves." I panned the camera around, showing the joyous faces of our friends and family. "This is what real celebration looks like, besties. It's about love, acceptance, and being surrounded by people who lift you up." Everett appeared behind us, wrapping his arms around me and snagging the phone out of my hand. "And it's about knowing that you're perfect just the way you are." He pressed a kiss to my cheek and handed the phone to Kelsey, indicating she should flip the camera to the one on the back to point at us. "Hey, besties, Kelsey here," she said into the camera. "I think Everett Kingman has something he wants to say." She pointed the phone at us, and I got a tingling feeling that started in my scalp and worked its way all the way down my arms and legs, giving me goosebumps. So much of my life was on video, online, but this felt as if it was something that actually should be recorded for posterity, and I didn't even know what was happening. Everett waved to the DJ, and the music faded. A hush fell over the crowd. Kelsey kept the phone trained on us, broadcasting every moment to who knows how many viewers. "Pen," Everett began, his voice soft but clear. "Can I tell everyone how we first got together?" I dropped my voice, hoping the entire internet and all the people in the bar couldn't hear me. "You mean in your brother's basement?" He chuckled and shook his head. No, I mean the thing you asked me to help you with.
Oh, a couple of months ago, I was ashamed as all get out that I had to ask someone to help me learn how to find a date. Now I didn't see that as something embarrassing. I smiled and looked around, then right at the camera. Oh, that. Yeah, I asked Everett Love Guru Kingman for dating lessons. A titter went through the crowd, but I didn't feel like I was being laughed at. They were all just enjoying the beginning of this story. It was a doozy. Good thing Kelsey was circling us with the phone, capturing every angle of this moment like she was a freaking professional camera woman. Everett smiled, his eyes never leaving mine.
I was so conflicted. Here was this amazing woman asking for my help, and all I could think was how much I wanted to be the one you were learning to date.
A collective awe went up from the crowd. I could imagine the flood of heart emojis on the live stream.
But you were off limits,
Everett continued.
You were my brother's fiance's assistant, someone he felt protective of. And I was scared. Scared of my feelings. Scared of messing up our friendship.
I didn't know you were scared. I looked around the crowd again. Of anything but snakes. He shook his head and shivered.
I will get you for that later.
Can't wait. He cleared his throat and continued.
I always thought falling in love would be like lightning striking. One big, unmistakable moment. That's how it always seemed to happen to the men in my family. But with you, Pen, it was different. It was 1,000 little lightning strikes, each one illuminating another reason to love you.
He was being so incredibly sweet, and I didn't even know why, but tears welled up in my eyes hearing him tell me all this.
Every lesson, every conversation, every shared laugh, they were all strikes of lightning. And before I knew it, my universe was lit up by you. You taught me that love isn't always a sudden crash of thunder. Sometimes it's a slow-building storm that leaves you soaked to the bone before you even realize it's raining.
And then, to my utter shock, Everett dropped to one knee. A collective gasp went up from the crowd.
Penelope Quinn,
Everett said, pulling a small box from his pocket.
You came to me for dating lessons, but you ended up teaching me the most important lesson of all, how to truly love. Will you marry me?
For a moment, I couldn't breathe. I stared at Everett, at the ring glinting in the box, at the faces of our friends and family surrounding us, and at Kelsey's phone, broadcasting this moment to the world. And the voices in my head didn't try to tell me this wasn't real, that it was a joke or dream. This was the most genuine moment I'd ever experienced, and I was embracing it with everything I had in me. Yes, I managed, my voice choked with emotion. Yes, 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 I'll marry you and love you and all the things I never thought would ever happen to me. The room erupted in cheers as Everett slipped the ring onto my finger. He stood, pulling me into a kiss that conveyed every ounce of love we felt for each other. When we finally broke apart, I became aware of the cacophony of congratulations surrounding us. Kelsey was right there, her face split in a huge grin as she kept filming. You heard it here first, besties, she exclaimed. The ship has officially sailed. Pennant is engaged. I laughed, burying my face in Everett's chest for a moment, before turning back to the camera. I can't believe this is happening, I said, my voice still shaky.
Believe it, babe,
Everett said, his arm tight around my waist.
Looks like those dating lessons paid off after all.
Best teacher ever, I replied, beaming up at him. As our friends and family swarmed around us, offering hugs and congratulations, I caught snippets of the live stream comments on Kelsey's phone. OMG, this is better than any rom-com. From dating lessons to I Do, I'm sobbing. Body positivity and a fairy tale romance, dreams do come true. Amidst the chaos, Everett leaned down to whisper in my ear.
I love you, Pen. Thank you for teaching me what love really is.
As we shared another kiss, the cheers of our loved ones mixed with the virtual excitement of thousands of viewers around the world. I whispered another promise to him. Next, I'll teach you how to get over your fear of snakes. Bestie's Face Space group post. It's me again. Image. A selfie of a smiling plus-size woman sitting in a cozy coffee shop, wearing a cute outfit and looking nervously excited. Caption: #real body love moment for my fellow besties. I never thought I'd be posting something this personal, but here goes. I'm 33, and today is my first ever first date. Yes, you read that right. I've spent my whole life believing that men wouldn't find me attractive because of my size. I convinced myself that love wasn't for me, that I didn't need it, that I didn't deserve it. But you know what? I'm done letting those thoughts control my life. I want love. I want connection. I want to experience all the joys, and yes, even the heartbreaks, that come with putting yourself out there. So here I am, about to meet someone new. I'm nervous, excited, and proud of myself for taking this step. To anyone else who's held themselves back because they didn't think they deserved love, you do. We all do. Our size doesn't determine our worthiness of love and affection. Wish me luck. #first date. #plus size dating. #self-love. #body positivity.
Chapter 29. Lady and the Champ. Everett. I was sprawled on the couch, idly flipping through sports channels. I fucking loved the first week of the off-season. We had absolutely nothing to do, and I was filling it with rest and relaxation, and spending a lot of time in bed, with Penelope under me, whimpering my name as I made her come, again and again. The doorbell rang. The doorbell never rang. The only people who came over to our house, I absolutely loved thinking of it as ours instead of just mine, were my family. They didn't ring the doorbell. They just walked in. Weird. Pen looked up with a raised eyebrow. She'd been tapping away on her tablet at the other end of the couch with her legs all wrapped up in mine. "Expecting someone?" she asked. I shook my head, hauling myself up. Nope. I was going to ask you the same thing. I peeked through the window and didn't see anyone. Maybe some kind of a delivery? But when I opened the door, it wasn't a delivery I found. It was Billy, our young neighbor, looking like his favorite pet had gone over the Rainbow Bridge. If I could only be so lucky. "Hey, Billy." I crouched down to get on his level. "What's going on, kiddo?" He shuffled his feet, not meeting my eyes.
Mr. Kingman, sir? Is it okay if I hang out here for a bit? My mom and dad are yelling at each other again."
My heart sank. Billy's dad was a dick, but his mom seemed nice. I hadn't realized it had gotten this bad. "Of course, buddy, come on in," I said, stepping aside to let him enter. Pen was already on her feet, her face a picture of concern.
"Billy, honey, are you hungry? I was just about to make some snacks."
Billy shook his head, but I saw the way his eyes lit up at the mention of food.
"Maybe, if you've got, like, peanut butter and jelly. I know how to make that myself. I love me some PB&J, so I'll make some for me and you both, okay?"
Pen headed to the kitchen, her phone in hand. She caught my eye and mouthed, "Calling his mom," before disappearing down the hallway. That left me to entertain the kid. "Hey, you want to go throw the ball around for a bit? I could call my brothers over, have a scrimmage." It might be February, but we were having one of our 300 days of sunshine, and it was 60-some degrees outside. For the first time since he'd arrived, Billy's face broke into a genuine smile.
"Really? That'd be awesome."
I grinned back, already reaching for my phone. "You got it, champ. Let me just call in the cavalry." I sent a message out to the family chat, and within a half an hour, the backyard was a hive of activity. Chris, Declan, Hayes, and the twins all showed up, along with Trixie, Kelsey, and Willa. We needed to find the twins some partners of their own, too. I loved seeing my brothers happy. And I was feeling some love guru advice coming on. But first, football. We divided into teams, while the ladies decided to make it a full-on gathering and whipped up way more than sandwiches. "All right, Billy," I said, holding the ball out toward him. "You're going to be my star receiver. Think you can handle it?" He nodded solemnly, his earlier sadness forgotten in the excitement of the game. What followed was a hilarious and heartwarming scrimmage. My brothers, professional and college athletes that they were, played with exaggerated clumsiness, allowing Billy to dodge past them and make spectacular catches. "And Billy the Bullet scores another touchdown," Hayes commentated dramatically as Billy crossed our makeshift end zone. "The Kingman brothers are being absolutely destroyed out here, folks." Billy was beaming, his cheeks flushed with exertion and joy. As he high-fived me, affection for this kid skittered through me in a whole new way. What would it be like to have a kid like this of my own? Pen and I hadn't talked about that part of our future yet, and I'd definitely be bringing it up sooner rather than later, because I could imagine a whole gaggle of kids running around in my backyard tossing the ball around. I fucking loved family. The game wound down as the sun began to set, and we all trooped inside, sweaty and laughing. Pen waved us over to a spread of food that would put most buffets to shame. My dad, Jules, and Isaac were already at the table, chowing down. "Fuel up, boys," she said, smiling as we descended on the food like a pack of wolves. As we munched, I noticed Billy got quiet again. "Everything okay, buddy?" I asked quietly. He sighed, putting down his half-eaten sandwich. "I don't want to move. Mom says we have to, and we can't take Anaconda with us." My stomach lurched at the mention of the snake, while I also held in a laugh at the new name he'd chosen, but I pushed past both reactions. I did my best to keep my voice steady. "That must be really tough." Billy nodded, his eyes welling up. "I don't know how I'm going to find her a new home. Nobody wants a snake." I caught Pen's eye across the room, seeing the mixture of sympathy and determination on her face. I knew that look. It meant we were about to do something either very brave or very stupid. Probably both. Billy looked up at me, his eyes wide and hopeful. "Mr. Kingman, do you think maybe you could adopt Anaconda?" Oh, shit. Yep, I knew it was coming, and I still couldn't breathe. Why was the room spinning? Me? Adopt a snake? Fuck that. But before I could stammer out a kid-appropriate response, Pen's voice cut through my panic. "You know, Ev," she said gently, "this could be a great way to work on your fear of snakes." Really? Throwing me into the deep end was a great way? I thought maybe we'd go to the zoo and look at the snakes from far, far away or something, not get a snake as a freaking pet. Couldn't we get a dog or something first? I looked at her, torn between love for her support and terror at the prospect of living with a snake, but then I saw Billy's face fall, and something in me shifted. You're afraid of Lady Anaconda Histledown?" Billy asked, his voice small and confused. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to meet his eyes. "Yeah, buddy, I am, since I was about your age." There was only one other person in my family that knew this story, and she wasn't here to tell it anymore. When I was about Billy's age, we went to visit my Aunt May, who lived in a really old house out in the middle of nowhere, Texas. And the absolute urban legend of the snake in the toilet actually happened to me. Except that snake had actually bitten me on the ass. And my mom had saved me. Just like it was no big deal, she pulled that snake off my butt and tossed it out into the yard, all before anyone else in the house was even awake. I'd been afraid of snakes and old farmhouse toilets ever since. And when she died, my fear of snakes got worse, because who was going to save me from snakes if she was gone? To my surprise, Billy's face lit up with understanding. Then he cupped his hands and held them near my ear to whisper to me. "Like how I'm afraid of the dark sometimes?" I gave him a nod and a chuckle. "Yeah, kind of like that." "But you're so big and strong," Billy said, his brow furrowed in concentration. "If you're scared, does that mean I'm not being a big baby if I'm scared of stuff too?" The question hit me like a ton of bricks. Here I was, a professional athlete, a grown man, being given a lesson in representation by a kid. I glanced around the room and caught my dad's eye. Oh, he knew. Of course he did. Mom would have told him. He gave me the slightest of nods. "You know what, Billy?" I said, my voice stronger now. "It's absolutely okay to be scared of things. Everyone is afraid of something, but the important thing is to let the people around you help you get over that fear. When you're ready." Billy nodded solemnly. "Like when my mom reads to me until I fall asleep?" "Exactly," I said, feeling a surge of affection for this wise little guy. "And maybe it's time I face my fear too." The words were out of my mouth before I could really think about them, but as soon as I said them, I knew they were right. Pen was at my side in an instant, her hand slipping into mine. "Billy, if it's okay with your parents, we'd be happy to give Anaconda a home." The joy that spread across Billy's face was worth every ounce of fear I felt. He launched himself at me, wrapping his arms around my waist in a fierce hug. "Thank you, Mr. Kingman. Thank you so much." I hugged him back and caught my family all looking syrupy sweet at the sight of us. Declan gave me a scowl, and Flynn was pretending to wipe away a tear. "Aw, look at our baby brother," Chris said dramatically. "All grown up and adopting danger noodles." I rolled my eyes at him, but I was grinning too. Yeah. You're all going to help me set up the terrarium, right?" "Oh no," Chris laughed. "This is all you, Snake Charmer. We'll be cheering you on from a safe distance. Your new pet would like to eat ours."
"We'll help," Kelsey said. "I've already hung out with Lady Anaconda. She's cool."
Declan gave her a look like she was crazy. Ha! I was definitely making him help me. In fact, I'd make him babysit someday when Pen and I went on our honeymoon. We all laughed, and I stretched the muscles of my neck that had been tensing since the subject of the snake started. Yes, I was still terrified at the thought of having a snake in the house, but I was also excited. Excited to face this fear, to grow, to make Billy happy, and to share that story with Pen. She was looking at me with such pride and love that my heart swelled so much I could hardly breathe.
"You're adorable and amazing, you know that?"
I pulled her close, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "I'm just following your example, babe. You've taught me a lot about being a brave example." Bring on the danger noodle. I was ready. We were still discussing the finer points of snake care when the doorbell rang. Billy's face fell, and he and I knew instantly who it must be.
"I'll get it,"
Pen said softly, squeezing Billy's shoulder as she passed. A moment later, she returned with Billy's mom in tow. She looked exhausted, her eyes red-rimmed and her shoulders slumped.
"Billy," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "it's time to go home, sweetie."
Billy didn't move from his spot next to me on the couch.
"Mom, Mr. Kingman said they'd adopt Anaconda. We don't have to find her a new home. Just us."
His mom's eyes widened in surprise, darting between Billy and me. I nodded, trying to project a confidence I didn't entirely feel. It's true. We'd be happy to give her a home.
That's very kind of you,"
she said, her voice cracking slightly. She took a deep breath, then seemed to make a decision.
"Billy, honey, can you go wait in the car for a minute? I need to talk to Mr. Kingman."
Once Billy had reluctantly trudged out, his mom's composure crumbled.
"I'm so sorry for all of this," she said, tears welling in her eyes. "It's just, Billy's dad and well, I'm leaving him. I don't even know where we're going to live yet, let alone how to handle all of this with Billy."
My heart went out to her. I wanted to offer some words of comfort, but to my surprise it was Chris who spoke up first. "You know," he said, his voice casual but his eyes kind, "I've got a new apartment building not far from here. Same school district. There's a unit opening up pretty soon. If you're interested, I can make some arrangements."
Billy's mom looked at Chris in disbelief. "Are you serious? That would be amazing."
Holy shit. I was so proud to be a part of this family. But as I looked around at them, the lot of them were sharing some looks that meant there was more to this story than I knew. They'd done something. Once the logistics were sorted and Billy and his mom had left, with profuse thanks and promises to bring our new fucking pet snake over soon, I turned to my brothers. "All right, spill. What's this about a new apartment building, Chris? And why do I get the feeling there's more to this story?" The guys exchanged glances, and I could see them trying to hide their grins. Hayes was practically giggling. "Well," Chris continued after getting a nod from my dad, "Dad did some digging. Turns out that forest Odin's always chopping trees in for his stupid videos, it's just the open space behind his apartment building. And he definitely didn't have permission to cut those trees down." My eyes widened as I began to see where this was going. "No shit?" Chris nodded. "He might be the golden boy, but he had a penchant for revenge." "Yep. He's been ticketed and fined."
"Okay, the fucker deserved that," Penn said.
I almost snorted my drink through my nose. She'd always been so much sweetness, light, and positivity, doing her best to ignore Odin. I was loving this slightly vindictive and dirty mouth she had all of a sudden.
"But what does that have to do with the apartment for Billy and his mom?"
Chris shrugged, and Trixie gave him a little swat. "That apartment building is where Odin lives. My company just bought it." "And let me guess," I said, a slow grin spreading across my face. "Odin's lease won't be renewed. Already in violation of a lot of his lease. Looks like he'll probably get evicted." A flash of anger crossed his face. Remind me never to cross my eldest brother. Jesus. We don't want trash like that in Colorado. Pen and I gave each other a shocked look. The answering grins on my brothers' faces told me everything I needed to know. I let out a low whistle. torn between admiration for my brother's thoroughness and a twinge of guilt at enjoying Odin's misfortune so much.
I can't believe you guys did all this,
Pen said, her tone a mix of disapproval and reluctant amusement.
What happened to killing you with kindness?
Oh, we were very kind. Dad's voice carried across the table, making us all jump. We could have driven him up to the mountains he doesn't actually know anything about and let him get lost in bear territory. He folded his arms, a mischievous glint in his eye that I rarely saw. His voice dropping dramatically, he added, because nasty little fellows such as Odin always get their comeuppance. There was a moment of stunned silence before we all burst into laughter. Leave it to Dad to quote The Mummy. As our laughter died down, I looked around at my family, my brothers, my dad, and Pen, all gathered together, supporting each other and even a young neighbor in need. Sure, we might have bent the rules of kindness a bit with Odin, but at our core, this was who we were, a family that stuck together, faced fears together, and yes, occasionally plotted elaborate revenge together.
Chapter 30. Real. Penelope. The limo pulled up to the red carpet for the Grampies, and twirls of pure excitement swirled in my stomach. A few months ago, I'd been freaking out about this moment, desperately seeking a date, just so I wouldn't have to walk this carpet alone. Now here I was, hand in hand with Everett, my fiancé. The thought made me giddy all over again. "You ready, babe?" Everett asked, giving my hand a squeeze. I took a deep breath and nodded. More than ever. The door opened and a wall of sound hit us. Screaming fans, shouting photographers. The constant hum of excitement was electrifying, if a tiny wee bit intimidating. Kelsey and Declan stepped out first, a vision in complementary shades of deep blue. Kelsey's dress hugged her curves so perfectly, the fabric shimmering under the bright lights. Then it was our turn. Everett got out first, then turned to offer me his hand. As I emerged from the limo, I heard the crowd's reaction, a mix of cheers and gasps. I let the happiness shimmer inside until I couldn't hide my smile. This exquisite rose gold gown, with its intricate beadwork and flowing skirt, made me feel like a princess. "Miss Best, Miss Quinn," a reporter called out. "Who are you wearing tonight?" I turned, grateful for a familiar face. It was Tara from Muse News, someone I'd worked with plenty of times before in my capacity as Kelsey's assistant. "We're both wearing Rose Vond," Kelsey replied, gesturing between the two of us. "She's an incredible designer who exclusively creates plus-size fashion." I added, "Rose really understands that beauty comes in all sizes. I love wearing her designs." Tara nodded appreciatively. "You both look stunning. Now we have to talk about your recent body positivity campaign. The response on social media has been overwhelming. How does it feel to see such a positive impact?" I exchanged a glance with Kelsey before responding. "It's been incredible," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "We knew it was an important message, but the outpouring of love and support has been beyond our wildest dreams." Kelsey added, "We've received thousands of messages from people saying they finally feel seen and represented. It's humbling and inspiring." As we continued down the carpet, the next reporter in our line caught our attention. But this time, it wasn't just for an interview. "Ladies," the woman said before she started the actual interview, her voice slightly shaky, I wanted to thank you personally. As a plus-size woman in media, I have definitely known the struggle. Your campaign, it's changing how a lot of women see ourselves." Tears pricked my eyes as Kelsey reached out to clasp the woman's hand. "Oh, goodness, you're gonna make me happy cry," Kelsey said warmly. Would it be okay if we took a selfie?" the reporter asked hesitantly. "Of course." We all crowded in, grinning widely as she snapped the photo. Then we filmed her segment, answering similar questions about her clothes, Kelsey's nominations, and all the yada yada yada. As we moved on, we posed for so many pictures and did a half-dozen more mini-interviews. Interestingly, the next reporter, who must be new on the entertainment circuit because I did not recognize him, caught our attention by addressing his shouts at Declan and Everett. "Declan Kingman," the reporter started, "there have been some concerns about your campaign glorifying obesity. How do you respond to that?" I tensed, but before I could step in, Declan spoke up, his voice low and intense.
"Let me be clear,"
he said, leaning slightly towards the microphone.
"The phrase glorifying obesity is nothing but a dog whistle for people who are fat-phobic. We're not fooled by it, and neither should anyone else be."
He fixed the camera with a steely gaze, his voice dropping to a near growl.
"Our campaign is about love, acceptance, and health at every size. Anyone who has a problem with that might want to examine their own prejudices."
Everett grinned, fully enjoying his brother's meanest defensive lineman persona for this asshat. He nodded and added to the smackdown this guy deserved.
"And while they're doing that, they can learn how to stay in their own lane."
The reporter seemed taken aback by Declan's intensity, and Everett's blatant joy in it. I didn't hold back a snort laugh. It wasn't often that Declan spoke to the press, but when he did, he made it count. When we finally made it through the camera gauntlet of the red carpet and made our way into the venue, I let out a breath. Everett pulled me close, pressing a kiss to my temple.
"You were amazing out there. Red carpets are intense, man."
"Just wait until the after-parties." I smiled up at him, for the first time actually looking forward to those parties, because he'd be by my side. Yeah, I was going to show off my hot fiancé and ring with a rock the size of the moon. But more than anything, it was going to be fun to share this insider bit of my world with him. The Grampy's Theater was a sea of glitter and glamour, the air electric with anticipation. We found our seats, and I sat between Everett and Kelsey, my hand clasped tightly in Ev's as we waited for the ceremony to begin. There were a lot of people around us who were whispering and pointing at us, but not for 1 second did I worry they were making fun of me. It was so clear that they were starstruck by getting to be near us. Of course they'd feel that way about Kelsey, but there were people taking notice of me too. So far, this was my favorite music awards show ever. But the night was far from over. The lights dimmed and the host took the stage.
"Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 67th Annual Grandfather of Music Awards."
Kelsey was up for several Grampy Awards tonight, and I had a feeling this was going to be a night to remember. She was usually the picture of calm confidence, but she was fidgeting with her water glass. Declan took her hand and gave her knuckles a kiss. "You okay?" I whispered. She flashed me a quick smile. "Just excited, and maybe a little nervous." I squeezed her arm reassuringly. "You've got this." The host, a popular late-night comedian, took the stage. After a monologue that had the audience in stitches, the awards began in earnest. It didn't take long for Kelsey's name to be called. And the Grampy for Best Pop Vocal Performance goes to Kelsey Best. The theater erupted in applause as Kelsey made her way to the stage, her blue gown shimmering under the spotlights. Her acceptance speech was brief but heartfelt, thanking her team, her fans, and of course, Declan. As she returned to her seat, flushed with victory, I gave her a strong hug. I was so damn proud of her, and this was only the beginning. Over the next hour, Kelsey's name was called twice more, for Song of the Year and Best Pop Vocal Album. Each time she accepted with grace and humility, her joy infectious. But we all knew the big one was yet to come. Album of the Year. As the nominees were announced, I found myself holding my breath. Beside me, Everett's hand tightened around mine. Kelsey sat perfectly still, her eyes fixed on the stage. And the Grampy for Album of the Year goes to... The pause seemed to stretch for an eternity. Kelsey Best for Strength. The roar of the crowd was deafening. Declan swept Kelsey into a kiss before she could even stand. She made her way to the stage, and I was going to have to touch up my makeup because these tears of joy couldn't be held back. This was the culmination of so much hard work, so many late nights and early mornings, so much pure growth from the inside out. Kelsey took the award, her hand shaking slightly as she approached the microphone. For a moment, she just stood there, taking it all in. Then she spoke, her voice clear and strong. Wow, she laughed, and the audience laughed with her. This album was a journey of self-discovery for me. It was about learning to find the strength in myself. But since the release, I've also learned to find strength in the people around me. Declan, I love you, and you've helped me learn how to love myself so much more. She paused, taking a deep breath. And that journey isn't over, which is why I'm thrilled to announce that my new album, Real, will drop next month. The crowd erupted again, and I saw several people reaching for their phones, no doubt spreading the news on social media. Real is a celebration of authenticity, of being true to yourself no matter what the world tells you. And to bring that celebration to you, my amazing fans, we'll be embarking on a full-on stadium tour this summer. The cheers were almost overwhelming now. Kelsey beamed, holding her award high. Thank you all so much. Remember, you are beautiful, you are worthy, and you are enough, just as you are. As Kelsey made her way back to her seat, I quickly pulled out my phone. Social media was exploding. Ev, look at this, I whispered, showing him the screen. I'd set up for the team to drop the album cover for Real on all of her socials when she made the announcement. And it was even more stunning than I could say. Kelsey, radiant in a simple white dress in front of a white background, was holding Lady Anaconda Thistledown, and they were both looking right into the camera. The contrast was striking, beautiful, and so very daring. The comments were flooding in. OMG, Kelsey with that snake? I'm both terrified and obsessed. This album cover is everything. Snakes freak me out, but for Kelsey, I'm here for it. Queen Kelsey breaking boundaries again. Can't wait for the new album. Everett chuckled, shaking his head in amazement. Why does it have to be snakes? It's all part of my master plan to make snakes your new favorite animal. I grinned. That is never going to happen. You haven't seen what I have in store for you next. The rest of the ceremony passed in a blur. As soon as it ended, Kelsey was whisked backstage for photos and interviews. She was radiant, her arms full of awards, answering questions with her trademark wit and charm. In a quiet moment between interviews, she pulled me into a tight hug. I couldn't have done this without you, Pen, she whispered. I hugged her back, feeling a lump in my throat. Are you kidding? You're Kelsey Best. You can do anything. She laughed, pulling back to look at me. Maybe, but not without my best bestie by my side. We posed for another round of photos, Kelsey with her awards, me and Everett flanking her, Declan standing proud and tall beside her. And then we partied like, well, rock stars until the wee hours of the morning. Just as the sun was coming up over the horizon, the hotel room door clicked shut behind us, and I let out a long, contented sigh. Everett's arms wrapped around me from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder. What a night, he murmured, pressing a soft kiss to my neck. I leaned back into him, savoring the moment. Almost as fun as winning the championship? Everett chuckled, the sound vibrating through me. Almost. Kelsey's sweep, the album announcement, and you. He turned me in his arms, his eyes roaming over me appreciatively. You looking like a goddess in this dress. I mean, I liked the one you wore to the ceremony, and that first one you put on for the parties was pretty. But this one, babe, this one was fucking sexy as hell. Rose Vaughn had outdone herself dressing Kelsey and I for the awards and the after-parties. I'd never changed my clothes so many times in one night, especially when I hadn't spilled something on myself. Everett would forever have the power to make me feel like the most beautiful woman in the world. You clean up pretty well yourself, Mr. Kingman, I teased, running my hands over the black silk t-shirt with a picture of a snake on it that he was wearing, also courtesy of Rose. He leaned in, his lips brushing mine in a soft kiss. I love you, Penelope. I love you too, I replied, my heart swelling with emotion. He tugged me toward the big plush hotel bed, and I let him. But before he pulled me down, I gave him a little shove so he landed on the mattress, and I took a step away. I had some mischievous plans in mind. His eyes went all dark and sparkly, and he grabbed me around the waist, pulling me back to him. Penelope Quinn, what are you up to? Close your eyes, I instructed, stepping out of his embrace. He smiled and did as I instructed, and I sure hoped this was going to turn him on and not send him running. I slipped out of my dress and grabbed an accessory out of my suitcase that I'd been waiting to use. I swore it was for his own good, and if I was lucky, it would be particularly good for us both. Okay, you can look. Everett's eyes fluttered open, then widened comically as he took in the sight before him. There I stood, full Monty naked, holding a large, vaguely realistic snake stuffed animal. Its fabric scales gleamed in the soft hotel room light, its googly eyes staring blankly at Everett, its length wrapped around my body, hiding the best bits from his view. For a moment, he just stared, mouth agape. Then he burst out laughing, the sound rich and full. "Oh my God, Pen," he managed between chuckles. "If this is your way of helping me get over my fear of snakes before Anaconda moves in next week, it's working." I grinned, draping the stuffed snake around my shoulders. "Already? Too bad. I guess I'll just have to put my snake away." Everett's laughter subsided into a warm smile. "Oh no, I'm, very afraid. Please help me cure my fears." "We can't let you be afraid any longer," I said with a wink. I reached for my phone, queuing up some Sexy Times music. As the first sultry notes filled the room, I began to move, swaying my hips in an exaggerated dance. Everett's eyebrows shot up, a mix of amusement and arousal crossing his face as I shimmied towards him, the stuffed snake bobbing ridiculously with each movement. Are you doing a snake dance?" he asked, his voice caught between a laugh and a groan. I nodded, trying to keep a straight face as I undulated, letting the snake's head bop against Everett's chest. "I'm charming you, obviously. Is it working?" He reached out, pulling me close, stuffed snake and all. "You had me charmed a long time ago." I let the snake drop to the floor, wrapping my arms around his neck instead. "Looks like my evil plan worked. I've cured your fear of snakes." Everett laughed and pulled me onto his lap and kissed me, teasing me with little nibbles across my jaw, down my neck, and drawing my nipples between his teeth one at a time. I rocked against him, needing so much more. Why, Mr. Kingman, is that an anaconda in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?" "Why don't you take them off and find out, my sweet Penny?" I didn't even get a chance to, because Everett rolled me onto the bed and stripped his own clothes off faster than I could say snake charmer. Everett made love to me, and I loved him right back. I may have thought in the past that a guy like him would never love a woman like me, would never even look twice at me. That was only because the woman I was before I met him was... Well, I wanted to say that I was really fucking dumb, but that wasn't fair. I wasn't dumb, and neither were the rest of the women in the world who hadn't yet found a man like Everett to love them. I'd admit that I had been scared, and I'd been wrong, and I'd had some work I needed to do on myself before I was ready to accept love. That wasn't dumb. That was life. That was being human. As we lay tangled in the sheets, Everett's steady, satisfied breathing beside me, a flutter shimmered through my belly. I was overwhelmed with a sense of pure, unadulterated happiness and joy. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that this, Everett's love, my love for him, and most importantly, my love for myself, was the greatest, most beautiful part of life. And I'd spend the rest of it with this man, the one whom my most authentic love would belong to, forever.
Epilogue. Kingman Family Game Night. Everett. The familiar chaos of a Kingman family game night filled Cool Beans. The coffee shop buzzed with laughter, playful trash talk, and the clinking of game pieces. I smiled all the way from inside my heart as I took in the scene. My family, both by blood and by choice, all gathered around a cluster of tables. Penelope sat beside me, her competitive streak in full force as she systematically destroyed Chris in Monopoly. It was inevitable. She was sitting on the lucky pillow. It still amazed me sometimes how perfectly she fit into our crazy family dynamics. "Coach Kingman! Coach Kingman!" Billy's excited voice piped up from my other side, calling to my dad. He decided to take up coaching again, but this time just for the Pee Wee League. They weren't even in season yet, but Billy and his friends came over almost every weekend to run drills with my dad. Somebody needed to get that man some grandkids. I glanced over at Penn. Everything in life was a competition in my family, and my soon-to-be wife and I were going to be the first to cross that particular finish line. "I got to visit Anaconda today. She's getting so big." My dad grinned down at our honorary little brother. "Is that right? And how's she doing in her new home?" "She's awesome," Billy beamed. "And Everett is hardly afraid of her anymore." It had taken a few months of hanging out with the kid, sans the influence of his deadbeat dad in his life, to get him to call me Everett. He looked up at me with what looked like pride in his little boy eyes.
Penelope says you're really brave now.
Penn squeezed my hand under the table, and that's all the strength I needed. Well, I had a great teacher in Lady Anaconda Histledown, and an even better one in Penelope. As Billy launched into a detailed description of the snake's latest adventures in eating, which honestly still kind of freaked me out, my attention was drawn to Flynn across the table. He was lounging in his chair, a cocky grin plastered on his face as he trash-talked Griff and Isaac over their poor showing against him and Jules. But there was something off about his usual bravado, a tightness around his eyes, a slight edge to his laugh that most people wouldn't notice. But I wasn't most people. I was his next older brother, and more importantly, I was a kingman who recognized the signs of a man falling in love, even if he didn't realize it himself. When Penelope called for a snack break between games, I saw my chance. "Flynn," I said, nodding towards the counter, "help me grab some refills." Flynn sauntered over, his trademark smirk in place. "What's up, bro? Need some tips on how to stop losing so spectacularly to your fiancée?" I chuckled, shaking my head. I'm pretty sure that's a lost cause. But speaking of lost causes, how's your love life? For a split second, Flynn's cocky facade slipped, revealing a flash of something. But it was gone so quickly, I might have missed it if I hadn't been looking for it. You know, catching the ladies like I catch passes, at record-breaking numbers. Griff joined us, because twin telepathy. Except for she who shall not be named. Flynn groaned, but there was no real heat behind it. She's driving me crazy, man. Always has to argue every point. Always has to one-up me. You should have seen her in class on Friday, going on about salary caps like she wrote the damn CBA herself. I raised an eyebrow, fighting to keep the knowing smile off my face. Sounds like she keeps you on your toes. On my toes? Flynn scoffed. More like on my last nerve. I swear, sometimes I think she just says things to get a rise out of me. And I bet you give as good as you get, huh? A slow grin spread across Flynn's face. You know it. Can't let her think she's got the upper hand, can I? I nodded sagely, biting back a laugh. Oh, little brother, you've got it bad and you don't even know it. You know, I said casually, it's okay if you like her. Flynn's eyes widened comically. Like her? Are you kidding me? She's infuriating. I shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe you've just met your match. Before Flynn could sputter out a response, a pair of arms snaked around my waist from behind. You boys planning on bringing those drinks back anytime soon? Penelope's teasing voice sent a shiver down my spine. Or are you staging a coup against game night? I turned in her embrace, unable to keep the goofy smile off my face. Wouldn't dream of it, babe. You know I live for the chance to watch you bankrupt my brothers in Monopoly. Penelope laughed, the sound still making my heart skip a beat. That's what I like to hear. Now come on, I've got hotels to build and dreams to crush. As she tugged me back towards the table, I caught sight of Flynn's face. There was a mixture of emotions there, amusement, confusion, and something that looked a lot like longing, even if he didn't recognize it yet. Hey, I called back to him. Just remember, it's okay to meet your match. Sometimes that's the best game of all. Flynn rolled his eyes, but I didn't miss the way his gaze drifted off, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As we rejoined the rowdy game night, anticipation danced through me like electricity. Flynn might not know it yet, but his game was just beginning. And if it was anything like mine, he was in for one hell of a match. But for now, I had a monopoly empire to defend and a fiancé to shower with hotel properties. And then, someday not too far off in the future, I'd show my kids how to shower their mother with their winnings too.